And hey, Pong, we're live.
Well. That's right, folks. It is another Thursday night. Mav and I discussed whether or not we were even going to do this because there is absolutely nothing going on in the video
Nothing
game
going
industry.
on.
We were actually going to turn this into a fun pop episode and talk
Yeah.
some movies and
Yeah.
TV.
Everything going on at WWE Discovery, we could spend hours.
We could spend hours on that, actually. No, we got a lot to get down to. Thank you, everybody, all you awesome, amazing gamers for joining us. PM in the PM, Pong and Mav in the PM is live. And if you're listening to us in the future, we appreciate you just as much as those checking us out right now. Wow, what a week. But before we get into that, and we got a lot to cover tonight, so you know how this show goes. Mav and I are going to catch up with each other. We've been in the DMs a lot this week compared to other weekends, but we are going to catch up. Yeah, this is going to be a free-flowing show. We got a rough idea of how it's going to go, but who knows what's going to happen. Chat, obviously, if we see something out of there that we want to bring up, we're going to bring it up, but we do have a lot of topics. But before we do that, obviously, I have to get to the man of the hour, the king of this kingdom, the one, the only, Fun Speculation, aka Mav. How are you doing, sir? What has your week been like outside of trying to keep track of all this craziness and like live streaming like 24/7 these days? What's going on with you?
Yeah, it's been a crazy week, man. I've been live a lot. I want to bring your attention to the chat. This is not me this time. I'm saying it's not me saying it first. When you were going live, you sounded great right before we went live. All of a sudden, when during the intro, it's like peaked out. Like I think maybe the input gain is a little high or something. Potentially, I don't know.
Yeah, I'll fix it.
You sound great. Your level on my end is good. I think it's like you're in on like the gain, but potentially, I don't know.
Who knows?
But it's not a big deal.
I don't care anymore. You get shitty ass voice Pong now from here on out. So,
shitty Pong. We're gonna get shitty Pong today. Any Pong is a great Pong. It's gonna be fine regardless though, bro. Like I've been live a lot. We had QuakeCon, then we had Gamescom. Just a lot of stuff to cover, man. And I'm trying to do a little bit more videos and stuff. And we had a little bit of news here and there on different things. Been playing games, game streaming, Saints Row, Battlefield again, all these different things, dude. And it's been a lot of fun the past couple weeks. This feels like after like a few months of having not a lot of like real big news, this past like few weeks has felt like early June again. You know what I mean? Like it's been pretty insane. I've been enjoying it. I think there's a lot more stuff that's going to be happening in the next few months that is going to keep the shows and stuff entertaining. It's to keep us entertained. There's a lot of stuff that happened today that is well worth talking about, and we're going to have a lot of crazy discussions on this. And but how have you been, man? Like we actually got to play a lot this past week together.
I was gonna say we can kind of do a combo get together here about what we've been playing, because you and I spent like 9 hours together last weekend.
Yeah,
literally like 9 hours together, along with some members of the community, along with Jasper, playing Battlefield, brother. Playing Battlefield 2042. I know that's a swear word in a lot of parts of this community, much like Cyberpunk was a swear word in this community, and people don't want to talk about it because they're jaded, and I understand. There's been a lot of faith lost in the Battlefield series, as we all know. But you and I, Mav, we've always been on this train that, hey, it's actually playing pretty well. And then, after a while, it was like, all right, I'm just kind of done with it, man. And I uninstalled it. And I know you had reinstalled it and had played it like a month ago or maybe 3 weeks ago. I'd seen you playing it. And you were like, hey, it's playing really well and having a great time. And I was like, all right, cool. And then you kind of hopped off, as we both do, as grazers. This is a continuous thing. Neither one of us play games for very long. But you kind of hopped off, and then I told you the week prior to last week that I had reinstalled Battlefield, and damn, wasn't it fun? And then season is going on, right? And I had paid $120, so I got the season pass for free, the premium season pass, and it's actually set up very well. So let's do this, Mav. You and I played together for 9 hours, man. Why don't you start out by telling the people your impressions? We did get to play the new map a bunch. Obviously, we were playing through the older maps as well. We were playing Breakthrough and Conquest.
Hmm.
Um, those were the two main modes that you and I stuck in throughout the whole thing. You don't have the season pass, but you do get the free stuff as you go up through the
Yeah.
pass or whatever else. What's it feeling like to you right now, brother? Give me your impressions of Battlefield 2042.
It's a completely different game than when it launched, dude. And I mean, I had fun with it when it launched, but there was those things kind of holding it back. And obviously, you had all the fallout from the community, all the things that were missing, the bugs, the issues left and right that a lot of people had. For me, it was still a fun experience, regardless of that stuff, but it still held it back from being great. You know what I mean? And right now, it's my favorite shooter. I mean, dude, like seriously, we were playing and it was, I shit you not, guys. This felt like a flawless experience to me. Like we had not one issue really this entire game. We had a couple of bugs, but they were like funny ones, right? They were like the funny ones that like make you laugh when you're playing. Other than that, like it was super smooth. Like a lot of the features that were missing were gone. Like the map rotation was great. Like just awesome gameplay. The guns felt better. The sounds were better. Vehicles felt better. I mean, I don't know, dude. Like we just had a blast. We ended up playing 2 days in a row.
Yep.
The first night, like 3 hours, and then the second day, we played for 6 hours straight.
Yep, we did
on stream. You guys can go watch the stream because we actually streamed that 6-hour session, and it was crazy, dude. I haven't actually had that much fun playing a multiplayer game for that long of a period of time in a while. So that's my thoughts on it right now. So. It's not on sale right now on the Xbox store or anything like that. But like I remember we had people in our chat that were actually watching. Shout out to like Def Leppard and TK Chillin and stuff that joined to join us. And Def Leppard actually had so much fun because he was playing off the trial that he went to GameStop and got it for $8 used.
Yeah.
Wow.
Extreme value. Yeah. I paid $120 for mine.
Yes, $8.
Yeah.
For that game right now is a freaking steal, people. I'm just saying, what about you? What did you think, man?
Yeah. The only thing I had, I'll start with the bad. The only thing I had, like Mav said, was a couple of funny bugs. You guys can actually go see Jasper, Lord Master Jasper. He posted one of our clips where we were both riding in separate Jeeps. And I crashed into one of the containers and he was right behind me. We were full speed and it launched. What I saw on my screen, I got ejected dead out of my Jeep and I was about 20 feet up in the air. Okay. Coming back down on top of the crates. We'll go watch Jasper's clip because he's got a whole different experience. He stayed in his Jeep and did this. It's crazy. It's just spinning. It's just a spinning. He must be at like 100 feet up in the air, spinning around, falling down back to the ground, much like your tank experience, Mav, where you posted that video of the tank, where you and another dude,
just
a rando,
shot to the space, dude. It's like
shot
crazy.
Into space.
That was nuts.
That was nuts. So funny things like that. And actually, Darko Supe, who is the lead designer on Battlefield, who is active on Twitter, super cool dude. Somebody tagged him down underneath Jasper's post, and another person from DICE, and they both jumped in and did the whole memes like I think Darko Supe did the one. Darko Supe did the one with Homer disappearing into the bushes. Like, yeah, I'm out of here on this one. So, just funny stuff like that. I did have some artifacting in the sky that we saw like a crazy amount, or you saw a crazy amount during like the beta and stuff. That artifacting, that weird in just certain spots.
Yeah, I got that really bad in the beta, and you didn't have it at all.
Right? I didn't have it at all, and I only had it one time in one map. It's the only time it happened, but I did have it throughout the match. But just little things compared to where it was. But like you, Mav, like you, this now feels like Battlefield. No, not all the maps are fixed. But as Mav and I are going to talk about, they did some updating this week on what the roadmap looks like. And we've got season 2 coming in August 30th. And we're going to talk a little bit about that before we get into the heavy stuff here. Just because, again, as gamers, Mav and I feel it's important when we find something like this, especially out of a franchise like Battlefield, like we got to talk about this stuff because there's a lot of Battlefield fans out there that have lost faith.
They just, they just
maybe,
now it's out of their mind, right?
Yeah, out of their mind, or haven't decided to go back. And we always think it's important to get this out there. Like Mav said, we had Def Leppard, TK Chillin jump in and have a great time, right? Had a really awesome time. So much so Def went and bought it. And again, for $8, if you can find it at GameStop for that, even again, I would say even at $30 right now, this is a great buy. $40. It's
and even without that right now, because it's an EA Play. If you have Game Pass Ultimate, you can try it for 10 hours without even having to go buy it. So you can see if it's for you. Yeah.
But I think that this is a closer Battlefield experience than we've had in a long time. Modern Battlefield experience. And again, the trajectory of this game, and Mav and I talked about this before the game came out on many a show. And after the game came out, Mav and I talked often when Battlefield came up about how we always had faith, whether right or wrong, and it's wrong to bring out a broken game and then say, yeah, we're going to fix it. But the EA higher ups forced DICE to put it out, which we know is true. They asked for more time. They weren't given the time. But Mav and I always talked about how we always had faith because we've gone through this with Battlefields before.
Every Battlefield.
Battlefield 5 was completely awfully broken when it came out. And now if you go play Battlefield 5, shout out to Matty Burns, one of his favorites. He loves Battlefield 2 and Battlefield 5
he's a master with that sword, man.
Yes, he is a master. You go back and play it now, totally different game, totally different experience than what it originally launched as. And again, I'm not calling that right. What I'm saying is that's just the reality of how DICE works with these Battlefield games. So now that's the same thing that I see happening here with 2042. Now, is 2042 going to have the same comeback that we saw like with a Battlefield 5? I don't know, because there's a lot of people who have finally said enough is enough and they're out. But what I do think is that once it gets into EA Play permanently, and they got to stop being stubborn about that. EA has to give up this whole ego trip or trying to make back their money or whatever they're trying to do here and just put it in EA Play. I think once more people start playing this, you're going to have an awesome experience. The guns feel great. Vehicles feel great. They've updated some of the maps. They are updating the maps even more, as Mav and I will get to here in a second. The character models have been upgraded. Everything, even though I've played it at multiple different times over the past year, it looks better. Now it looks even more crisp than it did before when I popped it on. Everything, all the little stuff that was really kind of immersion breaking and game breaking for the most part is completely gone. All the problems with the turrets, all the hit detection problems, everything out there is gone. And like I said from the beginning, the battle pass, even if you're not going to buy the premium battle pass, it's set up very well. It's a lot like Call of Duty. It feels, there's so many different objectives that you have to do, goals that you have to do, that it feels very rewarding as you level up. I started from scratch. Well, I got a free 10 levels or 20 levels, whatever it was, because I was the premium pass member because of obviously the 120 the edition that I got. But I reached level 50 like relatively quick. I'm not going to be able to make it to 100 by the end of this first battle pass, but I did make it to 50 real quick. It's very rewarding. And Mav and I were just having a freaking awesome time along with Jasper and everybody else who jumped in with us. So now's the time to jump into Battlefield 2042. Mav, do you have up the 2042 info there, the season 2 stuff, the roadmap that they kind of
no, but I can bring that back. You sent it to me today also. So I'll just bring that up.
Bring that up.
I made a video on it today. It's just not in my mind. Okay. All right. So yes, here we go. We have a new specialist, Charlie Crawford, coming for season 2. It's on August 30th. And then there's new skin sets as well for 2 of the existing ones, and that's for free. So those 3 things are free, right? You don't have to pay for that. There's also new weapons. There's a new assault rifle, new LMG, and a new side pistol. There's 2 new vehicles. One of them is part of the premium. It's the Recon Rush Terrain. I don't know if that's a skin. So it's a skin for the Recon LATV4 Recon, and then we have a new vehicle, the EBLC Ram, I think is what it says.
Yep.
We have a new gadget, a concussion grenade. There's also another new skin for another LMG for the PKP. We got new charms. We have another new skin for the tank. There's a new map as well. and that looks it kind of looks like
Awesome.
like the other ship map they have, except it's
Kind of.
tropical, and like it's got this like hangar overhead where a helicopter can drop inside of the ship and like to use your guns on the people. It is absolutely insane. The operator to the specialist, whatever, he has like a mounted turret that he can place down and stuff. So I mean, there was just like so much cool stuff here. The map looked amazing, right? It looks like it's
Yep.
going to be great. Which the last map they added, Exodus, is the best map in the game right
Right.
now. So
Right.
maybe this will be hopefully on par with that, taking everything they've learned with the flow of this game's kind of, I think, maybe helping them with some of these maps as well. So yeah, as far as content wise, it's not like one of these huge like Pacific dumps, right? Where they've had like the whole Pacific map pack where you have like 4 or 5 maps or whatever all come at once and all this extra content. But you know, season 2 is coming, then later this year, season 3, right? And it seems like there's going to be a decently consistent flow of this kind of content with it. That's keeping me intrigued. Plus, you have all the Battlefield Portal stuff on there as well. So yeah, I'm really happy with this, dude. One of our favorite matches was actually we went and played on Erica Harbor,
Yep.
right? Which was a old map. Forget which was a
Correct.
Bad Company 2, maybe, or I
Was
can't
it?
even.
No, I think it was.
Was
Was that a
Battlefield
four
4?
map? I
I
can't
don't
remember.
remember. Anyway, it was one of the
Yep.
classic Battlefield maps or
Yep.
whatever, and which has had a blast like going through and playing on some of these. So overall, it was a great experience, and I don't try and chill for things too much. You know what I mean? But like
Correct.
when something is like has an image that's out there, and I feel like it's not necessarily represented the way it's existing today, I feel like it's
Mhm.
worth discussing, right? Because if we don't discuss it, who is? You know what I mean? So I think people should give this game a chance if you like shooters. You know?
And I think it's important to note a couple things here, Mav. As dead as people say it is, you can still find a match instantaneously in under a minute. Normally under 30 seconds, we were in a match.
Hmm.
Normally it was like even like 10, 15
Oh yeah,
seconds.
it
We
was,
were in a match.
and we were
Right.
unlocking stuff after every single map. It was very
Unlocking
satisfying.
stuff.
Yeah.
Yep, almost every single one. And to add on to what Mav just said about season 2, they also put another update this week, and this one is actually
Oh yeah,
vital.
yeah, yeah.
They're listening to the community, okay? And they did another update prior to this season 2 announcement today. So one of the big problems of Battlefield 2042 for all of us old Battlefield players was the specialists. Okay, they took away the classes, which to a lot of people, there was a group of people out there who really appreciate it because you can kind of mix and match your classes and you can kind of all do the same thing. But that takes away from what Battlefield meant. If you picked a support class, Battlefield was always set up where you were rewarded for actively participating as a support class versus, hey, you can be anything you want to, just pick your favorite specialist and kind of mix and match how you want to, blah, blah, blah. Took away from a lot of the original feel that Battlefield has. Well, they've heard us complaining about this. They are bringing back the class system. They are going to keep the specialists. They're going to update the specialists. They've already done it once. They're going to update the specialists again, but they're going to divide them now into classes. So you are going to pick a specific class, and then your specialist within that class is going to have certain equipment that only your class has, right? Certain abilities that only your class has. That's going to be even more special when this comes back. I think that's going to bring us back to the glory days of Battlefield a little bit here.
Yeah.
And that's going to definitely help out. Also, they talked about, and that's going to happen season 3, they said. Season
Yep.
3, they're going to do the class system.
It's like in
They're
the
gonna do that.
middle of season 3 sometime. Yeah, not at
Yeah,
the start.
exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. They are going back and reworking the maps yet again. They've already done it once. They're going back through due to the feedback, and they're going to change the landscape of what these maps look like. They are adding more cover. They are adding more details because a lot of the maps when they first came out seemed really open and empty. They're going to be offering a lot better experience, Battlefield experience. They're going to close off some of the areas, make them more corridor-esque, so that you have those choke points more often, which become absolutely chaotic in Battlefield when you got 64 players. So they are going back and reworking all the maps as well. So again, you're not going to hear too many shows bring up Battlefield 2042 anymore. But like Mav said, it's important. It's important to get the word out there because, again, what is gaming about? It's about having a good time. Yes, if you've written off Battlefield, I totally understand why.
You can't forgive them. It's okay.
It can't. Yeah, I totally understand why. But if you've been on the fence, or you've been seeing some videos out there, listen, it's getting back to the point where I can highly recommend this game, and Mav can highly recommend this game. If you're looking for that Battlefield experience, you can jump into this and be confident that you're going to get that now. Whereas before it was hit or miss. Now it's more hit than it is miss. Sure, are there still some matches that you still got? It just didn't give me that Battlefield feel. Yes, but I got to say, after playing 9 hours, 6 hours straight last Sunday, that was a lot. It was probably like a 90 percentile hit for having those old school Battlefield feels.
It was a blast, stuff. Dude. It was such a blast. I mean, Jasper was like just tearing people up, though. I mean,
Jasper's a sweaty.
We're like number one squad almost every time because of Jasper. You see him as like number one in the entire game, right?
Hey, he didn't come until late. We did hit number one squad a couple times without him.
You're right.
So we were doing just fine without him, because when Jasper jumps in, all of a sudden you're match maked against other sweaties. So then the competition goes through the roof. And so that's when we start to dip down a little bit. But I gotta say,
getting like 60 kills though, like 60 something. Insane.
He's ridiculous. I was getting like 40 assists though, so whatever. And heals. Because I'm a med class. I love my med.
You're like, Mav, die so I can pick you up.
Yes. Oh man, I'm running into I'm the ultimate Battlefield medic, man, because I will run and risk my life. I don't care about my KD, so I'm running in there. So which most people don't do in Battlefield, unfortunately. But now with the class system coming back, that is definitely going to help that area out a lot. So I can't wait for that. All the new stuff they announced today in that trailer, the trailer, absolutely classic DICE Battlefield trailer. That's like, whoever does their marketing, whoever's in head of their marketing needs to get raises nonstop, because their trailers are ridiculously good. They sell you the game so well. Today was no different. Can't wait to try out the new character and get into it again, Mav. Hopefully, maybe
only a few days away. Yeah, man, I'm gonna be on it. I'm gonna get the battle pass and go on this for sure. Well, Pong. Wow, we do have a super chat. Yeah, we got heavy stuff. We got a super chat to get to as well. Shout out to Alvin with a $5 super chat. It says, I know there's a lot going on today, but did you have time to see the Atomic Heart combat trailer? Passes out from the hype. Yeah, we're going to talk a lot about that later in the show because there's so much big stuff today. So me and Pong talked about it before the show. We were going to start off with talking a little bit about Battlefield because, we had such a damn good time with it. And then we're going to go into this PlayStation stuff and Phil's interview and then Gamescom to end the show. So it might be a little longer than usual. I don't know exactly how this is going to go, but we got some interesting stuff. So
we do. All right, man. Let's first of all, let's shout out the chat because we got 89 people rolling in here tonight. This is a huge night. There's a lot of news flying around. Everybody's excited. Mav, you know what's funny?
Yeah.
What's funny, before I jump into chat here and talk to all of our beautiful people. Between this show, Xbox Ultimate, Steele and I on Saturday morning living split screen, and we had a lot of people talking about how we shouldn't be excited for this week, that we shouldn't be excited for Gamecoms. We should temper our expectations again.
Dude.
You know what? It's kind of funny, man. It's kind of funny. This is why we have always said, man, we are adults. We will hype ourselves if we want to. We don't expect anybody else to hype themselves up. If you're one of those people that get really disappointed when you don't see things, that's totally understandable. Mav and I are the opposite. We can get hyped, come out of a show, and even if it didn't live up to expectations, we can still feel okay. And we can still find a lot of good out of the shows. That's why him and I get so excited. That's why we were talking about, including Jasper too. Jasper was on that train as well. That there was a little something different this week, Mav, and that actually turned out to be real. And I can't wait to talk about it because this is one hell of a mini E3. Yeah. I said last week, I'm not saying E3. Well, it actually wound up being, in a lot of ways, even better than the E3 stuff we saw. And we're going to talk about that later. So
for sure.
Pretty crazy, man. Hey, Spider-Man 356, thanks for being the first person to jump in our chat tonight, man. Always good to see you. RSJ fan, great to see you. Nick's brother, you know what it is, man. Great to see you. Love the support. Doom Reaper, always dropping in by to say hi. Talos Ray, always great to see your name. Depka, you as well. Thank you. Go Poe. Great to have you in here. Save the Game Media. I believe that's Kevin. What's going on, brother? Great to see you in here as well. Alvin, what's going on? Masshole 1977. HTK 360. Brother Peter, great to see you from the NLG crew. Siki, my man. Awesome to have you joining us tonight. General Spartan 27. Brother, salute. Always awesome as well to have you in here. Ray Oid, you're always around, man. Awesome. Great to have you here. Let's see who else. Bob's Adventure with Scooters. Great to have you in here, brother. I know it's awesome. Awesome to have you. Marlesco, amazing to see you as always. Cyber Gunter 81, brother. Been too long, man. Always awesome. 3-Bit even decided to join us tonight. That's right, 3-Bit, the guy who works 8 hours, which is just, I can't imagine how he gets through the day at 8 hours. But great to see you, 3-Bit. Glad you could not fall asleep and join us tonight. Black Card A, what's going on, brother? Always a pleasure, sir. Shane, of course, man. Love the support. Always love to see you hitting up tweets on Twitter and all that good stuff, man. Great to see you. The one, the only, the fantastic writer from lordsofgaming.net, Chris Jones. Everybody go check out his work over there, brother. Awesome to have you joining us this evening. James Ogilevy. I don't know if I pronounced that correctly, but James, awesome to see you in here. Thank you. Oh, the one, the only, the brother from another. Steel Rain's got to drop in here. Still having mic issues, Pong. Oh, my God. I'm going to get you Saturday, brother.
You sound great right now, man. It's perfect.
I turned down my input, so yeah, I did turn it down a little bit. Decado, how you doing, sir? Great to see you. Andy Cruz, always dropping in to say hi as well. Micah Ford, you know what it is, brother. Great to have you in here. Andrew Cullenine, brother, it would not be a show without you. Caitlin, thank you for saying you're good, Pong. I appreciate you. Thank you so much, Caitlin.
Somebody awesome.
Love you, and thank you for all the work you do behind the scenes. Polly Baba, always dropping in here to say what up. Thank you. What up, Polly Baba? Who else we got here? We got John Wolf. The great John Wolf is dropping in here as well. Starting out with the smoke for the payers is the theme of the day, apparently. John, we're about to get into that, good sir. Interesting stuff today. Tony Grasso, what is going on, sir? Thank you for dropping in here and saying hi to me and Mav. Guardian Black, Infinite Umbra, the one, the only, Spooky, the breathtaking gamer, all you brothers. Thank you for dropping in here. Man, we can't do this show without all of you. Let me see if Retro Nerd, of course, dropping on in here. Naked HD, the good Naked HD, otherwise known as Farquaad.
Great to see it's you. The anti-Naked HD.
Not the spamming Naked HD. RDM, awesome to see you as well. Thank you all, one and all, for dropping in here. Mr. Joanna Dark, brother, great to see you. Vic the Click, know what it is. Thank you for dropping in here, man. Wouldn't be a show without seeing your face. DS Omen, awesome to see you. Wilfrey Rosario, yo, what is going on? Great to see you dropping in here. Who else we got in here? Man, oh man, we got so many people dropping in here tonight because this is a big week of news.
Game Plato from France.
Oh, Game Plato from France. Oui. Thank you for dropping in here. Appreciate you very much. Dark Zone 2525. Great to see you. Safe Space Invader. What is going on, man? Great to have you in here as well. The blue one, always dropping on in. OCD Gamer. Again, wouldn't be a show without seeing your face, man. Appreciate you dropping on in here as well. Nicholas Lund. Great to see you as well. Man, Roshan Eppinger. Yes, Roshan's in the house. Roshan, great to see you. Blue Moon FC, brother. Great to see you as well. Man, oh man. Listen, I think I got everybody. If I missed you, I'm sorry. We got a lot of people. Got nearly 100 people in here tonight.
Yeah.
We knew this was going to be like a lot to talk about. Mav and I have been in the DMs more often than normal because of everything going on. DM's been lit from morning until we got on. So this has been a hell of a day. So let's jump into this, Mav. We're going to get the ugly news out of the way.
Ugly news.
And I'm going to talk about it a little bit. Sure, most people know what we're going to dive into out the gate. I'm going to give you the floor because I know you've been putting out some, for you, some extra spicy tweets too. And I know you got
a little bit, not too bad.
You got a little rant, and you got some things you need to get off your chest. So I'm going to talk about this first, and I'll give you the floor and let you go on and do your thing here. Bring some smoke. Anybody who has been working all day, has not been paying attention to gaming news, you may not have heard, but today we got what can only be kind of described as an unprecedented event in this industry. Something truly that I did not think we would see, as bad as everything's gotten. So, PlayStation announced today that in certain regions of the world, United States is excluded, and we'll talk about that. But in Europe, UK, Japan, China, Australia, Mexico, and Canada, they are increasing the price of both the digital and disc versions of the PS5. Roughly, it comes out to about a 10% increase. I'm going to read this article from Forbes real quick, done by Eric Kane over at Forbes. Sony announced an unprecedented price hike for the PlayStation 5 console today, in a move that has gamers scratching their heads in disbelief. It's almost unheard of for a video game console to get a price increase, but Sony chalks up the price hike to supply chain and production issues still wreaking havoc on supply, in large part due to the complications from the COVID-19 pandemic, as well as an ongoing inflationary pressures. We're seeing high global inflation rates, as well as adverse currency trends impacting consumers and creating pressure on many industries, the company informed us in a blog post. Based on these challenging economic conditions, SIE has made the difficult decision to increase the recommended retail price of PlayStation 5 in select markets across Europe, Middle East, and Africa, Asian Pacific, Latin America, and as well Canada. End quote. The United States appears to be one region exempt from the PS5 price increase. Here's what a PlayStation 5 console with Blu-ray or digital edition will cost you. So, listen, Europe, it's going to be $549 or $449. UK $479 or $389. Again, remember, we're going to see differences here because they're UK, they're obviously using pounds.
Yeah.
Europe, they're using the euro. Both the euro is not doing well against the American dollar, which is part of this as well. So that's what's happening. Japan, 60,478 yen or 49,478 yen. China, what's China? Yuan? I think it's yuan. I think 4,299 or 3,499. Australia, this is going to be Australian dollars, $799.95, bro, or $649.95. We already know Australia and Canada get hit bad.
Hopefully you already got y'all PS5s, mates.
Yep, hopefully you did. Mexico, going to be 14,999 pesos or 12,499 pesos. Canada, 649 or 519.99. I think to add to Canada, because we have so many community members from Canada as well, the mag put out the price. He said after taxes, which is heavy in Canada, because they get free healthcare, which he'll always remind you of. Because of the taxes, a PS5 with one game will run you $800 at this point.
Wow. Oh. Yikes.
We're going back. Mav, you were old enough, I think, to remember Panasonic 3DO, $1,000. We're getting to that price point at this point now. Let me start out, Mav, and I'm going to turn the floor over to you.
No, you're good.
So
you're good, man.
So obviously, folks, this is not good. This is unacceptable from a consumer gamer standpoint. Passing the cost of what's happening, whether it was the company's fault or not, and most of it wasn't, just like Xbox, just like Nintendo, they didn't plan for any of this to happen. Passing that to the consumers, to the gamers, is one way you can go about it from a business standpoint, right? We all know that. We're not dumb. Again, these people, there's a lot of people in this community that like to always take the business side of things, to do their big brain thinking about why Sony has to do this and try to shut down conversations from regular gamers.
Macroeconomics.
Yeah, macroeconomics. I talked about this last weekend because the $70 game thing came up on Steel and Ice show, which I didn't want it to, but Steel brought it up. So I went on a rant about the $70 things after Mav and I had a short one, or Mav went on his continued his rant on Thursday night, and I had to be here for it. I hate the $70 game conversation. But anyways, that macroeconomics word has been thrown around by some of the big brains out here to shut down conversations of regular gamers complaining about this price increase just from a consumer standpoint. Again, as I said on Living Split Screen last weekend, there's two ways to talk about this. There's the business side and there's the consumer side. Now, some of it overlaps. But from the standpoint of making arguments, if you're going to jump into people's conversations when they're complaining on Twitter as if they are having a discussion about the business side of saying things and saying, hey, Sony has no reason from an economic standpoint to do this price increase. Why are they doing this price increase? That's not what people out here are fighting for. People are out here fighting for their wallets as a consumer, as a gamer. So you can't walk in and try to shut down their conversation with your macroeconomics. Okay, that's not the same conversation that's being having out here. Now, I'm not talking about the console warriors. We know there's that whole crowd too doing this for the fun of it. Talking about legitimate people who want to have discussions. So from a business standpoint, I'm going to let Mav do more of the consumer stuff because that's where he is definitely coming from when it comes to his rant. Business side, we know all this happening in the world. Obviously, all these companies are getting hit. We've seen price increases in our own lives through food, through everything else. We know what this is. We're not dumb out here, okay? It's happening everywhere. So obviously, Sony's getting hit. So from a business standpoint, they can pass that along to us, which is what they're doing here. Take the optics hit, which is one of those crossover points between consumer and business side of things. The optics is where we meet in the middle. They didn't do this lightly by any stretch of the imagination. It's not like Jim woke up at 6 a.m. this morning, called up the Sony board and said, guess what? We're increasing prices. No. This has been a long conversation. It's been coming. A lot of analytics have been done. They knew the risk. They knew what the optics it was going to cost them. Hence why we don't see a price increase in the United States, because the competition with Xbox here is much more stiff than anywhere else in the world. This wasn't a just willy-nilly decision. But a couple things here. When you do this decision, you better have very good reasons. And right now they don't, because they just came out and announced that they had record profits and that their consoles were making money. That's right, folks. They were already making money. We've known for a long time, anybody who's followed in this industry, that normally consoles take a loss out the gate, and it's usually for the first couple years that they take that loss. Sony already was out here proudly stating that their consoles were already making a profit for them.
Yeah.
You come out and brag about that stuff and then turn around within a month and tell your consumer base, by the way, yeah, that profit, we want to keep as much of that as possible. So all this extra expense that we got going on right now, you guys get to pay us more. Listen, this is not good. This is not a good look. I will never cap for this. It is a business decision. I understand the reasons behind it. But as Xbox confirmed today, and for anybody who did not catch the news late, Windows Central, VGC, all had reached out to Xbox for a statement and obviously asked Xbox if they had any plans on doing an increase themselves. Xbox came out and said, we have no plans at this time to increase the price of our consoles. So Xbox is saying no. Again, they did the standard. They're not going to paint themselves in a corner. It's not going to be, no, never are we ever going to raise the price. A lot of things could happen. The economy's not going to get better. In fact, it's probably going to get worse as we go into next year if the trends are holding up. So there could come a time, but right now, Microsoft is going to eat the costs themselves. Now, this brings up another point when it comes to the business side of things. Sony could eat the costs. They could easily. Again, whether they take it off the console and say, hey, the console's not making profitable anymore, we're taking a loss on the console now, whatever the case, they could eat that 10% roughly that they're increasing everywhere. They could do that, which would be the smart thing to do at this time and point. There's a couple different things at play here. Number one, Sony's breadwinner is PlayStation. PlayStation, outside of the insurance side of things and their camera division, but their camera division is nowhere near what the PlayStation side of things are and their insurance side is. Those are the only three really, really profitable parts of Sony. Sony depends on PlayStation for a majority of their income. That's the difference, obviously, as we know, between PlayStation, Sony, and Microsoft. Microsoft has a ton of different places that they can eat this cost at, including a war chest that's much bigger than Sony's. Sony's board obviously looked at this and said, no, we can't change our profit margins. They had just come out and talked about their profits. They had also estimated, they had thrown out their estimates for the investors as what their profits were going to look like. They would have to miss those marks in order to eat this cost. They obviously decided that the investors, much more important than the consumers. This is why Mav and I and many, many people throughout this community, we've talked about time and time again. This is why you don't okay things like $10 increases to games. That's why you don't simply just roll over and say, yeah, that's okay, daddy, hit me some more. Okay? That's why you don't do that. Why? Because it becomes easier for that company to make these types of decisions when you do that. When Xbox tried to raise the price of gold, what do we do in our community? We raged against it. Yeah, there were some apologists trying to talk the business side of things, trying to tell us why it was happening. In fact, even with our own community, there was people trying to tell us, "Nah, this is okay. You don't need to stop complaining. It's fine." No. We went on all our shows. The majority of people in this community at that time went on our shows, and we talked loudly. And within 24 hours, less than 24 hours, Microsoft had reversed it. In fact, by the time Xbox Ultimate was over with on that Friday night, it was done. They had already come out with a statement. Phil apologized, and they actually said that free-to-play games were no longer going to require gold. So they not only reversed their decision, but on top of that, they added a bonus to it for making that decision in the first place. This is why you don't do this, because a company like Sony, and again, they don't really care what this community thinks, but they still are out here listening. If you think they're not, they are. They get the natural kind of feel for how things are going in the social media realm. And when they see their people talking about, now $70, that's for quality. That's the premium experience. I'm paying for that. And I get that. I'm happy to pay $70. When you have a lot of people, even if they're the loud 1% screaming that, you give off the impression to Sony that, hey, you know what? Our community obviously our community is willing to pay more. We know that people out there right now are highly interested in finding a PS5. We know that we can't put enough on the shelves. So you know what? If we need to increase right now, this is the time to do it. We'll hit them now, and maybe we'll lose some people. Maybe some people won't want a PS5 anymore because of the price increase, but we'll have more than enough people willing to pay that extra amount for our premium service and our premium console and our premium games. Because we're just like Apple in that way. We know that there's going to be enough demand out there still that we'll be able to sell through our stock because we don't have enough to cover demand right now. That's how they get away with this stuff more and more. Now, could they have made this decision anyway, even if they had a really vocal group of people out here complaining about it? Sure, obviously it's business. And again, the Sony board really don't care at the end of the day, but would it have made them stop and think had they seen their $70 price point games not sell as well as they expected because there was more than a handful of people who stopped buying them? Or maybe there were some people screaming about the $70 from the get-go. Yeah, maybe it could have stopped them and gave them pause before they decided to put this loss onto the gamers instead of just taking the loss through the company and eating it. And that's where we get into the problem here. So again, business side of things, not here to debate it. There's always a reason why to do this stuff. This isn't willy-nilly. I totally get it. There's reasons behind doing it, but it's shitty when you see it happen this way, especially when the world, again, we're not going to be affecting the United States. Remember that. So when you say that Sony had to do this, no, they didn't have to do anything. That's why they avoided doing it in the United States, because the competition's so steep here that they knew they could not afford to do it. But they knew they could get away with it elsewhere in the world that's, seen 2-to-1, 3-to-1 PlayStation to Xbox sales in the past. They knew they could get away with it with those people. They took advantage of you. And that's wrong from a business standpoint, or from just a personal standpoint, from a consumer standpoint. And everybody should be upset about this because we know full well they're taking advantage of a situation to make this happen. Mav, I'm going to pass this to you. I'm going to let you turn on the smoke here because you have been riled up about this. You have put out a lot of tweets.
A few.
Yeah, a few more than your normal. Let's put it there.
Yeah.
I can always tell when Mav has got something stuck in his craw because again, you kind of understand Mav's flow on Twitter and his videos and all. You can always tell. And I knew this morning as the day went on, tweets from Mav started popping up more and more. So I knew this was boiling within him, kind of like the $70 price point for the games. I knew this was coming. Mav, you take the floor, Mav, from your standpoint, from gamer. Somebody who already owns a PS5, somebody in the United States who this is not going to affect in any way, shape, or form. Mav, how are you getting mad at this, Mav? You're not supposed to be mad at this.
I've actually seen that. I've just seen that take as well.
Oh yeah, I'm not supposed to be.
It's fake.
I'm not supposed to be mad at it.
It's fake. I can't be mad. It's fake mad because guess what? Like I already got my PS5. I'm in the US. It doesn't affect me. You know, it's cool. Right? Whatever, man. But dude, you'd be surprised enough. Check this out, dude. I sent out this email just hoping I could get a statement from Jim Ryan, and he sent me something back, and I'm going to read it for everybody.
Oh, wow. Breaking news, everybody.
Yeah.
I did not know this was happening.
This is surprising. I mean, we're just a small channel. I didn't think, Jimmy Boy there would actually hit me up and respond. So here's a statement from a letter from the Jim Ryan, president and CEO of Sony Interactive Entertainment, everybody. So listen to this. It says, on behalf of PlayStation, we would like to thank our most loyal fans for their support in our time of need. After announcing record profits and then following it up by announcing games are going up to $70 because of rising cost, you had our backs. As you all know, haptics aren't free, and we are premium and quality and stuff. Also, though we believe in generations and power of the SSD movements, helped us tremendously to have a great launch where scalper bots everywhere bought up our consoles in record numbers. Even the 100 PS5 digitals they had sold instantly, and it's because of you. Thanks for helping us with a great launch. This is so positive so far from Jim. I mean, you got to appreciate the fact that he's reaching out to the community and stuff. He goes on
from a hotel room.
Yeah, he goes on to say, when we decided we didn't believe in generations anymore, you had our backs and even embraced rebuying our last generation games at a more expensive price to show your support. We appreciate you so much. Now that we are going multi-platform and releasing our games on PC, we also decided to sell The Last of Us again with The Last of Us Remaster Remake to be able to bring The Last of Us franchise to everyone. Just what I know you have always wanted. Wow, Jim is amazing so far. He says,
this is heartfelt.
It is. It's so heartfelt. He says, thank you for spreading our message and being with us all the way. Our new PS Plus tiers, where we've found new ways of charging you for 99% of old content, has been such a okay thing for us. And we want to say thanks again for being excited and okay that we charge more than the subscription service we strive to be someday, Game Pass. Wow, that's so honest. You got to respect the honesty, right? He says, when we sent that letter to Brazil to tell them how desperate we are to keep Call of Duty marketing rights as it's crucial for our brand, you were there to defend us. When we got sued for $5 billion for overcharging you, your faith did not waver. To show our thanks and appreciation, this is crazy, to show our thanks and appreciation in this time of inflation, economic recession, and supply shortages, we have decided to double down on our policy of paying publishers to keep content off of other platforms with an exclusive quest in Hogwarts Legacy. This will be unnecessarily expensive and just generally unnecessary and pointless, but we have heard you and we know you love it. Because of this increased cost and due to inflation, we are raising the price of the PS5 to almost every major market to make sure our hardware is still profitable. Also, a side note, we have decided not to raise the prices to our US consumers because, you know. And to all the other places, we are going up on the price of the hardware. Thanks for taking one for the team. We appreciate it. Greatness awaits. Love, Daddy.
Wow.
What comments.
Wow. So I wasn't wrong when I said Daddy hit me again. Jim actually calls himself Daddy.
You know, I was floored when I got this. You know what I mean? Like, I didn't know what to think. I mean, he just like, you know, you see these people sending this message out there to everybody, you know, spreading this word of we appreciate the quality and the premium and paying more for things that started early in this generation, even before the generation started, actually, with the announcement of games were going up in price. With the whole Spider-Man thing being exclusive on Avengers, you know, see how that turned out. All this other stuff. Going on to now to the point of the ridiculousness of going up on the console price. We saw it once with Meta Quest. I was like, okay, that's you know, that's crazy. You know, $100 increase on that. Nobody else is going to do that. Sony was brazen enough to go out there and put that cost on the consumer. Not every consumer, just the ones, like you said, Pong, where they could get away with it. While they still continue to spend ridiculous amounts of money for stupid ass things like Hogwarts Legacy exclusive quest that nobody even honestly gives a shit about. Like, out there, PlayStation fans, please, people that are buying Hogwarts Legacy on PlayStation, were you like, hell yeah, that was a great use of millions. Yes, let's get that Hogwarts Legacy exclusive quest. Please, I'll pay $50 more. I don't think so. I just don't understand. You know, I don't understand the constant defense of this. And I see it all the time. I see it all over the place. Inflation, blah, 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 blah.
Macroeconomics.
It's I get that things are more expensive. I get that costs are going up. But guess what? The companies are still profitable. Right? PlayStation is profitable. In fact, they've been making a profit on the console since August of 2021, according to Bloomberg. And if you want to go back, according to Bloomberg in 2021, Sony is now reportedly making more money off of sales of its PS5 than it takes to build them, according to Bloomberg. That means Sony is no longer selling the PS5 console at a loss. So it can continue to crank out more and more PS5 units and make profit for the rest of its life cycle, assuming cost of manufacturing is able to stay the same throughout that time. Obviously, cost of manufacturing is not, so they may be making less profit. The PS5 isn't even a year old yet, which is what makes that all the most impressive. Though according to The Verge, Sony had a quicker turnaround with the PS4. The process to go from selling at a loss to making profit of the PS4 hardware sales spanned around 6 months. Compared to the PS5, took about 9 months. Still, the PS5 is now a profitable product from Sony in terms of hardware sales. That is actually from Bloomberg in August 4th of 2021. Now it's August 25th of 2022, and we have been announced a price increase in territories that lots of our friends live in. Pong, do I care about my friends? Yes, I do. Do I care that a company that is ripping people off, basically? I would say that's you can't say, because it's still a luxury item, right? Yeah, it's still a luxury item, and it's still an option.
Yes.
Right. So maybe that's a little strong, but I'll say taking advantage of, like you did. Like, the people there that are trying to get PlayStations are now going to have no choice than to fork over that extra money. When also still out there, how many scalpers still have warehouses with PS5s in them? Right? How many apartments out there just have stacks of PS5s in them? Because one thing is that nobody did anything about the bot situation to begin with. Those PlayStations aren't even being used, which could also help make more money for Sony, which could also help offset some of this extra cost. But regardless of all of that, guess what? They're still profitable. This is such a bad week. 2 weeks, 3 weeks, whatever. The first thing was the letter to Brazil, the regulators, coming at them and saying, you know, please don't do this, because our model basically is to buy exclusive marketing rights for games and content. And if you take Call of Duty away from us, there's nothing that can replace it. Right? Made them look weak. It made them look super weak. right? We talked about that, right? We expected them to kind of have some kind of weird take like that, right? Microsoft comes out and has their own response. Follow that up with after Sony sends that letter, and we got to see it thanks to the Brazilian laws, right? Follow that up with then Sony gets sued, PlayStation gets sued for the class action lawsuit, which we don't know if it's going to hold any weight or whatever, but it's still not a good.
It's frivolous, but it's in the news.
It's still not a good look in this time period when they just sent a letter basically saying that this is bad for business, and then they go and get sued for overcharging their customers, right? Follow that up with now you just got sued for overcharging your customers, and now you're announcing a price increase on your console, which you are already profitable on in the first place.
Yes, sir.
Woo, man. I don't know. Like, I knew Sony was arrogant, right? We all knew this. We all knew PlayStation was arrogant. You know, they had, their whole shtick about, premium and quality, and this is, as even journalists have said, this is HBO and Xbox is cable or whatever. HBO is going to turn into shit now anyway. But anyway, PlayStation is always had that image since last generation about these premium quality titles, right? We've been sold on all this stuff, and it's been believed by so many, by such a large audience, that they have just decided that, they don't even have to try and compete with the value market, with value anymore, right? It's just like about maximizing the most amount of money they can make for selling individual things, right? Like selling the console, how much are you going to be able to make off of it, right? Selling the games, how much are you going to be able to make off of individual games, right? They got to go up 70, right? That's fine. It's in stark comparison where you have this whole ecosystem on Xbox that's going across, and we're going to talk more about this with the Phil interview, and making money in so many different ways now that it's actually becoming this huge monster of a business, right? And Sony's like stuck in this weird place, and it's like, but we need to make money on that, but we need to make money on that. And it's like, it's not resonating with the audience anymore. And I think they're actually, with this, losing some of that respect that they had. I've seen takes now from people that usually defend them.
Yes.
Not doing it anymore. Right.
No, I've seen plenty of that. On top of the regular clown show that always does, no matter what, I have seen a more moderate class start to develop now of Sony fans who were a part of the clown show all the time, have now come back and are actually starting to speak out and say enough's enough. Enough. I can't defend this, which is the right thing to say, because this community is a bunch of gamers. Okay. Bunch of gamers. So that's, I have seen that too as well.
Yeah. It's just weird, man. I mean, you broke down so much of it so well, and you like 100% grabbed a lot of my thoughts on this. It's like, I've been a little messy on Twitter today because of it. I mean, it's just like, there's certain times when certain things bring it out of you. You know what I mean? And it's out of like frustration and fun. Like, oh, you got to be kidding me. Are you like freaking serious? You know what I mean? And these things just don't make sense. Like, you see that stupid, like, again, I brought up the Hogwarts Legacy thing. I wonder how much money that cost them, right? With a
marketing deal or whatever.
What was the Capcom one was like $5 million for marketing rights on that. That didn't even include exclusive content, I don't believe.
Right.
Right. So who knows exactly how many million this is, right? For the Hogwarts game. But you're going to go and turn around and like use that for your business to like, because it's so important to your business model, right? That it's more important to you for your business model than having to go up price on your console, right? Like, it's all one ecosystem. You know what I mean? Like, they have to report their overall profits for PlayStation and or losses or, revenue, all that stuff with all their financials, right? Sometimes hardware makes less, sometimes services make more. We saw Xbox had actually a little hardware dip last time, but they actually had increase with services that helped offset things, right? Mm-hmm. There's ways of making money and helping build this ecosystem in business other than passing on the extra cost of a hard time to the consumer, which is only going to hurt them and also raise again the barrier for entry into the ecosystem. They have been doing this nonstop. This generation is raising the barrier, raising the barrier, raising it, raising the barrier, while Xbox is knocking walls down. It is two opposite approaches here going, and this is why when Phil Spencer also had, and we're not Phil Spencer, but Xbox had replied to the PlayStation regulation letter to Brazil about like they're afraid of having to go with this model because they like the old school. And you even heard Phil comment on that in an interview being, saying like there's some in the industry that don't like this path, right?
Right.
That don't like this path. Well, who do you think he's talking about? Right? Yeah. We can already see it right now. One company is out there making it an exclusive premium experience to be a gamer. And if you can't afford it, too bad. We got the products that are the most desirable, although this generation so far has been pretty good, but it ain't last gen.
Nope.
And with what we know is coming down the pipeline for Xbox and PlayStation coming up, all of those games that we've seen from Xbox get announced, all of those games are going to be coming. One has such a clear dominance and value. Right. And the other one's value just got worse. In almost every part of the world that is a major market, except the US, because, they won't do it here.
Nope, they won't. They won't at all. Let's bring this back a little bit, Matt, to, again, from the business standpoint, this shows this is self-created in a lot of ways by Sony because they held on to the old business model for too long.
Yeah.
Because they fought against where the industry was going, because they didn't want to change their whole business model, because again, they don't have the resources that a Microsoft does to do this in a flash. Whereas Microsoft, even with all their resources, all their backing that they had within the company, within the corporation, it still took Xbox from 2017, 2018 to get to this point today. So that's 4 years. Okay, we'll just say 4 years to get to this point that we see all of the preparation, all of the work put in behind, all the money invested, finally starting to come to fruition now, right? All those seeds they planted back in 2018, we're starting to see that. Sony this entire time, and again, that's why I put out there before, I don't remember what show I was on, but I said this is a lot like the parable of the grasshopper and the ants, right? The ants preparing for winter, working nonstop, building up their stores, and the grasshopper out there lounging around, being lazy, having a good time, talking about how warm it is, asking the ants why they're working so hard. Why are you doing this? Well, you could be out here relaxing with me. Why are you putting all this time and effort? And the ants keep warning him that winter's coming, winter's coming. Next thing the grasshopper knows, he hasn't done any preparation whatsoever. And all of a sudden he wakes up and there's snow on him. And he's got no food stored. He's got nowhere to go to protect himself from winter, right? That's a lot like what happened here. Sony saw this coming. They started PS Now before Game Pass. They bought Gaikai for $300 million. They obviously at some point saw that the future was going to be streaming. They've seen Netflix grow from nothing to 200 million subscribers. They saw the technology moving forward within the gaming world, getting to this point where this could all happen. But they chose to ignore that. They chose to rest on their laurels. They closed down studios, which, again, we can argue that's why Jim was put in place, was to kind of trim the fat so they could kind of make some changes that they had to. But you saw them, even before Jim, start to give up on IP, start to close down old IP, start to kind of put in the closet, put in a box, put it on the top shelf, forget about it, the kill zones, the motor storms, all that stuff, because they had one thing that they became masters at doing, and that thing made them kings, okay, for a generation. And we know that that was not the only thing that did. Obviously, Xbox missteps in the beginning of the generation helped them, but they dominated. Absolutely freaking dominated. Xbox is now confirmed over 2-1. Okay. They lost 2-1 last gen. That's worldwide. In some areas, it's like 4 or 5-1. Okay. Sony dominated, but they didn't go ahead and start looking towards the future and start changing their business model and start preparing for this time. They saw what Xbox was doing with Game Pass, and they snubbed their nose at it. They said, unsustainable, not going to work. Like a lot of people we hear. They did that. We're not going to do that. Look at us. Why would we? We're kings. We're dominating. We know what we're doing over here. They got that smugness back again from that PS3, beginning of PS3 era, because they won another generation. They dominated another generation. And this is what happens now. Now you see them in this position where when push comes to shove and they need to either eat a loss or pass it on to their consumers after they've been buying up Bungie for $3 billion, after they've been buying all these other studios, Nixxes, Haven, etc., after they've been doing these deals like Mav just pointed out, still doing these old type deals. I thought we were done with this extra content nonsense, but whatever, I guess we're not. By doing all these deals, by going out, trying to now start changing, they are so far behind that when something like this pops up, an unprecedented event worldwide that's cost companies billions, millions of dollars, all that kind of stuff, costs all of us as individuals huge sums. They said, no, we know everybody's having a really bad time, but our analytics say that we cannot change our profit margins. In order to get where we need to be, we are going to have to push this on our consumers, no matter what the optics are, no matter how much flaming we know we're going to get. We have to do this. This is what happens when you're not preparing for the future and resting on your laurels. And that's what Sony's done. Again, I criticize Xbox for the beginning of last generation. I bought a PS4 instead of an Xbox because of it. I flamed them back then. I flame them every time they try to do something stupid now. Blamed them for not having any exclusive first-party big titles this year. It's all spilt milk. But right now, Sony's deserving of this. It started with their $70 games, like Mav said. It started with the lies out in the beginning, just like the PS3 era. I just watched the Kaz videos again today because people were posting them when he was up there. The next generation doesn't start until we say it starts. He literally said that on stage. And that's what Jim Ryan was doing yet again when he said, we believe in generations, right? That's exactly almost the same language, saying we control this. We're doing this, not Xbox, nobody else. Nintendo, nah, we are controlling the market. And it was all lies. It was all smoke and mirrors at the end of the day. And we found all that out. And now it's culminated to this point where they have to come out with this news today of all days, when inflation is higher than it was in the late 70s, early 80s. And again, not talking about the United States here because we're not being affected because they're in a war right here, right now with Xbox. But everywhere else that they can take advantage of across the entire world, that their name is still king, they're taking advantage of all those people. And those people are even hurting harder than we are in some areas. And they're still going to say, nope, you guys need to pay us 10% more if you want to come in and join the PS5 family. You guys are going to have to pay for our mistakes on a long time ago. You guys are going to have to pay for it. That's shitty, man. That is utterly shitty. And I'm going to call it out every time. They should be eating this cost. They should be taking it from elsewhere. They should be figuring their shit out, but they're too busy, man. They're too busy. The Sony Corp is too busy to realize that they are damaging their brand once again for good. And if they think they're in a tight spot now, just wait. Just wait. Once Xbox gets everything rolling, and if Xbox is willing to eat these costs right now, which it seems like they are, and I'm not going to say forever, I still think there's a time we could see Xbox actually increase the price. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but I'm saying next year, if the economy keeps going the way it is, they might get to a breaking point where they say they have to, but I don't think so. If I was Phil, I would have a 199S in stores today, and I would have a marketing campaign out there, and I'd be crushing them. But I think that if Microsoft is willing to eat this cost and find it elsewhere, which they got plenty of places they can find it from, then I think that once the holidays hit and that 199 price hits for the S, which I think it does happen, even despite all this stuff, I think they still have a sale or two from certain places that bring that cost down to 199, and they have a family plan for Game Pass. Sony's going to be in a tough spot. They're in a tenuous position right now. I'm not saying it's a death of Sony. I never claim that stuff. They're going to be fine at the end of the day. They're in a tenuous position, and they just put themselves in even a worse position when it comes to optics. And again, if you say, well, it's community, it's a small community, word's going to spread. And when people start going into stores on all those locations and side by side, they start looking at a PS5 and it's at $30 more, $40 more, $50 more. And they start seeing that Series X, and they've been hearing some of their friends talk about it, or some other family members talk about it, or the Series S. You don't think that value is not going to play into the decision when they decide to go green instead of blue? Well, you got another thing coming, because that's exactly what's going to happen here. So, bad day, big L for Sony. No matter how you want to dice this, you can defend it all day long. You can say it's the business side of things. It is, but it's still not right, and it's not going to play well with consumers, and word's going to spread because articles have been written all day by a lot of different places that get a lot of traffic outside of this community talking about this price increase. So
you think they announced it like with Gamescom going on, so that way they're hoping that other gaming news kind of overshadows it?
Sony's not dumb, but it's not, again, it's too big. It's such a big announcement. I think Sony really, again, they put themselves in a position where they couldn't hold off any longer. They had to decide which way they're going to go with this because, again, they don't have the bankroll that a Microsoft does, or even that a Nintendo does. Nintendo bleeds cash. I mean, they just print cash on everything they do. So
and Nintendo's never even gone down on the Switch, right?
No, and they don't have to.
They got making on that thing.
Yeah, they got old tech. It's a handheld, so it's a lot cheaper to ship. All the costs that Sony's talking about here are all real.
Yeah, they're buying all the old trade-in iPhone 6 refurbs and turning them into Switches.
Right. So, but I think they finally had to be. I don't think they wanted to be the first out the gate, but I think they had to be. And I also think they did this, Mav, because as a lot of people pointed out, we've been starting to hear smoke that they're going to have a showcase, an actual real Sony showcase coming up at the beginning of September. They're going to announce that probably tomorrow or early next week, and hopefully hope that just covers up the stink of what this is, right? That's always been Sony's game plan. Whenever they do bad news, you can expect good news real quick, and I think that's probably what they've got in the works right now. So I don't know, man.
Crazy announcement, dude. Yeah, I mean, it's weird to think that 2 years after a console launch, it's actually going to be more expensive for a lot of the people trying to buy one.
Yeah, no doubt. Love chat. XYZ, good to see you. This is the spammer though, so we can't have him in.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. I just think. Do you have anything else to add to this?
I mean, no. I mean, we kind of said it all. I've been on Twitter all day talking to people about this stuff and everything, and it's just like, it's just gross to me. I understand. I understand the business thing, but like they're profitable. They're making good money on PlayStation. Even with some stuff being down, you got God of War coming out at the end of this holiday. As well, and that's going to fix that software sales decline that they had, which was pretty much the only thing that was in decline on their last reports, right? So overall, they're going to be in good shape if they have enough games coming out the next couple of years, which we only know about Wolverine and Spider-Man 2 and Last of Us remaster make and a couple other, like, we know Factions is coming, but we don't know like a long pipeline or like what years even to expect some of these games, right? So I'm real curious how it looks for the next couple years after God of War comes out. And it's just interesting. It's like their company's stuck between two worlds right now. And it's like you have the physical side of them, and then you have this like services side. The services side is struggling to try and catch up, right? And then you have this like console and game prices and all these things are just like they're just not with the program on things. And I've been against increases on price from the get-go. for any of this stuff. I don't think it needs to. I expect subscription services at some point to go up in price, because that's where a lot of the investment is funneling into, right? I mean, right now this is crazy cheap to get everything you get, but I don't expect the old school model to go up like this. You know what I mean? The old traditional ways to be raising the bar so much for people to be able to even get access into gaming now. And yeah, I mean, it's a shame. It really is. I know that the economy and the strain on supply and inflation, all these things play a factor. But like we said, there's other ways of handling it than passing that on to the consumer, and they chose not to do that. They chose the easy way out, and they knew that people were just gonna take it, except here in the U.S. again, which is crazy.
Right.
So we can go on to some other stuff that's more happy.
Yes, let's do that. Let's do that, man.
Let's get to some super chats first, too.
Yeah, if you got some super chats, and shout out to everybody in the chat too before you read those. And if you haven't hit the like button, please do. We got like 125 amazing people in the chat right now. Please hit the like button. It does help us out. We don't do the business side here very often, but again, with YouTube these days, it's like vital at this point. So please hit the like button. And if you got a second and you want to share us out because you like what you're hearing, please do so. It helps us in every way, and we appreciate you, each and every single one of you, for being here and listening, even if you're just lurking. Always remember that. Go ahead, Mav, grab those super chats.
Yeah, shout out to Depka, hit us with a $5 super chat. He says Hogwarts exclusive quest on PlayStation. That's hilarious, Mav. Yeah, that was announced today after that price increase, and that just had me like, oh, are you serious? Are you freaking kidding me? That's such a weird, ridiculous thing to have, like, exclusive. Also, I mean, I don't get it. Shout out to you, Dipka, again. Appreciate it, man. Gamer by Choice hit us with a $5 super chat. He says, fanboys, we are willing to pay more, Sony. Okay, let's test that. Rise prices on games and consoles and services. Fan. What the fuck, Sony? Great show. Yeah. Appreciate it, Gamer by Choice. Thank you so much. $5 super chat from BitCloud Gaming. Shout out to BitCloud. Shout out to some of these PlayStation creators I've seen on Twitter today. Also taking a stand, against this kind of stuff. I know there's some really good PlayStation creators out there, and BitCloud is one of them too. Like, speaks his mind, doesn't just run the company line, but also likes PlayStation a lot and has a lot of great PlayStation content on his channel. I also saw Joe from Trophy Room, right? PS Trophy Room, share his thoughts on it, and even if some people may be like okay with certain things, like a lot of people took a stand on this. And so shout out to you, BitCloud, with that $5 super chat. He says, let them know, guys. Salute. Appreciate you as well, dude. Gamer by Choice, again, with another $2 super chat. Appreciate you. He says, Sony listened to rabid fanboys instead of fans. BitCloud, if you want to pull up in here, dude, like, I'm good. I'm good with that if Pong is.
Absolutely. Of course.
Let me
100%. It feels like talking some more. Let's go.
Yeah, I mean, if we can maybe keep this conversation going just a little bit. Let me send you the link, bro. We'll get back to this, but I'll send it to him, and then you can get onto the. We'll talk about some of this other stuff real quick.
Yeah, no problem. We could do this for sure. So let's get on. So let's get on some more good stuff here. So Phil, good old Phil. Gotta love this guy. He does an interview with Bloomberg, of course. And interesting stuff. I want to watch it again today. I watched it last night, the full interview, because there's a lot to get to there. I didn't get a chance because work was too busy today. However, there's a lot to pull out of there, Mav. And there was a lot of discourse yesterday about the early comments that were leaked. A lot of people taking things out of context, obviously not hearing the full interview or reading what they wanted to read into this interview, especially when it came to exclusives. And Do you have your quote, the quote there, Mav? I think I can find it too. We both posted it at one point in the DMs, but Phil said that in the future he sees less exclusives, right? So everybody ran with this, like, again, as we've been through this a billion times already, ran with this as once again a big portion of the clown show, ran with it that Xbox is becoming a third party publisher, that's all they're going to do, that there is no more Xbox in the future, that there's going to be no more consoles, and that this was Phil was talking about. And obviously, with the quotes that he came out with, the official quotes, that's not what he was talking about in any way, shape, or form. We all know that Phil doesn't like exclusives. He's made that clear. And he's pointed out many times he still understands why exclusives right now are important. And man, we've had a lot of talk about this. You and I specifically have talked about the future and what we see for Xbox. And we kind of, again, our guesses through the crystal ball as to where it's going and what that means down the road. And I've said from the beginning that, hey, down the road, everybody's going to be a third-party publisher realistically, because eventually, there won't be a need for hardware at some point down the road. But this specifically, what he was talking about, do you have that quote, Mav? God dang it, I can't find it.
On the exclusivity?
Guys, late. Yeah, the one that you posted.
Let me find it.
God dang it.
Alrighty,
but again, hey, what's going on, Big Cloud?
What's going on?
Welcome to PM and the PM, brother. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Figured you weren't done talking yet.
Oh no. Oh no.
You like Mav and I? We could talk forever, right? So, Mav, while you're finding that stuff, we'll get Big Cloud's opinion on this. So, everybody in the chat, welcome Big Cloud Gaming to the podcast. Amazing to have you here, sir. Appreciate you so much. So, Big Cloud, you obviously, man, you've been around for a long time in this community. You've been obviously a PlayStation preferred fan. There's no mistaking that, but you are a gamer at heart. Mm-hmm. You understand the industry as well as anybody. You've been, you've seen it all. You've heard it all. So I know you've had a lot to say about this already, but man, just give us your overview. What are your feelings on the PlayStation increase at this point, raising the prices of PS5 during this time in the world where a lot of people are struggling, a lot of things going on? Yes, businesses as well are struggling, but we're talking about $1 billion company announcing record profits and confirming that they're making money off their consoles already. What do you think, brother? Where are you at with this one?
I mean, I dropped a video on it, and ironically, this came. The video was already uploading pretty much after, before Microsoft announced that they won't do the price hike.
Yeah,
and a lot of people, I guess, were wishful thinking, like, okay, well, obviously Microsoft's gonna follow suit, Nintendo's gonna follow suit, and I even said in the video, I'm like, listen, if I'm Microsoft, this is like the most free advertisement you can think of just to do is to put you in a best light. Don't do this. And literally they didn't do it. So it is what it is. Now, looking at the situation, inflation happens. It's normal in business. Absolutely. It's normal. But usually when inflation happens, that's usually when the console's not selling well. Usually. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
In this particular case, this console is selling record fast. If the system is out there for 5 seconds, it's gone in 0.5 less. You know what I mean? It's that fast. This console is selling. So when you have that working against you and them boldly stating this every month, it feels like PS5 broke a new record. We sold 20 million. We sold 10 million, right? The PS5 is the most must-have console. We're making profit off of this, by the way. We're not losing an ounce of profit because, components have stabilized. We can now produce these more. We can now do this, that, and third. Okay.
Yeah.
So
they just announced that too recently, that they're going to be able to increase their pipeline of actual PlayStations out there as well.
But according to the diehards, well, the wannabe diehards, they're saying that, oh, well, Sony's the price of consoles is high now because of components. No, it's not. Components are actually fine. They're not having a problem with components. The problem is, and I've said this before, even when we had this conversation on Boom Show, where you award bad behavior. Remember how we talked about $70 games? We talked about a subscription service that doesn't offer as much bells and whistles as it should for what is being asked. You see what I'm saying? Sony has features that are missing. Why do we have wish lists on PlayStation 5 when you can't gift? You see what I'm saying? Where's the must-have stuff on this? And then people go, oh, we don't need that. We don't need that. A lot of PlayStation do sound like Wii U fans back in the day. We don't need these features, but it's sad. It's sad but we're here. When the whole thing happened though, when I read this, I was thinking, okay, that's odd. Why would they do this? Why would they be the first one to jump on board with this when you just announced that you're doing so well? And you got to do saying it's business. It's business. Mm-hmm. Okay, no, valid comment, right? It's business. Sure, it's business. Sure. But why are we paying for it? Why are we ones to being targeted for it? You see, if it's business, and mind you, now people are comparing luxuries to necessities. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
People are saying that consoles, they're putting consoles in the same conversation as everyday expenses or everyday stuff that we need to go about our day from start to finish. People are comparing these consoles to you going to the store and buying,
bread,
water, food, milk, and all that stuff. They're doing all this stuff, and they're like, well, see, this stuff goes down. See, you would have a point if you had multiple avenues to get to that product. You see what I'm saying here? These are one purchase ways you get these. That's it. You're done. PlayStation and Microsoft have introduced subscription services. It's a whole new ball game for them in terms of making that money back, especially when we're talking about recurring revenue on a monthly basis. Mm-hmm. So if people want to sit here and act like Sony is charging us is okay, whatnot, think about the message you're sending in the long-term haul here. Because first of all, what are we really buying? Sony doesn't have it's wild because Sony doesn't need to do this. You got Last of Us dropping next month. God of War is in November. You got the deal with Callisto Protocol. Right? Then you got Dead Space at the beginning of next year. You got Spider-Man 2 next year. Wolverine. You see what I'm saying? There's tons of stuff you got on your pipeline. What exactly are we paying for at this point? Why should we pay for it when you're going to make this money back tenfold in a couple of days? All they had, and you have a subscription service. You would think logical, okay, maybe up the subscription service. People might complain, but guess what? It's better than you paying for more for a console. Mind you, a console that Sony can't guarantee in your hands.
Yeah.
Games are $70.
That's part
controllers.
That's part of it too, Big Cloud, like I was saying, right? Is they're taking advantage knowing full well that they can't make enough to meet demand right now. So they can go ahead and do that and take the hit. Like people are going to drop off and say, well, I'm not buying a PS5 now, but they're still going to have such a big group of people willing to go ahead and purchase whenever they can find one that to them, again, the investors were more important than the consumers were because they know they have an overflow of consumers right now, right? That they can't meet. Right.
And not only that though, these particular consumers we're talking about kind of do the PR for them. In a weird, creepy way. You know what I mean? Yeah, a good chunk will do the PR for them. They're like, oh, well, it's this, that, and the third. It's like, no, and no. I just saw one of the worst takes I've ever seen on this whole situation. There was a video, dude basically blamed us, the consumer, for overreacting. And I'm sitting there going, you're blaming us for overreacting, saying we're clout chasers because of this situation when he just flat out said F you to these other markets. Now, mind you, if you were in that market, you wouldn't have this energy. And make no mistake about it, I wouldn't rule out the US getting a price hike at this point either when you got people complacent and running their mouths like this. See, the reality is too, and this is where it comes full circle, and you got to look at the thing. The markets they're doing the price hike for, Here's what they all have in common. I want everybody in the chat to really pay attention here. All the markets that they're doing this in, they're outselling the Xbox Series X either 2-1 or 3-1.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The US, they're not.
Right.
US, Microsoft is caught up.
Yeah, it's a very close margin now. It's like within like less than 100,000 total. Like
exactly.
Yeah. It's like neck and neck. In fact, I had thought they were going to actually surpass them in the US because that's what the trajectory was going. Sony had a couple good weeks where it kind of spread that gap just a little bit back again. But you could have within a month, it sway back and forth right now, right? Within the market share in the US, which is the biggest market also, right? So it's crazy that they've done that, Big Cloud. But, you know, it just kind of goes to show that the attitude, right? Like the attitude that they have towards the entire business model, which has been, we've seen it in the PS4 generation, right? But that was a different time, and they were doing so many great things at then that I feel like it really won over consumers so much because of the high quality games. They had a cheaper console than the competition, and it was more powerful, right? At launch. Then you follow that up with all the exclusives and all that stuff. But now it's like, okay, well, the power is like pretty dang close, right? And you could, some people say PS5 is more powerful, some people say Xbox, and you know, but overall, the numbers look like Xbox slightly has a slight power edge, plus the same price, right? Then also Xbox has another really low price option of entry into the ecosystem with a Series S, which is something PlayStation didn't do. They met in the middle doing that, the digital version, which they didn't make very many of, right?
Oh, we called that when we started
the unicorn.
We started calling that the unicorn.
Yeah,
it's non-existent. People's like, well, I got one. Good for you.
Yo, that's part of the good news. That's a silver lining in this. All the digital price increases don't really matter, right?
Oh, and by the way, you're still paying more for digital price anyway.
Yeah.
So it's like you don't win regardless. You see what I'm saying? And hey, Biggie, that is true. Yes, they already did do a price increase for the US, but here's the thing. So did these other countries. Like some of these other markets had a price increase for PlayStation as well, until they announced this other one. You see what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. Like nothing's off the table. Don't be surprised if you get one for the US whatsoever. And you know, them dropping news on it, like that's crazy. Gamescom, the biggest thing we got from PlayStation out of Gamescom was the new controller, right? The new controller, the new Elite controller. Now you get this news coming out. Do you guys expect that controller to be 150? Because I sure as hell don't.
I think it's gonna be 175, 200 bucks.
I don't.
175 would be the lowest. I'd say it would be 200.
PSVR 2. You expect that to be $400?
5.
No, I expect 5 now.
I think they're gonna have a hard time even selling it at 5 now, with them feeling like they need to go up on price on the PlayStation hardware.
And like, that's the scary part, Matt. That's the scary part.
If they're willing to go up on the price on the PlayStation hardware itself, which we know that how expensive that VR tech is, right? And everything that they're putting into that device, because they announced the specs, and it's crazy. Like, it's really high end. It's a really good headset, right? And it's going to be made for enthusiasts and stuff, but we can expect that to be $500, potentially even more than that, right? So again, the cost of entry is just getting higher and higher. And people are like, well, it's for, you know, if you don't got no money, don't worry about playing over here. Well, that's not a good business model for a gaming company to have. You know what I mean? Like what you want to, that's like old school thinking of like, we're going to have this premium product. And, you know, like, for example, you have right. Well, you have like this isolated small ecosystem of high end products, right? But then you have a massive ocean of like that middle ground, like good value products out there, right? You don't want to be, if you're in a mass consumer market where you're trying to sell digital products to people on the massive scale in that niche, like high end market, because guess what? It's not going to scale like they want to. Now it works for where they've been, which is that 150 million mark. Could they make that towards the end of the generation? Probably not this gen. However, like they've been around that before, right? 120 whatever million.
Yeah, that's the closest they got, was like 127, something like that. They got super close, and it was like, okay,
but
bad.
The game's changing now. Even Jim Ryan himself is like, that's, you know, we're capped with the console market, right? They're even having trouble getting as many consoles as they want out there.
Yeah.
So then you're capped at that. You're like, they're realizing that, well, we're not going to sell any more anyway, because we're selling every one that we can make. So what does it harm us if we raise the price? We're just going to make more money. Right.
Mm-hmm.
And
that is true.
As far as the other stuff, they're so far behind right now on the services that they're more focused on recouping their costs on this stuff and battling Microsoft to lose the freaking Call of Duty rights right now. It's because it's going to be bad for their business, that they just basically are like, you know what, we'll just get to this stuff when we can. We're trying to do some stuff in the back end. We're building that. You can see they're making the moves, all the acquisitions they made with Nixus and Blue Point and
PC seems like the most viable option personally for both if we're really looking at this in a long-term haul, because really, you might say the internal cost to get into PC gaming, give or take, might be a little bit expensive, but in the long run, you're saving a lot. You know what I mean? You're saving the most over here because you're not really missing out on anything. You're getting it all. The way Jim's been pushing PC, this whole day and date thing, a lot of people were like, "Oh, it'll never happen." I'm like, guys, I've been hearing this for so long. Listen, day and date's not happening. Like before the goalpost always moves. Fong, you've seen this firsthand. First, they're 5-year-old games. I don't care. Well, as long as they're not yearly releases, I'm okay.
Right
now, they're less than year releases. Well, as long as it's not day one, it's like, dude. It doesn't matter if it's day one, the week of, you're going to buy the console if you're a console gamer. You're not going to leave something you're comfortable with to go to something that you have no idea of what you're getting yourself into. It is that simple. I don't understand where everybody gets upset about this. I don't understand why people get bent out of shape over it. It's not that deep. It is simple. You know what I mean? It's simple. You know where you are. You know what you prefer. You're a console gamer. You go about it. That's it.
It's not hard to see the future. Like everybody tries to act like this is some mysterious thing happening, or that only these companies that do this. I mean, you guys can't talk about this stuff. You don't know what's happening. It doesn't take a genius to see where this industry is going. It doesn't take, if you pull yourself out a little bit to the satellite view and you take a look at the big picture, it's pretty easy to see what's happening here. Of course, Sony's going to follow suit. That's, of course they are. Why wouldn't they? Again, the minute the tech catches up to hardware and gives us a
seamless transition.
All these companies are going to drop the hardware instantaneously because it's a gigantic R&D cost. It's a gigantic drain at the beginning of a generation. They will get rid of it, and we will all be like, okay.
Well, that was a good time. Now we're in the future. It was a good time. We're in the future. Gaming's doing great. And people need to understand that. I mean, people are acting like Sony, again, like dudes are acting like, oh, Sony's not egregious to do this stuff. Yeah, you guys are reaching. But I'm like, didn't we just have a situation with Sony and the PlayStation Plus tiers where they were charging us or back charging us for people who what was it? They overlapped their service. If I remember, that's what it was. They converted. Yeah. You had to pay the interest, and then they took that down. I was like,
that happened in Japan.
Y'all trying so hard. Yeah, they're like, y'all trying way too hard to move this goalpost. Listen, we know what's going on here. We're not dumb. Okay, Sony knows what they're doing. It's it doesn't make sense. Yeah, you can say it's business. You can say it's inflation. Sure,
it is.
But does it look good on them?
Optics
it doesn't look good. No.
Sony's and when you nickel and diming you every chance.
And when you got the competition just flat out saying, "Hey, listen, we're not doing this," people looking at you even more. Think about it. We pay more for PlayStation games. We pay more for controllers. We pay more for subscription. We pay more for the console. What are we getting? Now dudes are saying this is amazing because we're paying for quality. I swear to God, I feel like we're in the Xbox 360 versus PS3 gen all over. Yeah. Remember how when dudes use that same argument? Remember that, Matt, for Xbox One Live?
Yeah.
Oh, Xbox Live costs, so that's why it's better. I'm like,
yeah, and then the 360 had a lot of good exclusives in that early in that generation. The PS3 had some that didn't hit as well, right? And it was kind of like a battle back then of like just who has the best games, you know what I mean? And then and PS4 generation, Xbox One generation, PS4 just absolutely annihilated Xbox because Xbox lost its focus on what it was all about, right? And now they've got it back, but they also have the support of Microsoft fully invested, which they had never had to this extent before because Microsoft has more at stake than just the gaming market. They have the cloud market at stake, and they're using gaming to help grow that to an exponential level, getting all of this tied into one ecosystem that's attractive to a mass appeal consumer at a low price. And they're going to have it accessible on all these different devices across different, maybe in the future, like they said, maybe less exclusives because not necessarily about device, It's about
That was the best today,
ecosystem.
right, Mav? They showed off the cloud on a Samsung TV playing with a
Yes,
PlayStation 4
exactly.
DualShock.
It doesn't matter
Yeah.
about the box in the
No, they don't
future,
care.
right? That's what he was getting at, and that's what Sony knows that too, right? They're just not ready to take that step yet. They can't be oblivious to technology. It's a tech company, Sony's always been a hardware company first, right? And that's where the separation is here. Is they're having to look at this future of this industry that they've been in, where they've dominated really well in a hardware focused market. It's transitioning into a digital market. It's already 80% of their digital sales are now digital, right?
Yeah.
It's converted into a digital market. On top of that, now you have potential in the future where the boxes aren't even necessarily required, right? So a hardware company looking at that being like, well, shoot, like we need to make like this the most desirable thing we can right now, because they're trying to hold on to that as long as possible, because they waited too long to dive in to begin with. Now, they didn't have the muscle that Microsoft has to go ahead and jump all in right away, right? Like Microsoft did with Game Pass, but they could be taking more steps than they are now, instead of ass backwards moves like raising the price of the console.
Yeah, like you would think. I mean, okay, so you guys remember with the PS4, we had those bundled, like in select countries, they had like certain bundles, like they'll get like I forgot which was. Some would get like UFC games, some would get, you know what I'm talking about, like with PS4, they'll get those certain games. You would think they would announce something like that, like, hey, yeah, we're upping the prices, but we got some bundles. To at least make it look better, you know what I mean? At least you're getting something. You're getting a game. No, you're not getting anything. They're like, oh, well, it's up, you know. I mean, guys, you know, the price is up. I mean, you know, it's business. Like, even though we're not taking a hit on this, we're fine. You know, we're
and you got Xbox just this past week doing bundles with the S, right? With free games.
Yeah, with Target.
It was like, Target and Best Buy both. Like any brand new game, like basically every game was available. Like that, you just had to buy the S. Like that's the difference here. And then again, like you were talking about 3-bit, and that Mav and I were talking about that
3-bit
value or 3-bits. Yeah, I kind of do that every time. Big club. Sorry, man. I do that every time with the bits. Anyways, I think I did that on Boom Show one time too. Listen.
Yeah. Boom saying tidbits. Like, who the hell is tidbits?
Yeah, tidbits. Oh, God.
Oh, you said tidbits on Boom Show.
He said, awesome. No,
that's
Boom.
Great.
Yeah, Boom saying it's all like, who the hell is tidbits?
Yeah, no, big club. But like you were talking about, like Mav and I were talking about, that value separation just gets bigger and bigger and bigger. And like I said, if Microsoft is willing to eat the losses right now, if they're willing to eat the extra,
it'll look better in the long run.
It'll look better. And let's say Black Friday comes around, 3-bit or Big Club, and they take this hit now, and they are willing to even take a bigger hit come Black Friday, and they get that S down to $199 for Black Friday. That value proposition is too great. There's no way.
Not just that too, though. I mean, we can argue. I mean, obviously, this wasn't a good year for Xbox in terms of content. We can argue. We can argue.
I've seen somebody today.
But going forward,
sorry, real quick. I've seen somebody today, real quick, use that against the raising the price of the PlayStation, being like, well, if Xbox fans would have the same energy about not having any first party exclusives this year, then like maybe things would be better for them. And that's from a freaking journalist. You know what I mean? Like, what does one have to do with the other? There's been lots of Xbox fans upset about not having huge first party games this year. We've been extremely adamant about that. But anyway, continue, man. Sorry.
Nah, dudes, listen, there's a sucker born every minute. They're gonna take everything they got, man. But you know, in that case, that was a bootlicker you just brought up at that point. But going back to the thing here. Again, content wise, it has not been the best year for Xbox whatsoever. However, the long-term outlook, you gotta look at what they have with the studios, with the Activision deal done. When everything's set, they're gonna be fine. And you're in this conversation, though we're having it now, it's gonna feel like a thing of the past. We said this about Game Pass in the beginning, like, I don't know about this. Then look at it. Game Pass was like the hottest thing. You know what I mean? Everybody's all of a sudden wanting to get into the subscription service. You know what I mean? So you're gonna see a better result with the games down the road. Yeah, we have to wait, unfortunately, but again, dog, I'm just.
Were you surprised today, like when it announced? What was your reaction? Because you know you're primarily like a PlayStation like content creator, right? You have a great YouTube channel and everything, and you do streams, you do podcasts, all this awesome stuff. But you're very level headed, right? As opposed to some other shows that are out there. You know what I mean? So, what was your like?
I owe that level headedness because a lot of people think, okay, Big Cloud, you're some people are coming at me say, oh, you're being too much, man. You know, you're not using common sense. Really. Within 1 year, I've worked with IGN. I got to work with PlayStation by talking to developers and whatnot. Are you sure I don't know what I'm talking about here? Like, let's give it a buck here. Let's look at the situation here. Let's be realistic here. Has nothing against, me quote unquote, hating the box or anything, because I love the box. Even Sony knows I love the box, and everybody else, they know this. It's not about that. This is just us calling out a common problem. You see, people are giving this a pass, right? But they're also giving other things. They don't want to look at other stuff that you're also paying for. For example, upgrades. Remember that, Pong? You have to pay to get PS5 upgrades on PS4.
The director's cuts and all that stuff. Yeah.
There are third-party titles that are giving that for free.
Yeah.
Jedi Fallen Order, free. Resident Evil 3, Capcom announced, free. There are tons of games
all over the place. We called that out early on, and we got so much flack about that because of that. Well, no, it's worth it. You know, it's premium. It's worth it. If you're not willing to pay, then you're not a real gamer. Right. And that's the kind of message that was
next month. And think about this for a second. Now, again, you said premium, right? Next month, the main thing people have been hyping up for, even though I'm not saying anything bad, but I'm being realistic here. The main thing people are hyping up for Last of Us Remake is graphics. When for the longest time, we've all been speculating and asking for new gameplay improvements.
Right.
We're not even getting that. You're not even getting the multiplayer, but they're asking top dollar, $70 for that.
Yeah, and they're probably the only reason they're making that game is to bring it to PC. That's the only reason I think that even got kicked off is because they knew that. Well, remember they were like, we're going to bring all of our franchises to PC.
That makes sense.
Right?
That makes sense to PC for sure, right? That makes logical sense for PC. But I remember seeing dudes move the goalpost saying it's for the newer gamers for the PlayStation. But I'm like, last time I checked, the game already got a remaster. That was for the newer generation of gamers. It was called The Last of Us Remaster, and that was on the PS4. And it happened a year after the original because 360 users jumped the PlayStation. So therefore, it made logical sense to remaster that. But here we got dudes capping again. Oh, I got no problem. It's the best game ever. If you don't get the hell out of here with the 70, man, listen,
it just gets easier and easier for them, Big Cloud, to
the whole they just keep digging it. I'm like, what are you doing?
The more you allow them to nickel and dime you, the more they're just going to do it. When they come to these decisions, again, I said from the beginning, this was no easy decision. I don't think that this was just a quick call. Yep, we got to do this. Let's do this. I'm sure there was some analytics done here. I'm sure there was a lot of back and forth about the optics, what this was going to mean overall, what territories this was going to involve, all of that. I'm sure this was a business decision. But at the end of the day, when they had to think about it, they were just like, our people, we got them trained. We got them trained just like Apple does. They'll go ahead and eat this. Don't worry about it. They'll take it. There'll be some dissent, but they'll take it. The most of them will take it. And that's how you allow a company to, over time, just continuously cut you with paper cuts over and over and over again.
Or my personal favorite, Pong. And you see this on a daily basis. I take archives of this. I just take mental notes. I'd be laughing on Twitter. You say, hey, Big Cloud, you gonna do a video? No, I'm just enjoying the fireworks. It was like, hey, a game's announced to PC. Hey, a fan favorite PlayStation game's going to PC. Like one game that I called for months, Spider-Man. And I knew this because I had this conversation with one developer, said that this game is potentially gonna go off air, but he's like, oh, it's not gonna happen. It's like, yeah, Spider-Man's going to PC. He was like, I'm done with PlayStation. They took all the value out the PlayStation. Week later. Oh yeah, Last of Us Remakes announced. Man, PlayStation the best thing I ever seen. Xbox sucks. I'm like, do tell. I thought you were done. I thought we were done here. I thought you were gone. I thought you were going to PC. Here you are. Hyping up this guy. Hyping up this console. Like, what are you doing here? You never win with these dudes because the goalpost never stops moving. You never get through to them. You might get through to some, but a good chunk of them find something to cling on to. And all of a sudden now PlayStation channels sound more like Xbox-centric channels. But they mostly talk about Xbox. They don't talk about PlayStation.
Nope. The third place console.
Yeah.
Console that has nothing nothing to offer, but
Yeah,
they talk about it constantly.
It has nothing to offer, but we're talking about this the most. It seems to be like Microsoft's got more to talk about over than PlayStation. Because I'm telling you, it's been awful dry in these PlayStation streets. Not much news going around in these PlayStation streets. I'm gonna be honest. I would know because I cover it.
At least
Ain't
good
much
news.
going on.
At least good news. Yeah.
Exactly. Not a lot of good news. Then they go, big closet Xbox dude, because I talk about the negative. I'm like, I'm a PlayStation channel. It's PlayStation news. Right. Good, bad, whatever. I cover it.
Right.
So I guess a PlayStation channel in these dudes' eyes is me sitting here in front of this microphone slandering Xbox, right? No, that's not a PlayStation channel. No. And it is how it is. Dudes don't understand.
Yeah, but some people would mistake this for slandering PlayStation, right? And that's one thing too. Like, yeah, I'm more of an Xbox guy, but I also have a PlayStation. I love playing on PlayStation, and I always have. I've owned every single one, right? Yep. But we got to call out the stuff when it happens, right? And last generation, like, I didn't have a platform, right? But I wasn't calling out anything against PlayStation, right? Like publicly or on my other old Twitter profile, my just old personal one that I had before I started this channel and stuff. It was like, no, I was like, PlayStation's doing great. I want Xbox to do more of this kind of stuff. It sucks. Xbox kind of like lost their way. I still love Xbox, still love gaming on it, but like, hey, I wanted some of those kind of games over here too. Or like, they really fumbled the ball a lot, but things were going well. Like when you see that arrogance come out and you see these things start happening and stuff, it's like, you got to say something. And if you do, you come across as like, well, you're just like pro Xbox. Oh, I love Xbox. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I do love what Xbox is doing right now. Right.
I just, I love when like certain, like even with the Last of Us remake getting leaked, dude, and then, we got the official quick response video that Sony just threw out there because, they couldn't fan the flames. Oh, they had to fan the flames. Sorry. Dude's like, see, that video debunks the leaks. That video didn't show gameplay. Now, did it, guys?
Yeah.
So how did he debunk the leaks?
Yeah. I remember when that was even rumored, that was like a leak that came out that they were making one. They were going to remake Last of Us again. And people were like, what? Why is Naughty Dog doing that? Like, why is Naughty Dog working on it? Who wants that? Could they make another Uncharted or make another new IP?
Jack and Dexter?
Or where's Jack and Dexter? Anything else? But now that it was officially announced, everybody like that has to take that position. It's like, oh, we've always wanted this and stuff. And it's like, really?
No.
Really?
If any game is worthy of being remaked like Last of Us was, it's Uncharted 1.
Yeah.
Uncharted 1
remade,
did not
100%.
age well with the shooting and everything. It didn't age well.
Yeah.
I would love to see that get the full-fledged next-gen treatment. That makes logical sense because you're honoring something that spawned the legacy. You see what I'm saying? A legit legacy and end up being the game that saved your console at the beginning. Remember, PlayStation 3 was in the slums. Nobody wanted the PS3 until Uncharted 2 dropped.
Yeah.
That was the game that put PS3 on the map. So you would think you would honor that, but no, they want to say Last of Us, even though we played Last of Us twice, but now it's the third time. It makes no sense. What's next? Are we going to remake Last of Us 2?
Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah, of course they are.
Yeah, I'm about to say, are we going to remake this?
Has it come to PC yet? That's the one that has not come to PC yet, right?
Which one?
Last of Us 2.
Yeah, it's not on PS.
Yeah,
PC yet.
The next thing for that, I think that there will be like an upgrade at some point, and then there will be a release on PC to coincide probably with that.
Now, what's going to kill me is they re-release. This is where it becomes a circus. Like if they re-release Last of Us remake to go with Last of Us Part 2, like they try to say a bundle. Like, dude, I'm telling you,
bundle it.
Yeah, people are going to be
with the new factions on top of it. Yeah,
and then they ask 70 for that. Yeah. I swear, people are going to be pissed. I'm telling you, because it makes sense that they split the multiplayer. They're like, oh, wait a year. Why should we wait, Pong? Math? Why should we wait a year? It already has multiplayer. You mean tell me you couldn't put these same mechanics to the multiplayer?
Nope. Of course not.
Oh, I guess that's too much to ask. That's too much to ask, huh? Okay.
Minimal effort, maximum payout.
There you go.
That's what we do, Big Cloud.
There you go.
Oh, man. All right. Well, Mav, We have now spent 2 hours talking about this news. This was a great conversation.
It was big news. Thanks for hopping on here, man.
You gonna stick around?
Yeah, sure, go ahead, for sure. What do you want to talk about?
Yeah, we're going extra long.
We got a couple other topics to get to. We got Gamescom to talk about, and Phil.
We got Gamescom. Yeah. So
I think for Gamescom for sure. Gamescom.
Okay.
We'll do Gamescom now.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Sure. Absolutely. Let's do Gamescom then. Man, oh man, we'll switch gears here real quick.
Hey, Pong, which quote did you want me to find again from Phil? Was it the exclusivity one?
I've got him now. Yeah.
Okay, you got him. Okay. Cool.
Yeah, I found him in the background. Do you want to get super chats, Mav?
Oh yes. We backed up on that. Sorry, everybody. No, appreciate you, Ghostface Killer. Hit us with a $10 super chat. Appreciate you very much. He says, "I'm here to donate to the Sony tax fund." I'm sure Sony appreciates it very much. Wilbo Gaggins, sorry. I just watched Lord of the Rings stuff recently. So Wilbo Gaggins, appreciate you. With $2, it says a PS5 and one game in Australia will now be $925.
That's
Yikes.
Insanity.
But hey man, support the developer. What you laughing at, Pong? Support the developer.
Premium experience.
We pay for the best. What you got?
Like the 3DO back in the day.
You had a game all year, Pong. You didn't have a game all year. PlayStation #1, greatness. Buy it.
Gotta pay for it.
DS Omen, thanks for the $5 super chat. Appreciate you. Says Microsoft also increased their price in India by about 8% earlier this month. Do we really think Microsoft won't follow suit in the Western countries? I don't know.
They say they have another avenue they can do it. If anything will go up, it'll be Game Pass.
Sure. Yeah.
That makes sense in my opinion, because really their main marketing is what? Game Pass.
Yeah.
I don't see them.
But I don't see a lot of fallout from people depending on the price increase of Game Pass, especially after the Activision Blizzard deal goes through. Like,
dude, you're getting everything at that point.
Right.
All they got to do is say, "Hey guys, the legacy Call of Duty games are all in Game Pass." Boom, and now it's the price increase.
It depends on how much. If they go up like $10, it's like people are whoa. But just like subscription services, with the more investment that they put in and everything, you're going to see
it's going to go up
in incremental increases, and I think that's going to come at some point, but not now. Right.
And Microsoft has like 100 different avenues where they could absorb this cost.
Yeah.
Like that they could find out of all their other businesses, they could find the extra whatever they need, 8%, 7%, 10% to cover whatever they're losing through the economy. So they're fine.
Risk it for the biscuit. Appreciate you as well. Risk it with an $8 super chat. Says, I won't be surprised if they backcharge all of us who paid $7.50. I want to know what's next. What price rate?
You want to continue
what
to
price
use
raise BS will they do next? I'm sorry. There's
you owe us that Sony.
It's just like a prompt that pops up on your screen. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Like,
oh Lord.
To avoid account ban.
Scalpers are about to have a field day.
Wow. 125.
We hope y'all realize that Scalpers are about to have a field day with these sponsors.
Yeah. We realize that you have underpaid for your console by today's rates. Alvin, shout out with a $5 super chat, says it's been 24 hours and Bloomberg still hasn't walked back the home of Sonic.
Yeah, we were going to get into that.
Referring to Xbox that started the Phil interview. Okay.
Yes.
That's a little interesting. I don't know, man. That's a weird one, but all right.
It's weird they haven't walked it back.
It is as well. So let's get into the Gamescom stuff.
Yeah, let's get into Gamescom. So,
yeah.
Anybody sleeping underneath a rock? Guess what? We had a nice week of news. Like, awesome. Again, Mav and I talked about this in the beginning of the show. You know, we were excited for Gamescom. I had a idea and that this was going to be a little extra special this week. All of Xbox heads were out there this time around. They even had some of the cloud department out. I mean, everybody seemed to be pumping this up a little bit more. We had Keeley come out and say, hey, we're going to have some exciting stuff on opening night live. You're going to want to tune in. This Gamescom just had a different feel than other Gamescoms. We've had some announcements there, but this one just had a little extra spice to it. So I was a little hyped for this. I know some people have already admitted on other shows that they weren't expecting anything. A lot of people didn't even watch it, not expecting anything. But listen, let's start with opening it live. So, of course, Keeley, everybody's favorite person in the world, had one of his grand productions. And I got to say, in my opinion, this turned out to be one of his best yet. This is what I expected from Summer Games Fest, right?
Yeah.
This is the kind of
production,
build up production,
yeah,
having some new games. He did have some stuff at Summer Games Fest, but I expected E3 week to be like this. Well, we got it now at Gamescom. And so, Big Cloud, since you're the guest, we'll start with you, sir. Off the top of your head, or if you've got a list in front of you, I know you've been doing a bunch of shows. What were some of the highlights from opening night live outside of obviously the big one, Kojima's podcast announcement? I know. I mean, we were all just, I mean, that just blew us all away.
I was just dumbfounded when I saw it. I was like, okay, Kojima, I love you, but I'm like, you got the obvious product placement. It says Spotify. I'm like, Kojima, really?
Oh my god, it was so odd. It was so weird, but it was Kojima and it was Keeley, so it just made a lot of sense at the end.
It was.
So outside of that one, though, outside of that big announcement, what kind of caught your attention during opening night live?
Well, first of all, obviously, again, Jeff, shout out to Jeff. He had a good year this year, despite his shows not having some of the greatest announcements. Like Summer Games Fest, his big announcement got spoiled by PlayStation. Y'all remember it was The Last of Us remake that got leaked in the midst of the show, and then he did good for what it was. But this one right here, I was like, wow, he got like the Xbox centric like stage. I mean, the futuristic look.
That was a good
excited.
Stage. Yeah,
really, really cool. I like how they did it. They're really stepping up. Kind of makes you more excited for the Game Awards, if that makes sense. Like what he's gonna do with that. But in terms of the show, I mean, was it like jaw-droppingly good? Nah. There was a lot of filler in the show, but there were some games in here that did caught my eye. Like, for example, Liza P. This game, we saw snippets of it on Twitter. We saw that it was a compressed. But when I saw it, I thought, okay, I didn't know what it was. I thought maybe somebody was like creating those games with like, like an engine, like those Unreal Engine things. They were just showing it around, like, because it had Bloodborne mechanics, the way he was reacting. And I was like, that's kind of like Bloodborne, but it's like fan made. Then we officially saw it, and I was like, oh my God, take my money. Day one, I'm there. That is worth every penny. That I don't care if it's 70 or 60 or whatever. I want to support that developer because I love Bloodborne. I've been asking for that sequel for the longest time. So that right there was like easily probably my game of show from that particular one. We had Dead Island. Finally, this game was in developmental hell. I thought this game was never going to happen. Dying Light 2. Yeah, Dying Light 2, when I look at this, Dying Light 2 did get some DLC, but then when I look at Dead Island, I'm like, yo, Dead Island's bringing back the Dying Light 1 vibes. See, the reason why I like Dying Light 1, it had that kind of that silliness to it with the parkour, but it had that serious tone. Like when it turns dark, your heart starts racing like, oh no, I got to get to a safe zone. You know what I mean? Dying Light 2 felt like, okay, yeah, this is a zombie world, but it's your playground. There's no real sense of tension. If that makes sense in the game? No. Dead Island's like, oh, the tension's here, but the gore, we're also turning that up ×3, and it looked that good.
This through that zombie's face.
Yeah,
I was like
this is what, you know what I mean? This is the next tier, and it looks that much more great. So I was excited for that. Lords of the Fallen was a nice surprise. Wasn't Or the Lord. The Lords of the Fallen. Yeah. The Lords of the Fallen. I'm guessing it's a retelling. I'm guessing that's what it is. It's a retelling. It's a reimagining of it. So that was a nice reveal. They surprised me that they were giving away awards at the show, but I guess I don't know.
They did that last year too, and it just catches you off guard. It's supposed to be like stuff that's at Gamescom or whatever, but it throws it off.
But yeah, it's a good time to be a gamer. That's for sure. From it, Achilles' big surprise, of course, was the PlayStation Edge controller, DualSense Edge controller. Like, get the edge in combat. So we saw this new controller. You can remove the analog sticks. You can adjust the triggers. Pretty much everything an Elite Series controller does. It does. I've been asking for this for the longest time. It looks good. The reason why I would personally buy this, because the dead zones on the DualSense actually do have that on both my controllers. So I am looking to get that just to fix that, and have a better, sturdy controller. Hopefully they have a better return policy for this one, because even with the Elite Series controllers, a lot of people have been having issues. So hopefully they got that situated going into that. But that was a cool surprise. And I'm trying to think what else was there, because there was pretty sure some other games here that was announced. There
was a ton.
Callisto Protocol. That's what it was. the new gameplay for Callisto Protocol. That is my most anticipated game outside of God of War. That is an awesome way. When I saw that gameplay, that just was like, yeah, that's an awesome way to end the year. Love the new mechanics. I love how, the team over there is just so confident and they're showing off everything. The new dismemberment. It has even more dismemberment compared to the Dead Space remake. I remember when he was holding the dude as like a meat shield and somebody shot like a projectile in the arm and it had like a little bit of the arm and then the whole shoulder joint came out. I was like, okay, this is it. And then they regenerate. So that was a nice little surprise. And then we saw the deaths, which they keep showing off. They just love showing off the death of this character for some reason. So I wonder if that's going to be an achievement or trophy, like die every way possible or something. Yeah, because the way they keep showing it off, they're so hyped for it. But yeah, no, that's what that was. Overall, though, I thought the show was okay. Wasn't really like jaw dropping. I know Keely had a lot of hype for it. There were some cringe-esque moments in there, like the Kojima thing. I'm thinking, okay, Kojima's here. Cool. What's he gonna show off? Like a new game? He mentioned that he's working on 2 projects.
Yes.
So that was cool. So we know one is Xbox.
Yep.
And the other one is probably PlayStation or in between, whatever they're doing. Actually, no, the other one's probably God, what's it? Death Stranding? Maybe that's what that is. They did, because they did say it's 2. Yeah, so it was in production. So maybe that's what the other project is. So 2 games. We got confirmation of that. Cool. We saw Spotify on the side, and I'm over here thinking something tells me he's not going to say nothing game related. Yeah, and of course he says a podcast. It's a podcast. It's going to have 2 versions. An American version where it's going to have an interpreter like you would normally hear at a PlayStation conference in the Tokyo Game Show or Japan type of thing. You have a lady or a guy, translate what they're saying. So they're going to have that. That's cool. But at the same time, it's like, Kojima, we love you, but we don't really need this to be a thing at this show right now. You could have stealth launched that at Twitter, but I get it. Keely and Jeff, they're friends. It makes sense. But still, I'm like, do we really need this?
Right. Do we?
I think Keely actually is going to have
interesting.
I think Keely is going to have a segment on it as well that they mentioned.
Yes.
So that Keely probably wanted to put that out there for his own interest also, right?
Of course. How many times did he mention that people ask him questions all the time, right? So he's people want to know all the time.
People ask me all the time.
they to his credit, they do because he hosts the Twitter Spaces. I got to talk to him a few times in Twitter Spaces, so he's real cool. He's really awesome, letting people on, voice opinions, talk about everything. He was even cool enough to send me the co-stream stuff. He's always awesome at this stuff. So shout out to Jeff, but this one, it was good. Despite all things considering, it was fine, but just
if you had to give it a score,
if I had to give it a score, probably like C plus, maybe C plus or 7.5 out of 10. To be fair, I think that's fair for what it was.
Yeah.
Was it awful? Nah, it's like God.
It's probably about your expectations, or even for a show like this, also, right? You know what I mean? So
yeah, I treat Game Awards as like his A tier. Yeah, that makes sense, because usually he likes to show off big stuff there, like aside from the game reveals and whatnot. But yeah, I think 7.5 it's fair for what it is to end this year.
Did you get the feeling too, Big Cloud and Mav? I'll let you go when we talk to you. But what was also exciting outside of all the new stuff that we got to see and kind of different games that we didn't, some of them we didn't even know were around, but really we're starting to finally see the transition to current gen only. Yeah, like I think 2023 is now the point where we finally, for the most part, there's going to be some here and there.
There's going to be some because they got to do that phase off period.
But I'm starting to see finally some of the upgrades that we were expecting, right? Some of these games, even if it is some of the cutscenes or whatever the case, but like Dune, right?
Dune was a nice reveal. Yeah.
Oh my God, man. The CGI was incredible. And I know it's just CGI, but even some of the games that we saw that we hadn't heard of, like Atlas, what was it? Atlas Fallen.
Atlas Fallen.
Yeah, Atlas Fallen.
When they switched from the CGI
to the gameplay, it was pretty seamless. Yeah.
Pretty seamless, looked like the same quality almost. And I think that that's finally what really got me excited, is like, okay, Okay, we're starting to transition now.
And
We're
keep in
gonna
mind,
start
a lot
seeing
of these games are still early built,
Yes.
so we're not
Yes.
like, or I guess pre-alpha. You want to use the
Yeah.
term, maybe beta form.
Yeah.
Give if it's, you know what I mean. So we're not into that finished, polished up phase. Even with Callisto Protocol, I know a lot of people were saying Callisto Protocol look janky.
Mhm.
It did look a little janky,
Parts.
but that's expected for this. So no surprise.
Right. No. Great shout outs, by the way. I can't disagree with you on any of your call outs, man, because again, there was a lot shown, a lot more than I think people were expecting. So
You gotta look at it big with a bigger perspective. Like there was a lot of stuff in here. And another thing I took away from it too, it felt like we got out of the COVID environment for a change. You know what I mean? Because everybody's here. It wasn't isolated.
Live.
I know. Yeah. Exactly. I remember he did the one show. It was like all CG. He was like in a projector room, and that was cool. That was a nice way of doing it. But I'm like, nothing beats the live, interaction. Like even with like the orchestra, what Sony did in 2016 with the big screen and like, you know what I mean, with the curtain coming down. It's like, yo, you about to see some epic stuff. Get ready. Like that stuff is what made E3 special. You know what I mean? That's what makes all these events special. And it's like, that's our time. You know what I mean? It's for gamers. So I'm glad he did that, and it really did show. And I'm glad he had, he was having fun with everybody. Everybody, at least from what I saw, everybody did have fun at Gamescom, which is good. So next year, I think it's going to be a whole lot better for everybody, because a lot of stuff we were looking forward to did get delayed. But 2023 is definitely the year. I would say the best. Yeah, the best year. Because Resident Evil 4, I mean, I don't know about y'all. I'm disappearing when Resident Evil 4 remake drops.
Oh, dude, I was playing Resident Evil 2 remake on the Steam Deck the other night.
Oh, the remake or remaster?
Yes, Resident Evil 2 remake on the Steam Deck is absolutely freaking incredible. Oh my god, it's amazing. I can't wait for 4 remake. It's gonna be awesome.
Sure. Oh, dude.
Yeah, it's going to be amazing. I think 2023 23 on paper, right, has the potential. And we're going to see games pushed. We know that already. It's going to happen again. But overall, because of where we're at with the pandy and all that kind of stuff, and kind of coming into finally some normalcy, I think that 2023 on paper right now has the potential to be the greatest all time.
Dude, Spider-Man has my undivided attention. I can't wait for Spider-Man 2.
You think that's 2023?
Oh, they did say 2023 for that.
Okay.
Yeah, it was in the trailer for it.
I think they'll stick it. I think they'll.
You think they'll?
That's fine.
They haven't really delayed like when they've delayed stuff. It's only been for months usually, except for God of War, right? But like for Horizon Forbidden West, it was only maybe like 5-6 months or something like that, and now we have God of War is actually hitting this year. I think they're going to get on track with some of these announcements too, leaving it open ended like that too. With just the year.
Some games have some awkward months, like Forspoken. I think Forspoken's in a bad situation personally. I don't know. It looks okay in certain shots. You know what I mean? But I just but I'm like, other shots, it looks janky. Yeah, it looks definitely janky. But I hope that game does well too. That's another nice little gem that's dropping. So, you got Dead Space on top of that. I mean, how can you complain about 2023 at this point? I don't expect Wolverine in 2023. I expect that probably 2024
or at the earliest,
or 5 maybe
holiday 2024. Because I think Sony's now starting to do holiday games. I think that's the plan going forward, right? They're going to try to cover their entire year with something. So I think that would make sense, like a holiday.
They're trying to keep up with the MCU. I know Marvel's working very close with them, so I can actually see extra hands on them. On the Spider-Man and the Wolverine. And
off topic, but since you brought up Spider-Man 2, next year, 2023, if it sticks, if it lands, do you think it's cross-gen?
That's a good question. Honestly, I think not. I think they're done.
Okay.
I think they're done because they already did cross-gen with the remaster. And the remaster and Miles Morales in general got the PS4 treatment. But again, that made sense. They were just launching the console. So you got a taste of the next gen progression type thing. But I do think that this is where they kind of like cut the tie and they let it go out. Because what we saw originally in the trailer, the engine PS5, it looks substantially different from what we saw on the PS4 or PS5 version of the remaster. And Miles Morales, you know what I'm saying? It looks a lot different from those. So I think they're cutting it for sure and going all out with PS5.
Okay. I think it still has potential that they have a PS4
Oh, yeah.
version, but I was curious because Jim kind of alluded to the fact that they're going to push cross-gen for a little bit longer, and with everything happening now, and with them still having some issues at this point, you know, with inventory and that kind of stuff, and getting these consoles out, I was curious what your thoughts were, because I think
it's possible. Nothing's off the table at this point. Nothing's off the table. If they really wanted to maximize it even further, they could most certainly do it. I mean, it's not anything.
I think it may be
and
more
Spooky,
likely
good
PC
point.
day and date.
Yeah, that makes sense too, because they're getting more bold with the PC thing. Because notice how it says in development for PC now, and trailers before they didn't have the goal to put it. Now they're putting it right in your face. That's also in development for PC. So you're gonna see that be their new strap for sure. They know how to dangle the keys in front of you and do it.
Yeah.
But the other game, I forgot about that game. I'm glad you brought that up, Swiggy. Hogwarts Legacy was the other game from the Gamescom that was great too. I hate the collector's edition though. I thought the collector's edition was terrible. I don't know if you saw that.
$300 on top of it.
It's like a magnet. It spins the one.
Yes.
Oh when they said you get like a robe or something like that. Wait, you get like authentic robe like in the movie? Wait, okay, I'll buy that for $300. That's awesome because I love those. That's dope. You know, you can have that, but I'm like, no, it's in game.
In game.
Okay, so you get the game. What else you get? Oh, you get a book.
Yep.
Okay, does the book move? Well, technically it doesn't move. It's a magnet that happens to be the map. It's like, okay, what else you get? You get the wand. I'm like, okay, well, what about the wand? Oh, the wand levitates.
It's just a stick they grab from their yard outside of their offices.
What killed it for? Did y'all see the video? Did y'all see the dude how unenthusiastic he was about the whole thing?
No, I didn't even know they had.
You didn't see the
really?
video?
No, I didn't see the video.
You gotta put this on screen. Look at the video. Oh man, I thought you guys saw it.
No, I didn't.
This is hilarious. Legacy. I collected this.
Just DM it to me. I'll put it up.
You went on Twitter?
Yeah, I gotta say that Hogwarts Legacy does look.
Or you can share it. You can share it on Zoom.
Yeah,
you can do that.
I just sent it to you on Twitter. If you want to put it there, hold on. There it is. There. this guy had me crying. I'm like, yo, are you serious? Because you at least put some enthusiasm into this unboxing. He's like, yeah, guys, it's so good. I mean, you can
Avalanche Software, and I am
all right.
So to finally show you something I know you've been waiting a long time for: the Hogwarts Legacy Collector's Edition. We're gonna unbox everything in the Collector's Edition, but first, of course, it comes with the game. The deluxe edition of Hogwarts Legacy, which includes the Dark Arts Pack. The Dark Arts Pack includes a Dark Arts cosmetic set, which gives you a Dark Arts inspired look for your character, the Thestral mount, which is the only way you can ride a Thestral in the game, and the Dark Arts Battle Arena. As some additional digital bonuses, you will get the Dark Arts Garrison hat, which is part of the digital deluxe edition. You'll get 72 hours of early access,
excitement.
Which means you'll beat your friends to the race by 3 days. And exclusive.
That's like the only
to
positive
the
3-day access.
Is an in-game Kelpie robe for your character. All right, so finally, let's actually dive into this thing. First, you get this nice collector's edition box with some custom artwork.
Ooh, the robe's got movement on it. Ooh, interesting.
First thing we've got in here is the steel case. This is the first time I'm seeing this, and it looks amazing. I like the feel of a steel case. These just look good on your shelf. We've also got this ancient magic wand. It's a pretty good magic wand. I feel like I could cast a spell with this.
Pretty good magic
game,
wand.
Right? For $300. No game.
Cut. Yeah, no disc. I don't think there's no disc.
I
know. It defeats the purpose of the steelbook. Where's the game?
This looks nice on your shelf.
Yeah, it'd be great if it was a game in there, you know, with a custom disc.
The cover and spine of the book is the ancient magic logo there.
God.
And this mysterious figure. It's very detailed.
It's not very detailed, but okay.
Oh.
It's very detailed.
The book
no,
it is not very detailed.
Get some technical assistance now, and
don't worry about that. You're not going to see that side anyway.
It's
going to be laying down the entire
ancient
time.
Magic wand. So, with a little help from the Muggles here, we have a little bit of magic. This is such a cool piece.
That's $300.
That's $300.
And it's gotta be plugged in?
It's gotta
that
be
a plug-in?
plugged in. Yes, the plug-in magnet.
Oh my.
This is
You know, I think y'all pretty much saw these. You're like those little alarm clocks that have like the Star Wars, the little Death
I
Star.
remember
It
all
spins.
those.
You remember that? It just spins. You just do this and it spins. It's basically the same thing, but they're charging you $300 for it because it comes with a little wand that spins.
All right.
This guy's ready to buy 5.
This guy has me crying. Like he has no enthusiasm. He knows he's full of it. Like, what are you doing? It's like the worst PR guy I've ever seen.
This is a pretty good wand.
Pretty good. Looks pretty good. It's pretty detailed.
Oh man, I don't know if you have the. I don't know if you guys can see the light dislike. Cause I have the little what's the name? The little plug that you can see the likes and dislikes.
Yeah.
Dude, they got dislike bomb too. He got ratio.
Oh yeah.
It got bad. It was a bad reaction.
I'm sure. Oh, Razor NZ, shout out to our New Zealand listener. He says it's $5.50 in New Zealand.
Oh my god.
The collector's edition?
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah. Oof.
Oh.
No.
Cast a spell on that.
Yeah. That's a big no. Oh man. Hey. All right, Math.
Yes.
Gamescom opening night live. Keeley, Kojima podcast. What else? What else hits you, brother? Outside of that, I know that kind of scrambled your brains, but what games?
I'm still trying to get over that big stick that was floating over that book. All right, so wow. Dune: The Awakening. I found it's a survival MMO. I'm curious about it though, because once I saw the new Dune movie, I'm like all in on Dune right now, right? Like I really wanted an amazing Dune game, so I'm holding out hope for that. But it is one of those survival MMO type things, so you never know if it's going to be a little jank or if it's going to be fantastic. We'll see how it is. One that really stood out to me, Pong, was Where Winds Meet.
Yes.
That is like this Chinese martial arts fantasy action RPG game.
Yes.
That with like this fast combat and stuff, and it looked like a combination of like Ghost of Tsushima, and like Bayonetta or something with the combat, the way or like Devil May Cry or whatever. It was really fast.
Bayonetta, yeah.
Ninja Gaiden or something like that. Really fast action hack and slash combat, right? With all these abilities and all this really cool stuff. He was like running on water and things like that, dude. That game looked absolutely sick. Lies of P looked interesting. I'm not a huge Souls gamer, I don't really get too much into Souls games. This is coming to Game Pass day 1, so I'm definitely going to try it for sure. Let's see. High on Life was absolutely hilarious when they said they was going to cut out the asshole and eat it. That had me dying. Moving out to, I cannot. This was actually like one of the happiest moments I saw on the show, because me and my wife and my daughter loved Moving Out. We played it co-op, absolutely loved it. It was one of the most fun times we've had playing co-op, and one of the first games that she really enjoyed playing with us, right? Mm-hmm. And only issue is it didn't have online, and I wanted to bring that experience to other people, but you can't, right? The Moving Out 2 will have online play. It looks absolutely awesome. So I was very happy about that game. I recommend the first one if anybody was looking for a good, fun couch co-op game to play. Atlas Fallen also looked amazing. And then Moonbreaker. I want it for freaking console though. Come on, bring it to console. I know like the whole painting figures thing. Maybe you're trying to figure it out. Paint
miniatures. Figure it out.
I want Moonbreaker, the tactics style action figure game on console. That just like looks absolutely amazing. Regardless, I'm going to be playing that on my Steam Deck for sure as well. So that game was a big surprise. And then one that I was surprised how good I was impressed by was Dead Island 2. Yeah. Right. When we saw the Dead Island 2 game, I was like, okay, is it going to be good? But I was like,
they kind of trolled us, right?
Yeah.
When we first saw it, they showed the trail. I'm like, that's it. That's the big reveal. There's no gameplay. And then she kind of like played it off. So
the graphics were on the faces and the animations on that stuff was actually pretty solid. You know what I mean? Like, I was like, wow, that's
again, Mav, tell everybody tell everybody
Yeah.
where that team come from,
Right.
because they don't realize the history of this team and why, because we found out when we looked them up. Go ahead.
Yeah, so when we found out Dead Island 2 was back in development the other day or whatever, I looked them up because I was like, who's Dam Busters, right? It's like, this is probably gonna suck. Who's Dam Busters, right? They're to some team. Well, like, no, I actually looked them up, and because of the fallout that Crytek had, like financial issues before and stuff, and they got sold off one of their studios. They actually sold off Crytek UK, and this Dam Busters is actually Crytek UK. So they were good, guys. I mean, they were not like they were a good studio, and before that, they were Free Radical Design. Right. They have a long history in the gaming industry of making good quality games, and this is pretty damn impressive now to see what they were able to put together. They said that during the show that they've been working on it now, they've been handed off development and reboot. They started it from scratch 4 years ago, right? So this is not one of those games that's been like all over the place and somebody picked up the pieces and somebody picked up the pieces. Once they handed it, they started it over, and they've been in development for 4 years. And I was super impressed with it, and it's on my one of my top most anticipated games now for sure. I add it to the list though, because the other takeaways, Pong, besides the fact that I thought it was just a good show overall, and it was awesome to see people there in the crowd and everything, all the energy and all that stuff. The other main takeaway I have is, man, there was a lot of new games that got announced for 2023, and 2023 is already stacked. We were already talking and having shows about how the hell are we going to play all these damn games in 2023, and then they have this show and they announce even more games for 2023 that I really want to play. And it's just piling on and piling on and piling on. New IPs, right? Game IPs being revived again, like Dead Island. All these things, man. It's like awesome, dude. So 2023 is my biggest takeaway from this. But yeah, dude. What about you, what's your
what's your score? What's your score?
I gave it an 8 after the show. I'll stand by that. And I was anticipating like a 7. It exceeded my expectations a little bit. I think this was better than his E3 show.
Yes.
This was better than Summer Games Fest by far.
Yep.
He had better games. 100%. He had better everything here.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. All right. As far as I go, you guys brought up a lot of the big ones, right? So I'll try to be a little different here with some of the other ones that I found, but you guys obviously had some killer choices because, Liza P, Where the Winds Meet.
That was the other one. Yeah.
Where the Winds Meet. Awesome. Dead Island 2. Fantastic. Again, for being vaporware, for moving from studio to studio, from being in development hell, for them to come out and showcase it like they did, not only with the great CGI, but then to back it up with the gameplay and have it coming out in February, and the gameplay looking like this is now, like, Dead Island was always a AA game. Now bringing it to the AAA, because that looked fantastic. That looked current gen. Like some of the graphics, and I found out afterwards, a lot of the violence, a lot of the cutting off of arms and heads and all that's going to be procedurally generated on the fly. So you're going to see different stuff all the time. That sounds sweet to me. Like I said, so all those were great. Atlas Fallen. Yes, absolutely. 100% look great. I'm going to go with Scars Above, another sci-fi game.
Oh yeah.
Looking we didn't see a whole lot. We didn't get to see a whole lot, but what I saw had me really intrigued. And again, the horror genre is having this resurgence again this gen, and so is sci-fi. And to me, again, outside of high fantasy, sci-fi is my second favorite genre. So when I see something like Scars Above that looks original, man, I can't wait to see more. So Scars Above, Weird Song, again, didn't see a whole lot. It was a teaser, right? But you look at who's making it, and these are veterans from Bethesda and BioWare. These are the veterans forming their own studio. So when you get those two groups together, some of the greatest RPGs, they got history with, all of them, Dragon Age, Skyrim, Oblivion, and you get some of those veterans together, I can't wait to hear more about Weird Song. That's going to be obviously high on my list as well. Let's see, was there anything else that really hit me? Again, Warhammer. looked better and better and
Yeah,
better.
that
I
game.
just need a console release date,
Yes.
please. Now that you broke it up, but every time I see 40K Dark Tide, it just looks so damn good. So, and this was no different this time around. And then the last one I will say is, let's see, one that people probably didn't notice. Blacktail. This was Blacktail. Go check out this game. This was at the ID at Xbox Showcase. I played the demo. It was one of the handful of demos that I played, and I really felt there was something there. And I don't know if they're actually a part of ID at Xbox anymore, the program. I don't know if we can even count this as an indie anymore because Focus, I think, picked them up. And Focus is actually publishing this game now. But go check out Blacktail. Awesome environments. The whole world looks really well thought out. You've got the mixture of bow combat along with magic. There's interesting creatures to meet and to hunt. Got a really cool backstory to it. Again, when I played the demo, I saw a ton of potential. It was a little rough in spots, but I played that one longer than I played any of the other demos from the ID at Xbox Showcase last December. So keep your eye on Blacktail. I think that they took a step up. I think if Focus got behind him and is now publishing, they might got an influx of some resources there, some extra time, and it's really showing off because what I saw really was cool. So I can't wait for Blacktail as well. Overall, again, Mav and Big Cloud, I agree with your comments as far as this being Keeley's best show that I've seen outside of maybe the Game Awards last year. I think this was by far his best one. It was a different feeling one with the live audience. That helps. Obviously, we know that. But I think overall the production, even with the dead spots, and there was plenty of them. Again, the Pokemon electric car, he's got to pay the bills.
Oh God! Don't why even bring that up? Oh
The
God!
Mini,
The car has personality, and like it was
God.
like tweaking. Like, why is this a thing? Come on, dude.
Look, he's got to pay the bills.
I know,
understand that. I get it. These things aren't set up for free. He's got a lot of production. That's why I appreciate the guy because I do think he pushes the industry forward in positive ways. So
absolutely.
For me, all of that is fine. I give this one an 8 out of 10. Again, I look at every one individually. I don't compare against other ones, but I think this was an 8. This was a solid 8 for me, maybe even 8.5. But I got to see a lot of new stuff. And again, I get excited for stuff that isn't even coming to Xbox. I get excited for just games in general. So like the Homeworld 3s of the world that are only coming to PC. No, I know we'll never see.
We're still waiting on one game that needs to happen. And that's Alien Isolation 2.
Oh, Alien Isolation 2.
I need a sequel. I need that sequel.
Yes. Again, the attention to detail in that game is insane. I wish they would make an Alien versus Predator and have that attention to detail. We'd have one of the best games of all time.
Like you would think they take hints out of that Prey movie. I don't know if y'all see Prey.
Yeah.
Oh my God. One of the best Predator movies.
And Pong doesn't watch movies anymore, but he made time for this one.
I made time for that because I'm such a huge Predator fan.
That
is
so good.
Because I don't watch them anymore like that.
Love how grounded it was. It was awesome. I was like, that is how Predator should be.
Yes, and especially like I said, I was so impressed with how they did it with a Hulu budget. Right, this wasn't a movie budget. This was a Hulu
it wasn't
budget,
no AAA budget. That's just it's just the tones. That should really set a trend there. Like, dude, you don't have to go and break the budget with the CGI. It was all practical, which blew my mind. Yeah, it's all practical.
But give me more Predator, give me more Aliens. I'm all down for it. So I agree with you, Harley. But yeah, overall, show was absolutely incredible. I suggest anybody who hasn't watched it, go back, watch the trailers in 4K. Makes a complete difference. I'll add one last one here before I forget. One last one that wasn't shown at the actual opening night live, but it was shown prior to, and it was kind of a part of the whole deal. And that's we got a new look at the first Descendant. And if you have not
I forgot about that.
Descendant, please go do it. This is from Nexon. Again, Steele and I have talked about it religiously on Living Split Screen every Saturday morning. Shameless plug. And Mav and I have talked about this as well on our varying shows. But the rise in the talent in the East outside of Japan is something that's going to set trends this generation. And Korea, China are two of the biggest hotspots. And this comes from the Korean company. Listen, go check out the first Descendant. This game looks current gen. This looks like that one of those first games that's going to show up and wow us in a lot of ways. And that new trailer that they gave us, which was a mix of CGI and gameplay mixed in, you got to kind of pick it out, but it's hard to pick out because of how close those two things are. This looks like an incredible multiplayer game coming to everything. So I cannot wait for the first Descendant. So that's another one I'll throw in there right at the end. So Big Cloud, you got to get out of here because we're going to talk about, what are we going to talk about? We'll probably go into the future game show next. Do you want to get out of here or you sticking around?
Yeah, I get out of here.
Okay,
I appreciate
This is going.
Yeah,
We're
no,
going long tonight,
you.
bro.
Yeah,
Oh,
we're
no,
going
you're
longer
fine.
tonight.
No, you're fine. I appreciate it, man. I had a blast. You guys are always a blast to talk to you. Man.
Well, you know what, Big Cloud? Make sure you tell everybody where they can find you. You're everywhere. Obviously, huge member in this community. Again, like Mav said, great videos, great shows. You're level-headed. You're a PlayStation fan, but you talk about this stuff the same way we talk about it. Again, as a gamer, again, taking that satellite view, that RTS view, as my brother Steele likes to say, and just looking at the big picture and coming at it from that angle instead of just being hyper focused as a PlayStation fan or an Xbox fan or something like that. So tell them, where can they find you, Big Cloud? What you got going on, man?
I mean, well, I dropped the link. You want me to do that for sure?
Yeah, go for it.
Drop the link. Absolutely.
Yeah, okay. But no, yeah, like you said, you know, it's how we speak my mind. You know, PlayStation. That's what I do. It's Big Cloud Gaming, YouTube, Twitch, Twitter. You can always find me there. Link to the channel is here. There you go. But yeah, every Friday I host the RGT podcast. Gotta get Pong and Mav on there for sure. One of these weeks, if you guys want to come through for sure, we'll love to have you on. But it's, you know, gaming. Listen, I get it. Gaming change, like gaming's evolving, right? Prices go up and all that stuff. At the same time, listen, we're gamers at the end of the day. We owe no loyalty to anything. The only loyalty we should have is to ourselves at this particular time, especially times like this. And we need to be honest with ourselves. If you want change, you want stuff to flourish and continue to get the way it needs to be, you have to speak up and be honest. That's simple. I know a lot of people feel like, oh, they don't want to burn bridges. They don't want to speak up. But listen, times like this, you have to speak up. You have to be honest. That's simple. I know a lot of people just don't like hearing it, but hey, it is what it is. Me, hey. You know how it be. Aside from, you know, obviously the YouTube channel and Twitch and Twitter, you can also find me at IGN's Curator. I'm one of IGN's curators for playlists. You can find me there. You guys create your own custom playlists or whatnot. You'll see me there on the feature page. You guys need any tips on how to create a playlist or any ideas? You can hit me up and you can make them on the feed there. You can share with the world. Also join their Discord. So there you go.
Awesome.
Cool.
But again, always a pleasure. Pong
and
of course Mav, always a pleasure.
Yeah, dude.
And,
thanks for hopping on here with us, man. Oh, it wasn't planned, but it worked out great. You know, like it's good to have you on. It added a lot to our show today. So thank you, man. And that you have a fantastic rest of your night, dude.
Oh yeah, anytime, man. Anytime.
All right.
Yeah, Bill.
Respect, brother. Appreciate
peace.
Yep.
All right. Well, that was a surprise, a nice surprise, an excellent surprise.
Yeah, Big Cloud's awesome.
One of the best in the community jump in here. Again, that's what I love about this place, man. When we have a topic like this, and obviously Big Cloud is well known throughout the community, been doing this for a long time, that we can invite him in and he just jumps in and has a conversation with us and gives us a different perspective as somebody with, again, grounded views, coming from the PlayStation centric side of things. It's always amazing to have that added to the conversation. So appreciate you so much again, Big Cloud, for doing that, brother, a lot. So that was awesome. And I hope you all enjoyed that. And again, go follow Big Cloud and go check out what he's got going on. Again, just amazing that a community member built himself up, does all this great work, and gets recognized by one of the big shots, right? The IGN of the world, and gets invited to start helping them out too. That's always great to see because we need more people like him at the IGNs of the world who, in a lot of ways, as you know, I personally feel have lost touch with what it means to be a gamer and what this community is all about. So it's great to see somebody like him get in there and work from the inside and be able to maybe change some things or at least affect some things positively. So always great to see that. So Mav, we weren't done when it came to opening night live at all. No, So we had, and you streamed all this. I haven't been able to talk about any of this because I had to live.
We haven't really talked too much about it together. I mean, we have with some things like, oh, did you see that? That looks awesome, you know. But
that's it. Future game show, Mav. Future game show, and again, you and I have been big proponents of future game show. A lot of people skip over the future game. Future game shows have been around for a long time. They always show up as like second fiddle during E3 week and all that kind of stuff. And yeah, there's a lot in there. They always show a ton. And there is a lot in there where people are like, well, this is why I don't watch it, because like who's gonna care about
like 50
stuff,
games
right?
or whatever.
Yeah. Who's gonna care about this stuff? But there's always gems in there, Mav. There's always good stuff. Again, especially from you and I perspective. Again, we always find something sweet to look forward to, something we get excited about. So for you, Mav, Gamescom, how did it turn out this year? Just overall thoughts on the future game show and what stood out, if anything, out of that big group of 50 plus games. Because I know there's one that both you and I will talk about for sure, but go ahead.
Yeah. So awesome show. Also, I mean, it wasn't like they didn't have as many big games at this thing, which didn't expect. Right. But they did have some really cool things mixed in there. And as well as they presented it with the pacing and everything was extremely well done. I love the future game show. The last couple of times they've had like famous voice actors do their like breakdowns for that. It's like not, hey, this is my show, look at me, everybody. You know what I mean? Type of energy. It's like, they have people that we recognize their voices as gamers and get to hear them make little comments about all these other games and stuff. It's just really, really interesting, and I love that. But a couple of them that stood out to me from the future game show was System Shock. There was also which looked pretty damn awesome, to tell you the truth. There was the Devil in Me, the Dark Pictures Devil in Me, which I haven't really played a lot, like any of the Dark Pictures anthology games. But this one looks really awesome. It looks more up my alley, so that looks pretty damn good. Let's see. There was let's see. I have a After Image. That is a like hand painted, hand drawn Metroidvania style fantasy game. Looks straight awesome. Right up Pong's. I said when I was watching this future game show, I was like, Pong is going crazy right now for this game.
Oh yeah,
because I know him, and that game looks absolutely awesome.
I sent the bruh emojis.
Bruh. Yeah. I mean, just a lot of like stuff, just so much variety. Floodland looked pretty cool.
Is that one where the world's kind of destroyed and there's a big flood?
Yeah, it's like an post-apocalyptic like world builder kind of thing,
world builder. Yep.
There was Fireteam Elite content here, Pathogen. That looks awesome. They kind of started a show with that. It's just like overall it's a good show. The star of the show for me though ended with Off the Grid, which was Neil Blomkamp.
Yes.
You could tell his stamp was all over this. It was a CG trailer, right?
Was it all CG or was it live mixed in, or was that straight CG?
That's straight CG. Like
I was watching at work, so I was off and on, and I was watching back and forth between work, but I could not tell if like it was some live actors mixed in with CG.
That was all CG. Yeah, it was all CG. It was impressive, dude. I saw this like this looks like a Neil Blomkamp movie. I'm like his stamp was all over that thing, and it looked absolutely awesome. So Off the Grid is a battle royale game, which we found out after the fact. I was like, okay, a Neil Blomkamp like battle royale. It's coming also to next gen or to current gen consoles. Series X, PS5, and PC. So I'm all in on that. I'm gonna be looking forward to it to find out more information when they release it. But yeah, it looks like it could be pretty damn cool. There was one omission, but like I don't know if are we talking about the Xbox's stuff today at all?
No, we'll do that next.
Yeah,
we'll get through future game show and then we'll do that. So,
okay. Yeah.
I know what you're gonna get into, and we'll talk about that for sure.
So yeah, as far as this show though, solid all the way through, and I had a great time watching it. So what about you, man?
Really good show. Again, watching it from work. I haven't been able to go back on this one. I went back on the opening night live and watched the 4K trailers and stuff and got a real good feel for the games. This one I haven't been, but like you said, in this one, there wasn't like the big heavy hitters out of this one, but there was a lot of great stuff. Again, Aliens Fireteam Elite DLC. I talked about it here. I've gone back to Aliens Fireteam Elite again. I'm excited for this DLC. And I think it's got potential. And I hope that, I heard you saying we're gonna have to re-download this again so I can run through it with you and Jasper. You guys can still pull me through the main mission. I've been playing single player and getting through some of them, but it is a lot harder with those bots. Those bots are idiots, okay? Flat out.
Yeah.
So I need some live, but Aliens Fireteam Elite is forgotten about already, but I still think it's an amazing game from an atmospheric standpoint. It's got its issues, obviously, but that was really cool to see that they're still supporting it and that we're going to get something like that. What else here? I would say, oh man, what else? Stray Blade, action RPG game coming to everything, looked really cool as well. Again, I like AA stuff. It doesn't have to be AAA, especially when it comes to RPGs. So anytime we're going to get something new like this, an action RPG, that even if it isn't the big heavy hitter, I still want to give it a chance. And I think Stray Blade looked really, really awesome as well. One, again, I get excited for things that I'm not even going to be able to play, but I didn't even know they were making this. And a lot of people in the chat also showed up and showed their support when you guys were kind of laughing about it or whatever else. But I love old school dungeon crawlers. I grew up, again, small time in high school when I was a PC player. On top of being a console player, when I did have a PC that was playing the latest games, Might Magic 2 was my game, and it's a dungeon crawler. It's that first person view, but move by move, and then the enemies just pop on the screen and you got to take turn-based battle. Wizardry, which is from back in the day. It's been around forever. I played Wizardry on the Sega Genesis, for God's sakes. They are making a new one, and I kind of did a little digging, Mav, and this is coming from Japan that is making this, and this is kind of like a almost crowd-funded deal making this game. And it's been around for a while. People have been playing it on PC, but it's finally getting an English version because it's been Japanese only. So Wizardry looks so, again, my nostalgia feels off the charts. Everything just was like, yes, I could not believe they announced it. And again, it's not coming to console. I doubt it'll ever come to console since this is kind of this crowd-funded deal. But if it does, I'll be excited. But otherwise, I may even try to power it up in the Surface Pro 4 because I think they probably could handle this one. So I was excited to see that as well. What else? Shadow Legacy, a game that we've talked about that looks like a game that Steele and I played through number one completely. We beat it. Origami. If you haven't checked out Origami, go look at Origami. Again, these devs claim that they got influence from other games, but I gotta say, I know for a fact they played Origami and said this is damn cool. And Origami 2 came out. It's got some really cool upgrades to it, but for some reason it didn't catch us like Origami 1 did. But I'm looking forward to Shadow Legacy because I like that for sure. What else came up in here? There were so many in here, man. Man, that Fear Machine, that Cyberpunk game. That Cyberpunk game looked absolutely cool as well. Again, I'm always going to be down for Cyberpunk games, whatever they are. So Fear Machine caught my attention. System Shock, absolutely blown me away. I played System Shock back in the day on a buddy's PC. System Shock, for anybody who doesn't know, had major influence on BioShock. System Shock is one of the original kind of that genre sci-fi horror kind of settings. It looks awesome. This remake, remaster, whatever you want to call it, it's remake. It should be a remake. It's a ground up. It looks absolutely incredible. Can't wait for System Shock.
It looks solid, dude.
It really does. And then of course, what you brought up, Mav, and I said that we probably would both talk about it off the grid. Neil Blomkamp. I'm not even into battle royals. Everybody knows that. I did like Naraka Blade Point, but again, I'm off Naraka now because again, I've got other things I want to play. But I'm definitely gonna check out and keep an eye on Off the Grid just because of Neil Blomkamp's.
It's funny. We were just talking about him like the other day.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yes. His Halo shorts were the best Halo shorts ever. I again go back and watch them to this day. They still live up, and he made those 12 years ago, 13 years ago, whatever it's been. Neil Blomkamp is I love Neil. I love District 9. I think that again we're supposed to get another one of those too, which is really cool. But Neil Blomkamp is to me a visionary when it comes to filmmaking, and I want to see how that translates into games. And like you said, Matt, from the trailer, yeah, it looks like a Neil Blomkamp movie. So I want to see what it actually looks like in gameplay
Yeah.
form. But I think with his creative ideas, because this is kind of a dystopian cyberpunk
Yeah.
take, because they called it cyberpunk, but it's got a real gritty setting versus
Yeah, it's
the
very, a
bright
lot of grit to
neon
it.
that
It's,
we, yeah, that we're
I
used
hearkened
to.
it to Elysium. It looked like Elysium to me.
Yeah, Elysium. Yeah, it was perfect. Perfect. Yes, 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 yes. I forgot you said that. But yeah, I'm gonna keep my eye on this one because I can't wait to see what comes out of it. Neil Blomkamp definitely has my attention whenever he's involved with something. So I can't wait for that. Yeah, I think there was a bunch in there. It was like Guard 2, which was another side scroller, Metroidvania, which
Yeah.
I heard you guys say there was a one. But just there was a bunch of little cool stuff in this. If you're into Goat Sim 3 by the way, Goat Sim 3 is looking fantastic. I'm not saying I'm going to put time into it, but I'm just saying as far as that goes, as far as craziness and zaniness goes, and I played the first Goat Sim a little bit, and for anybody who's confused, no, there is no Goat Sim 2. It's part of their marketing. They're just calling Goat Sim 2 Goat Sim 3. But every time I see it, it looks wackier and more wild than before. Talk about a sandbox where you just run around and do it just out of this world stuff. That's Goat Sim, and I thought it showed off well both days. So I was kind of pleasantly surprised by that. And like you said, Mav, After Image looked great, as well as far as a hand drawn anime style 2D Metroidvania. I can't wait to see that one more. But yeah, go check out all the games from that show. There was a lot in there, and there might be something. There's something for everybody. I know that for a fact.
Yeah, variety was key on this show for sure.
Yeah, variety was definitely key. All right, man. So we covered those two, but we're not done. We're not done, folks, because Gamescom still rolls on, and it rolled on today. And we had Xbox have a what 4 or 5 hour show.
It was something like that. I was out most of the day. Like I couldn't really watch most of it. I caught like some of it in the morning, and I liked what I saw, and I could try to just kind of go back and watch some things, right? But yeah, they had a long thing today, and there was actually a few stuff that came out of it.
Yeah, there was some really interesting things that came out of it. So let's start here. Let's get off the bad part, because we always like to get over the bad things or the disappointing thing, I should say. Not bad, but just disappointing. You guys all know from listening to Mav and I how high we are on RTS games, strategy games coming to console, and obviously Age of Empires 4 has been rumored. Jez had heard stuff. I mean, again, that they were working on it internally, coming to console, and there was no announcement on the previous days, but they were having a big showcase today, or Xbox was having a big live stream event, and the last game shown today was Age of Empires 4, and they sat down with one of the main devs and talked to him about they just came out with new DLC, the Ottomans, and I forget what the second group is, came out new DLC, free DLC for everybody who has Age of Empires 4. And it was a long form interview. Like, she was interviewing him for a long time and asking him lots of questions. And I was really hoping that this was going to end the show, because this was the last thing they had today on their stream. And I thought
because it was because they chose that for last. I was with you. I was sure this was going to happen. Yep.
And she even brought up a question where she started by saying, I need to ask this question for the community. And I was like, oh, here it comes. Here it comes. She's going to ask about the console version. We're going to get the announcement here, at least confirmation that they're working on it. Just give me that. I don't need a date. I don't want dates right now. Just give me a confirmation. So I thought that was going to be the question. No, she wound up asking about the DLC, or if there was going to be future DLC, more groups coming, or whatever the case may be. Highly disappointed. Mav, I'm going to give this over to you, because you had some tweets this week, which I liked and retweeted, whatever else, talking about this, that there is some hypocrisy. And again, we just got done criticizing Sony, and you guys all know that we'll criticize Xbox when it's warranted. And I think you have a valid point here, and we've talked about it plenty of times too, to varying degrees and different topics. But there is some hypocrisy here with Xbox in this play everywhere that they talk about, right? And the fact that we've got console games day and date in PC. And, there seems to be this big push right now with all of that. And there has been for a while now. But the reverse isn't true, that they still haven't done what they need to do. And again, I'll go back to hey, just give me PC Game Pass streaming to my console. Just give me that. I'll be happy. And there's no reason why they can't do that at all, especially now that they're adding mouse keyboard support. I expect that announcement because that would alleviate a lot of this. But the fact is that there are certain PC games that aren't coming to console, Mav. And again, I'm not talking about the third party stuff. We're talking about the first party stuff here. So there is some hypocrisy here, but you go ahead, Mav, take it over. You know, how disappointed were you that no announcement? We do have the 25th anniversary coming up in October. They said they're going to have another special stream for Age of Empires that day. It's going to be a big celebration. So there is still more potential this year that we do get the announcement. But how disappointed were you? And explain your view on this hypocrisy, or, you know, seemingly hypocrisy when it comes to this happening.
Yeah, it's just that, you know, we keep having these shows and announcements and stuff, and I keep waiting for this announcement to be made. And this isn't necessarily just a criticism that we haven't gotten an announcement of Age of Empires coming to console yet. My criticism is warranted at the fact that it should have been planned from the get-go, right? And where I'm coming from is with their whole vision of inclusivity, making gamers can play where they want, when they want, where they want, on what device they want. They say that all the time. They say it all the time, and they started doing that by putting a lot of console games on PC, right? And they do that day and date across the board. It's like kind of like a policy now, right? They don't come out with a console game and then release it later to PC. If it's a big first party game, it happens both at the same time. And the weird thing was they haven't reversed that same philosophy from PC games to console. And I think it's hypocritical of them with that, because it does kind of peg the console gamer as a peg below the PC gamer. To them, they're the reason I had been thinking about this is because they're promoting PC so much right now. The PC Game Pass, PC Game Pass, PC Game Pass. That's cool. I'm all for it. Like they need to improve PC Game Pass and keep adding things to the service and promote it, especially around this time of year where there's a lot of PC stuff. But you got to have that same energy where you're coming across and promoting this way of doing things, and then you come out, and it started with Gears Tactics is when this first started bothering me, right? Because you can't. I understand some games are like, okay, you can't figure out how to do it on console, but we've had like tactics games. Really, I mean, the system they came up with, Gears Tactics, was awesome. It works great, right? There's XCOM, several other tactics games have happened before it, and tactics games usually release now on both at the same time if it's a big release, right? But they chose to release Gears Tactics ahead of time on PC and then later figure it out for console, right? We've seen several versions of RTS games come into console, even dating back to like PS2 era. I played RTS games back even before that on like Super Nintendo and stuff. And
StarCraft was on Super Nintendo.
Yeah, 64, Nintendo 64. They had stuff. I've played RTS games on console a lot in my life, and it seems like there's this philosophy where now you know it's meant for PC. It can't be done on console now. When it's just a complete bullshit take, in my opinion, because it's been done so many times before. Now, maybe you say you can have the best experience on PC, right? I can agree with that for a lot of people. You know, have the most control. You have all those inputs, hotkeys, and all these things. But to say that they can't figure out how to put Age of Empires on console is absolutely ludicrous. Guess what? Age of Empires 2 was on PS2, guys. So to say that they can't come out and bring out a version of Age of Empires on console is ludicrous. Now, is it happening? We think so, because it's been heavily rumored. After Age of Empires 4 was released on PC, they came out and they said that, hey, now that the game's out, it's time for us to start figuring out if we can bring this to console. They said that in an interview with an Italian magazine, right? And it was like interesting, like, why wait till the game is out to even start thinking about it? Mm-hmm. That puts it to where Xbox and Microsoft are okay with them leaving the console gamer behind and creating them as an afterthought in certain situations. And I just don't like that. You know what I mean? I am 100% behind like what almost everything Xbox is doing right now and their vision behind everything, right? But when we see indie developers and indie studios and smaller publishers bring out these style of games to console,
Yeah, I was just going to bring it up too. I was just going to bring it up because Nicholas Lund just brought it up as well in the chat. Read my mind, but Paradox just brought Crusader Kings 3 to console.
Yeah.
You can't tell me you can't find a way to hotkey or change the UI to make it work if you could make Crusader Kings 3 work on console. Yeah. So that's BS.
And I get so much flack for this take sometimes from PC gamers and stuff, or like, or even just the Xbox fans. It's like, you're not allowed to criticize Xbox for anything, you know, but like there's a reality to this. I think that we should look at and ask why. You know what I mean? Like, why are we an afterthought for these certain genres? If it's because of sales, well, how about this? Foster the genre on the platform. And you're not going to get an audience unless you actually start releasing these types of games on the regular, right? How many shooters and RPGs do we get in racing games? And so if we get a lot, right? On PC, they have a huge audience for those other kind of games, but guess what? Those release all the time. I've played a lot of RTS games on console. 360 era had so many damn good ones. And I know a lot of people that would dive into Age of Empires right away. It comes out. The other aspect to this is you already have an avenue with Game Pass, which is going to give people a reason to try it, right? So you have less of barrier of entry into something that people are like questionable about. So you're going to be able to get people to potentially try something. It just needs to be thought of from the start of the creative process and started from day one when they're making those games instead of, hey, let's release it, then we'll figure it out later, right? I don't like that. It doesn't make sense. Microsoft can afford to fund the extra costs or whatever is involved with making sure that they make that a priority. And that's all I'm asking for. That's my only complaint, my only criticism. Actually, with most of everything that Xbox is doing right now, it's just that one thing. The genres are coming to the Xbox from other companies, other publishers, left and right, all over the place that used to be primarily only on PC, right? And there's more variety on console now than there's ever been before, except when it comes from some of the big publishers, including Microsoft. Now, the other publishers are to blame with this too. Sega, Company Heroes 3 should be coming to console.
Mm-hmm.
That you're not out of the equation. EA, where's Command and Conquer? You released Command and Conquer remastered like 2 years ago. It should be on console as well. You've released several Command and Conquer games on consoles before. Just do the work to put it out to reach the most amount of gamers possible. If that's Xbox's vision, what they keep saying it is, to reach the most amount of gamers, to give people a choice on where they want to play, make it a priority with those types of games as well. That's it.
Yep. No, and I agree. And Radius 96 and Gogo Po, you guys make valid points. And Mav and I have talked about this consistently, like, because we are RTS strategy fans and we remember the 360 days. You're right. We understand that the main market for those types of games is PC.
Yeah.
Get that. They'll always have more players.
100%.
And yes, keyboard and mouse, it would always be the first choice. But this has been done so many times. Again, smaller companies, Calypso, Paradox, have brought as complicated a game. And those are small companies. So you're telling me that, okay, so it's not worth it because it's built from the PC on the ground up for like an Age of Empires 4. It's not worth it to bring the console. Well, how are these smaller companies doing it and justifying the value, right? Our point here is that Microsoft, Xbox has this huge push for play anywhere, play everywhere, right? That whatever device you've got, you could play your games and access your content. So why not put that same effort from your first party titles? Again, I'm not talking about third party. That's got to be a business decision. I'd love to see Sega make the attempt to bring Total War, whatever the case may be. I'm even on the side, and Mav disagrees with me on this one, but I'm on the side. Start making keyboard and mouse only games. If that's the case, if what you're saying is what's really holding you back at the end of the day is the controller, and this is where Mav disagrees because Mav thinks that, hey, the effort should just be put into it and just get it done on the controller side, make it happen. If you're going to say that's what's holding this up, then make keyboard and mouse only games and just put it on the box. People will get used to it. Again, yes, will there be some confusion? Will there be some, transition period where people have to get used to the idea, oh, I want to play this game, I got to have a keyboard and mouse. And again, Mav thinks it's, that reason alone, it shouldn't happen, that we should have a controller, availability on all the games. But for me, I'm just saying that as a first party publisher, as somebody who's pushing this narrative forward, and they've done an absolutely incredible job taking nothing away from what they've accomplished so far. But don't say, yeah, except for these. We're not going to do these. We're not. No exceptions.
Not enough gamers over there that like this kind of thing. Yeah, we'll just give it to them later if we give it to them at all.
Right. And that's where I'm at with this. Is I just think that there is some hypocrisy here. That I think that from a company that's investing as much as they are, and again, not taking away anything from Microsoft, Xbox, they are investing more money, more time, more resources than any company on the face of the planet in the video games right now. Hands down. That's a fact. There is nobody spending what they are spending right now on this stuff. But I'm saying, why not just go the extra inch versus the mile you're already taking? Make it a mile and an inch, and make sure that all those games, like Mav said, from the beginning, from your first party, no matter what genre they are, it's known to the devs, hey, I want you guys to make this game. We're going to give you the extra time. We're going to give you the extra money. You guys got to make a console version as well. That's all we're saying. I don't even care necessarily per se if it's the same exact day as the PC version comes out. Like Mav was talking about, Gears Tactics coming out later. I don't care so much about that as long as I know that, hey, when Age of Empires 4 is announced and it's coming to PC, that there's already a console version in the works and we can expect it to be coming at some point, whether it's 6 months, a year, whatever the case down the road. I don't care so much about that, but just make sure that that's a part of your philosophy and that's your policy. And we have heard that internally, Tim Doggs talked about this. He's heard from some people that is the philosophy going forward, that, hey, if you're making a PC game first party, you got to also make a console version. And, like I said, Jez and others have talked about that. They've heard that the Age of Empires 4 is coming. Just give me the announcement, but it just doesn't end there like Mav's talking about. We want this push across the board. And like I said, at this point, you're now adding keyboard and mouse support to xCloud. Then give me the option to stream PC Game Pass through my console. I don't care if it's not the best quality. I don't care about any of that stuff. I understand all the drawbacks, but start opening that up and give me that option. I will go get a keyboard and mouse if necessary to play on my Xbox certain games from PC. I'd love to play Total War right now streaming. Would it be the best? Would I be going into PvP? No. But could I see if it works for a single player version, for the campaigns, for all that kind of stuff? Playing against bots? Yeah, I could see if it works for me, and let me be the judge of that. But just give me the option. Start opening it up and start really fully 100% being behind this play everywhere, play anything kind of mantra that you guys have going on. That's all we're asking for here at the end of the day. So that's what we want to see. So I think that's a great topic, but that was just one. We're going to get that out of the way because Mav and I both had some criticism there. And like I said, we don't like to end things that way because there was a lot of other cool stuff.
Yeah, a lot of awesome stuff from Xbox today.
Lot of awesome stuff, incredible stuff. I thought it was really well done. I watched the entire stream. They had short breaks here and there, but I didn't feel like I was watching that Twitch indie show. They kept it moving. Lots of good information from the devs. Let's talk about this one, Mav. Because people brought up in the chat earlier. A lot of people are excited. We weren't expecting to see it today. At least I wasn't. We still don't have a release date. They still claim it's 2022. I think the update today is they're still saying 2022. I don't know about that. But Atomic Heart, Mav.
Yeah.
Atomic Heart. This, let me tell you, I can't wait to watch it in 4K on my OLED. Because I had to watch it at work. But I watched it multiple times from work today. I was already on board with Atomic Heart.
Yeah, it looks sick.
BioShock like mashup with the man. When I saw what they showed off today, it got even weirder, but in a good way. Like there's things that can be weird where you're like, man, I don't know about that. That's just too weird for me. Scorn gives that to a lot of people, right? You know, Scorn for people who don't like that.
It's too squishy.
It's too squishy. There's too much weirdness. There's too much genitalia looking things, all that kind of stuff, right? There's, people, there's gonna be that kind of weird, But then there could be the good weird where you're like,
Yeah.
I don't have any effing clue what is happening on my screen right now, but I just know I really like it and I'm intrigued by this. And that's what was happening today as I was watching Atomic Heart. My God, Mav, the details in this game, the fast gameplay, the insane mix of gunplay with powers, the different enemies that you are facing that are all unique across the board. That whole mannequin, those two robots dancing mannequin style with each other, and then one growing a unicorn horn and stabbing and then slitting open the stomach of the other one. Again, I have no idea what this story is about. I have no idea what this game's about. But the one thing I do know is I want my hands on this game, Mav. And it finds a way to come out this year. And again, for people who don't know, the developer is in Russia. So we've got that whole issue going on, which caused some things. But obviously, Microsoft at one point was taking the stance to not working with anybody over there. They pulled out. But obviously, today we got a trailer at the Xbox part of Gamescom. So assuming that's all back on again, I just want this game, Mav. And if it comes out this year, all the better. What a bonus to end 2022 on whenever this thing shows up. But even if it's pushing 23, it's one of my most anticipated titles. This and Stalker 2 are just going to be absolute two incredible experiences from over there. What were your thoughts when you saw the Atomic Heart?
Yeah, I thought it like jumped off the screen. It looked impressive, man. More impressive than I thought it would. You know, it's like, wow, it looks fun. It looks like different. It's graphics were great. Also, man, I'm really intrigued by it. It's not like my most anticipated game because I don't really know what to think of it 100%. It's just like intriguing, right? But yeah, I thought it was pretty cool for sure.
Yeah, I just think that again, the pace of the gameplay, like that it was almost Doom pace, right? Some of those scenes were absolutely chaotic. The details when you slashed like one of the robots, you actually saw the metal break open as you slash the robot. Like you could see that in the actual damage. Just all of that. And like I said, the weird, crazy, I want to find out what the hell is going on in this game. I really do. I can't wait to see more. So that was another surprise today that came out of nowhere. And really caught a lot of people off guard in a good way. Again, people were really excited about this. I saw kind of Twitter blow up as it was being shown, like, oh my God, Atomic Heart is being shown. Oh my God, look at this. It's absolutely insane. So I can't wait for that one. Another thing from this show, Mav. And tell me if I missed anything, or if you got anything that you want to bring up, please let me know. I don't, again, I didn't take notes today because it was such a long show.
I was busy working too.
I was in and out. Yeah, so was I. So I was in and out, but the cloud gaming, I brought it up before. The cloud gaming department was out there. They did a great job today showing it off with the Samsung TV app now. Holding a PlayStation controller, really, again, after we just got done talking, they're pushing this play everywhere, play anything, play how you want, whatever the case may be, whatever you got. Holding a PlayStation controller, showing off how seamless, and again, it's set up to be seamless. We all know this. Again, not everybody's good experience is going to be like this, but even the fact that they can get it to this point where they can show it off live without any hitches, and it's just seamless. It just works, as my good friend Todd Howard says all the time. It just works. With a PlayStation controller on top of it, no fear from Xbox whatsoever. They're really pushing this like, hey, we don't care. We don't care. Just access our ecosystem. Play your games here. That's all we want you to do. That was really cool, man. Did you get the same impression?
Yeah. I mean, it's just awesome tech, man. It's the future of gaming, really. I mean, so I think that it goes also, we'll get into that with Phil's interview, kind of where things are headed. And, they're really pushing that now. And it's moving technology forward. Ease of access into an ecosystem. You don't have to worry about a price increase on a box when you already got the app built into your TV, right?
Right.
So
another barrier to entry done, right?
Yep. Exactly. You're gonna get another audience of gamers that never would have even played, because guess what? They just never would have bought a console before, right? But they're used to using apps.
Right.
You know what I mean? So you can open an app, like, what's this? $1, I get to play this new game that just came out. Like, I don't know anything about it, but hear people talking about it. I'll give it a chance. Guess what? You got yourself a new customer. You know what I mean? Guess what? You may have signed up that entire family for $25 a month now, and they can play on all their TVs and tablets and phones. And guess what? Maybe they really like gaming and they want to go all in and get the best experience possible. How much better is it if you get a console, right? Like, it's breeding consumers, and it's adding people into the ecosystem. This technology that they're pushing. It's not about abandoning hardware, right? It's about making it easier for people to access what Xbox is now. The Xbox is not a plastic box anymore.
Right.
It's a number of devices. It's a number of devices, and it's not even devices really. It's a ecosystem that lives within the devices, and the Xbox Series X and S are two devices in which you can access that ecosystem to their max potential. So, I mean, that's just the way what they're pushing it, and they're really making waves with the Samsung right now, because those new TVs, I've seen people posting Twitter videos and stuff. They really like it. So far, the people have seen using it. So, they're onto something here for sure.
Yeah, like Talos Ray said, my son is playing Minecraft using his iPhone and controller right now.
Yeah. My daughter grew up playing Minecraft on iPad way before she ever played it on a console.
Right. That's going to be the next gen, right? The younger generations coming up right now, as we've talked about, they don't care about hardware. They don't.
Yeah. Minecraft, Roblox, Fortnite was an iPad tablet thing. It wasn't even a console thing. Tried to get her to play those. I got her Xbox for a room along when she was young, and I was like, this is better. Right. Play it here. She's like, wasn't used to it. Like, I'm good. I don't care. You know what I mean? I mean, now she loves the Xbox because as she's gotten older, she really wants that better experience, right?
Sure.
But like, you know, if you can have like that level of experience and not even need like a box itself, it's just like, it's so awesome. Can you imagine going to a hotel in the future and like traveling and they have the app built into the TVs there?
Yeah. You sign in,
log in with your account.
Yep.
You know what I mean? I mean,
yep. I know. It's going to
awesome.
be crazy. It's going to be awesome.
Play on a plane on the screen in front of you. Yeah.
Oh my God, man. You'll play like flight sim with full fidelity right there on the screen without any hardware. It's going to be absolutely incredible. The future. That's why I was excited about all this stuff. One we both got really hyped about seeing again, and we've seen it plenty now. I'm good. I know I'm going to be playing day one. I know most of us are. High on Life, Mav. But another great showing. I thought that the opening night live showing with the boss battle wasn't the best. As far as the gameplay goes, the conversation, the dialogue was absolutely hilarious. Like you were talking about Knifey talking about cutting dude's asshole out and eating it. Sounds like something I would say while we're playing Battlefield.
Yeah.
But that was absolutely hilarious, right? But the gameplay, you know, it was kind of standard boss battle, you know, over kind of the same mechanics used over and over again with the grapple. And then wait for the flood to die down and then get back down, boss shows up, shoot. So I don't think that was the best showing, because I've seen, you know, the other ones that we saw at the Bethesda showcase was Xbox Bethesda showcase was a great introduction to the game. But today they showed off more, and they showed off the regular kind of walking around levels as you're in the open or semi-open world. You know, the normal enemies that you're going to be fighting on a regular basis. Of course, they had the talking gun, the pistol that we've come to know well. I thought that the graphics in that level, in the town and that kind of stuff, were highlights, bro.
Yeah.
Highlights. This game looks phenomenal. What'd you think, man?
Yeah, I wanted to walk around that town, dude. It looked like super cool. Like all the buildings are colorful and like the graphics were looking really good. Like, it was hilarious. Other things that I was interested in is like, man, they like showed some like crazy stuff. I'm like, wow, this is on an Xbox stage right now. You know what I mean? Like, and that's pretty like
everything was bleep
out
beep,
there,
beep,
and you know it's pretty out there, right? And it makes me wonder what's in the rest of the game.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Like, because they showed a demo that was probably like more okay for like a larger audience, not necessarily just the gamers are going to attract to play it, right? Yep. And of course there's a lot of bleeps and stuff, and I'm thinking like, oh my God, like this is gonna get crazy. It's gonna be freaking hysterical. And I love when things out there just go for it and don't like worry about like being appropriate or like all these different things. And it's just like you need that little bit of edge sometimes to just like make you laugh and like not take things so damn seriously all the time, right?
Right.
And this is 100% going to give me that energy, and I freaking love it. And I haven't seen anything like this in gaming, really. That's this like this specific. I mean, Conker's kind of similar, like kind of close, and you had like some other games like in the past, you know. But this is very unique in the way they're doing this, and it also they're doing other interesting things that's never been done before. They went out and actually we found out this week that they actually went and got licenses for movies to be in the game.
Yes.
Never been done before. They said like they went out and got actual real full length feature film movies, like 4 of them, like campy, like type movies that were like, one of them was Tammy and the T-Rex. That had like Denise Richards and Paul Walker and came out in 1994. Right.
Right.
And they got like 4 movies in there that it's going to be, you can chill out and watch a movie on your TV. And they said they like took inspiration from like Mystery Science Theater 3000 and stuff like that. And it's just like, yeah, this game is like awesome, man. They're going out there and they're like taking what made them special to begin with, right? With
and they're going to have original shorts too, as well.
Yes. And they're bringing it to gaming and bringing this different take into gaming. Like when you come out, like too many different developers come out there and like, we're going to make this kind of game. We're gonna make this kind of game. We're gonna do this, right? But these guys, they come in here. They're like, look, what are we like? All right, I'm a writer. I write comedy stuff. I'm a goofball. You know what I mean? I like kind of toting that edge, right? I'm gonna bring that to gaming, but also, you know what? I have a history with TV shows and all this stuff. You know, I'm gonna try and see if I can bring an element of that in there too, right? So it's like just an interesting new thing that looks like it has pretty damn solid gameplay as well. So I'm super happy about it, man. This is that triple I experience, as they coined.
Shout out to Caitlin quoting me from some of our gameplay. Eat my asshole, fuckface.
Pong. Yes, that is something Pong says. Also, we got some super chats too.
Go ahead, grab those super chats.
These are a lot of outdated. Sorry, it's taking me a while to get to these guys. TK Chillin hit us earlier with a $10 super chat. Appreciate you, TK. Had blast playing Battlefield with you as well, sir. The Sony is for the players. You just need to pay them to help them do it. Jeez. Risk it for the biscuit. $8 super chat as well. Says exactly, Pong. We're now seeing the smaller studios meet or exceed AAA in graphical quality. UE5 showing its chops, but we need to see how they feel. I think this is in regards to one of the games we were talking about earlier.
It was when we were talking, and I said that it was good to see that we're leaving last gen behind.
Yeah.
And current gen is going to become the standard in 2023. That's when I think he posted it, and that's what he was talking about, because I was talking about some of the other games that weren't necessarily from the big studios showing up and showing out, like Atlas Fallen and Dune, etc., and how good they looked. So
yeah. And then Chris Jones, shout out to Chris Jones with the $5 super chat. And as we would assume, Chris Jones is going to bring up Ayuden Chronicle 100 Heroes. He says, how about the Ayuden Chronicle 100 Heroes trailer? Not many people seen. Yeah, thanks for sharing that to us on Twitter. That looks absolutely incredible too, dude.
All you Suikoden old school fans, absolutely keep your eye on Ayuden Chronicles. It is looking absolutely better and better. I can't wait for that.
Shout out to you guys. Appreciate the generosity in the super chats. It means a lot to support. So,
and just to end on high on life too, Jez got to play it out there because he's at Gamescom.
He said it was solid.
He compared it to Bulletstorm.
Yeah.
So all you Bulletstorm fans, Bulletstorm, freaking amazing gem that more people got to play after they remastered it, and more people found out how good it was. He said that's what it feels a lot like is Bulletstorm. So I'm in. We're good.
Yeah. Was it him also that played Lies of P?
Yes.
As well. And he said
it might wind up being the best third-party Game Pass deal Microsoft has made. Yes, that is correct.
Yeah, that game's getting a lot of hype right now.
Yes, as it should. Again, Again, it makes no sense. Like I said on Twitter, is this the push that Sony finally needs to announce the Bloodborne remaster or Bloodborne 2? I was talking about the remake remaster situation like they did with Demon Souls. because their fan base has been clamoring for Bloodborne. Again, there's a whole section of that fan base that believes that's still to this day, even with Elden Ring, the best Souls games out there.
Yeah.
Is Bloodborne. And the fact that they don't have a remake, remaster, or a number 2 yet in the works is absolutely insanity. But could the Liza P all this attention? Because this thing was getting so much attention. Again, it even won most wanted game for PlayStation, which was absolutely hilarious. Again, shout out to
That's so funny.
Shout out to Keeley. I don't know how you do your awards, brother, but why that wasn't in the Xbox One too? Because you had same games in both categories for Xbox and PlayStation. So why Liza P wasn't included, I have no idea. I don't know how you decided this, but a lot of people got ideas. But the fact that they won for best play or most wanted PlayStation game of Gamescom was hilarious. But yeah, this got so much attention, and it would only make sense that all of a sudden Sony comes out and says, "Oh, by the way, hey, we're remaking Bloodborne. we're gonna do that for you guys."
Maybe there'll be an announcement at this next Sony show that's rumored for September, right?
Absolutely, because again, you watch Liza P and the gameplay, and it's so heavily inspired by Bloodborne. It's not even funny. Again, it's very unique on its own right, and the weapons. They said you can have over 1,000 combinations of the weapons.
Yeah.
So you could find what you like. And obviously there's going to be the players out there that find the metas and all that kind of stuff. And it's probably, just going to be like Bloodborne, Elden Ring, etc., where you find those weapons that do break the game. But again, heavily inspired by Bloodborne. And that's why so many people are excited right now. So now is the time to jump on board, Sony, for sure. Are you all caught up on Super Chats?
Yes.
Okay. Last thing, and then we'll get into Phil's conversation. I got to eat. I know you probably want to get out of here too at some point. We knew this was going to be an extra long show, and obviously, again, shout out to Big Cloud for jumping in. That extended a little bit here too as well, but it was great. Last thing, unless you got something else that you thought of today that should be talked about. Shout out to Jasper too, because I didn't get to hear this part. I got to see some of it or whatever else, but they had an interview with Plague's Tale Dev. And just to give you guys a little idea, again, I think everybody here, Plague's Tale, Innocence, is it Innocence or Requiem? Which one?
Requiem.
Okay, Innocence was the first one. I always get those two mixed up. Plague Tale Requiem, obviously day one, Game Pass, beautiful. It's multi-plat. Don't care. It's coming to Game Pass. It's going to be awesome. I love the first one. I got to go back. I got to finish it. I'm about 80%, 90% through. I got to finish it off. But just to give you a kind of a idea of how much this one has grown, Jasper threw this in there. The Plague Tale dev said this was the first game, in the first game, I should say, in Innocence, they could only do 5,000 rats at one time on the screen. In this game, they can do 300,000 rats. 60 times the amount of rats on screen at one time.
Yeah, more rats.
Yo, I can't wait for this game. This game is looking phenomenal. Again, much bigger, more expansive storyline, I think, in this one. Different gameplay elements. She's going to have more weapons this time. She can use more weapons, more fighting techniques. Again, the trailers have shown, it looks like, I forget the little kid's name. I always forget his name. Can control the rats now. I cannot wait for Plague's Tale. Man, what'd you think, brother?
I didn't get a chance to see this one, unfortunately.
Okay.
But I'm gonna go check it back out. That's one I'm looking forward to for sure.
No, Depka 5,000 rats is not enough.
Asobo is crazy talented studios, so any game that they come out with is always going to be on my radar now. So I can't wait to try it. It's in Game Pass day one. Even though it's not technically a first party title, kind of feels like it. You know what I mean?
Feels like it. It's associated with Xbox. It's the Game Pass. It's the Game Pass effect that happens, and we talk about this all the time, no matter what. So Liza P feels like an Xbox game already, just because they've announced it as Game Pass. So, anything else you want to bring up, Mav?
Not from their show. Like I said, I was able to catch the early parts of the show. I mean, Grounded had a big presence there. Phil even brought that out, talked about it. Yeah. And I think that's awesome. They're standing behind that product 100%. What was interesting, the only other point I'll make is it was interesting hearing Obsidian talk about the flexibility and allowing them to be able to make a game like this. Being allowed to be creative and do what they want. And now they're been on this journey, and they have all this content come out. And to think that the thing that kind of surprised me, because Phil Spencer could have been there for anything, but for this little project that was formed from this little team at Obsidian, this offshoot thing that they wanted to do, has now grown to over 10 million players and is about to get 1.0. And he's sitting on stage with the Microsoft CEO of gaming, interviewing him about their project that they started, right? Because of the ability and flexibility they're allowed because of Microsoft to ascend to that type of game. And it's only going to grow. I think the future of Grounded is extremely bright, especially when they have Microsoft funding and allowing them to do what they want behind it. And we've heard that numerous times from multiple developers, time and time again now, right? And so that's a legit thing. They enjoy the freedom and the ability to make what they want.
Yep, 100%. And that was push. And just because you brought that up, a little side note, and Psychonauts brought up, shout out to you, brother, for jumping here. Shout out to PT Gabe Blam, brother. Great to see you. Boom jumped in here earlier. Shout out to you, Boom. I don't know if you're still here, but great to see your face jumping in here. Ed Enzo, we talked about Atomic Heart earlier. Great to see you, by the way. Thank you for stopping in. We did talk about Atomic Heart at the beginning of this conversation about today's showcase. Yeah, Mav and I are both on board with it. It looks absolutely insane. Can't wait to see more of it. Don Sicario, great to see you in here. Lord Roughness dropping on in here. Great to see you. Everybody who's hanging out with us, Davino. Listen, thank you all for being here. This is one of our bigger shows of the year. We knew it was going to be a lot of news. We're going extra long tonight. Thank you all for dropping in here, whether you dropped in here for 5 minutes or you stayed the whole entire show. We love you all. Dr. Dingenlut, I see you as well, brother. Thank you for being in here. Last part of this, because you brought that up and Psycho brought it up in the chat as well. Pentiment.
Yeah.
Pentiment. Let me tell you something. Josh Hoyer was up on stage today talking about it again.
I need to go and watch that back. I wasn't able to catch it either.
Yeah. Along with the lead art designer. She is awesome. She's really into the art aspect of this. That's what she does. That's what she went to school for. You can tell she's passionate about it. I love that. But talk about another part of Obsidian. Again, small team, another small team from Obsidian. Josh Sawyer, one of the greatest minds in Obsidian, was allowed to take himself away from major projects and just create this little team and create this dream that he had, that he talked about a long time ago, and evolve it into Pentiment. And the more I hear about Pentiment, they've had some interviews with people from the show floor that got to play Pentiment. Yes, I know they're Xbox fans, and of course they're at the Xbox showcase. They're going to be excited. I think Pentiment is going to catch people by surprise. Is it going to be a gigantic hit? No, I'm not saying it's going to be, 5 million people playing this game. Okay. But I think it's going to catch more people than when we originally saw it at the showcase for the first time. Everybody was like, what the F is this? And I was one of a couple that said, I'm still excited. I can't wait to play this. This looks really cool. I think this game is a lot deeper than people have caught on to. I think there's a lot more to it. I think your decisions are going to matter. The consequences happen over 25 years of time within the game, and you see the people grow from even babies into adults during that 25-year-old period, and some decisions that you make can affect their lives and can affect how they treat you, all the while you're trying to solve these murders. So I think this game is going to be something that more appeals to more people as people get to try it through Game Pass. Again, this is the power of Game Pass, allowing Josh Sawyer, an absolute ultimate creative, to go off and do something like this instead of just saying, no, you're going to work on AAA home run games for our service. That's what we hire. That's what we bought your entire company for. That's what you're going to do, Josh. Nah, he's allowed to go do this, and you can see the excitement in his face. You can see how thankful he is that he got to do this game that he started thinking about a long, long time ago, just to add on to the Grounded thing, Matt, that you were just talking about.
Yeah.
Again, that just makes me happy. That just makes me excited. These guys and gals get to go do what they do best, man. Just create underneath Xbox. I love it, even if it's not the biggest game in the world.
Yeah, so and the cool thing too with those passion projects and stuff like that, where people may have been not excited about it, like I wasn't excited for As Dusk Falls, which Microsoft funded and published. Guess what? With Game Pass, you can try it, and it's not going to hurt you at all. And if you don't like it, you like it. You don't like it, and if you do like it, maybe you find something that you absolutely love, like I did with As Dusk Falls, right? So whereas my excitement, like I was like, this Pentiment is not what I had hoped for from the Obsidian thing when I first saw it, because it was not the style that I had in my head, right? But
absolutely.
Guess what? Like, now there's a little bit of buzz after the showing today. I need to go back and watch it, but I started to see a little bit of excitement out there in the community. I have noticed some Twitter stuff and people in some of the DMs and things like that. So it's something that, regardless, like I said this before, I'm gonna try. Day one.
Risk.
And guess what? I may love it. Who knows? And maybe it'll be a great game you can play on your phone or like your
off your
TV
your
or whatever, your iPad.
Yeah. Absolutely, and I agree wholeheartedly. I can't wait to see. And again, that just reinvigorates the creatives when they're allowed to go do stuff like that. Josh Sawyer's next big AAA game that he thinks of, that he starts working on after this, could be even better than it would have been had he been forced to do it, just because his mindset is, I'm working for a freaking amazing company that allowed me to go do what I wanted to do. My passion project turned out exactly the way I wanted. They gave me all the time in the world. It's on Game Pass. People get to download and enjoy it. He goes into that next project with a free, relaxed, open mind, all set to rock and roll, right? On the big stuff. That's what it takes to be a creative nowadays. And to have a company like Xbox supporting these people is absolutely awesome. Again, that's where I get really, really excited, man. So can't wait. All right, let's jump into the last topic of the evening here, Mav. Let's get this thing out of here.
This was supposed to be the second biggest topic.
We're doing a living split screen tonight, Mav. We're going 4 hours.
Here, we are, man. This is a first. This is a first for us, I think.
This is a first, man. Shout out to Steel, man. I got another one coming up on Saturday morning. I know it because, man, I love this stuff though. This is fun. Again, I haven't been able to talk about this stuff all week, so I got a lot pent up.
Yeah.
Phil Spencer got some more interviews this week. The big one, of course, with Bloomberg. And this was part of their business, their 1.0. I forget the full name of it, whatever it is. But he sat down with an awesome lady from over at Bloomberg and talked about a wide range of topics. And again, I love this format. It was only 24 minutes long, but it felt like you were getting a lot more information because she broadened out the conversation. Obviously, there was big topics to be covered, but she asked him, about his history, first games played, what he was doing, all that kind of stuff. And we've heard a lot of this from Phil before, but again, Phil gets so relaxed in these conversations when you come at him as a real person, because that's who he is. And you could tell in this conversation that he was being himself. He wasn't in business mode per se. Yeah, he gave some business answers here and there, but let's pick out some of the big stuff here, Mav. Let's talk about the exclusive stuff, because we had started doing that. And I've got it. And this is the one that's kind of been taken again, run with from all sides, reading into it, console warring over it.
Yeah,
Xbox
exclusivity.
Exclusivity. Xbox is a third-party publisher. This is going to be the last console of Xbox. All this nonsense here because of what Phil said and because they took it out of context. So
I've seen some really bad headlines used as clickbait.
I mean, again, even it gets into the journalism side. Kotaku, of course, that terrible freaking dirtbag site is running with crazy stuff as well. That's why I give them 0 clicks.
I blocked them. I think it's the first gaming website that I blocked on Twitter.
Yeah, exactly. Just absolutely insane. So let's get into this real quick. I'm going to read an article from Games Rant real quick. Exclusive games on consoles like Xbox has been one of the driving reasons for players to buy a particular device, but some companies seem to be leaning away from that these days. In an interview, Xbox CEO Phil Spencer said that exclusives could be seen less and less in the company's library going forward. Throughout the years, consoles have always had specific titles that were exclusive to them. PlayStation had titles like Uncharted series, The Last of Us, Shadow of the Colossus, while Xbox had Halo, Forza, Gears, among the others. With Microsoft not wanting to make Call of Duty an Xbox exclusive after it acquires Activision Blizzard, this could be a step in a new direction for consoles going forward. In an interview with Bloomberg, Xbox CEO Phil Spencer, and it's actually Microsoft Games CEO now, you should know that, Games Rant. Phil Spencer explained that console exclusives are something, quote, something we're just going to see less and less of. end quote. The interview centered on some details surrounding Microsoft's acquisition of Activision Blizzard, but also mentioned how he would want to make Call of Duty available for PlayStation players. Quote, we really love to be able to bring more players in, reducing friction, making people feel safe, secure when they're playing, allowing them to find their friends, play with their friends, regardless of what device, he says in the interview. He also acknowledges that other companies might not be crazy about the idea, but it could be proved good for the growth of the industry. Mav, do you have the exact quote, the full quote there? I thought this article had it, but do you still have it up?
I had closed it.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, that's all right.
I thought this had the full quote, but obviously it didn't have the full quote, because the full quote has the actual context in it that provides more. I'll finish it out here while you look for it real quick if you've got it there. Sorry about that, folks. I thought this one just had the full thing. The direction of the gaming industry could be a good one, where it moves away from gatekeeping certain games from those who simply don't own the device it's exclusive to. As Spencer mentions, it could be most beneficial to multiplayer games, where the only restriction is usually the console is being played on. A great example is the Halo series and games like it, where players need to play online locally with only those who own the same game on Xbox. Direction for console exclusives could be indeed a good one for companies in the perspective of growth. Exclusives used to be a way for consoles to guarantee sales and players that were loyal, but the industry seems to be getting to a point where it's willing to open the playing field to everyone, which could be beneficial to expand the player base. We've seen this with PlayStation games moving to PC Game Pass. Well, no, one game moving to game. Well, I suppose MLB, I guess you could count it as well. But so yeah, Matt, did you find it or no?
I have some quotes. I'm on VGC.
Okay, go ahead.
So
yeah, go ahead.
All right. It says, maybe you happen in your household to buy an Xbox and I buy a PlayStation and our kids want to play together. And they can't because we bought the wrong device, piece of plastic to plug into our television. We really love to bring more players in, reducing friction, making people feel safe, secure when they're playing, allowing them to find their friends, play with their friends, regardless of what device. I think in the long run, that is good for the industry. And maybe in the short run, there's some people and some companies that don't love it. But I think as we get over the hump and see where this industry can continue to grow, it proves out to be true. So that's basically the context section.
Correct. That's the full context of the quote that people were missing or misconstruing or misreading on purpose, whatever you wanted to say. And coming up with this, well, that just means that Microsoft, again, is going to become a third-party publisher. This is the last console generation for Xbox. They're just going to put their games everywhere. That's it. That's exactly what's going to happen here.
And he started that off. I missed this. So before he said all that, he said console exclusives. Console exclusives are something we're going to see less and less of. Right. And then he followed all that up with the context that everybody's like leaving out. Everybody's running with a headline. Microsoft gaming CEO says that Xbox is going to have less exclusives, right? Without any context as to what that actually means or how it impacts the future of gaming. Because this was a question actually regarding the future of gaming, right? And where he thinks it's headed and why he believes in people being able to play everywhere, right? That was kind of the question that was posed to him.
Exactly. And the beginning part of that quote that you just read, man, says it all. Console exclusivity, man, how often is it that we get console exclusivity? If you're taking it from the standpoint of Xbox's side, they've been putting all their games day and date into PC. So technically speaking, that was one of the talking points from the console warriors. Xbox has no exclusives anyway, because it all goes to PC, right? For years. For years already. And us on the Xbox side, we already know what that means, right? There's none of that. And now we see Sony following suit with their moving their games to PC as well. So again, all Phil is doing here is reiterating the fact that he wants to open up gaming to more and more people in different places. And what it says to me, Matt, and I'll let you get your bars off here and talk about how you took this. But to me, when he's talking about this, he's saying that what we're going to see is Xbox continue to push forward to get their ecosystem, which is Game Pass and xCloud, into more and more places. And of course, as Phil has admitted before, they would love to have those things available on PlayStation's ecosystem and on Nintendo's ecosystem. They don't care. And we've talked about this before in the past. He wants to break down, again, Microsoft and Xbox to me are taking a crowbar to these closed off ecosystems, a lot like what Epic Game was doing to Apple. And Microsoft was helping out there as well. We saw what happened with Fortnite. They want to crack open these ecosystems, and they want to make sure that people can play their games wherever they are, including PlayStation, Nintendo, whatever the case may be. And that's all this is. So exclusivity, again, Phil's always has never been a fan of exclusivity.
Yeah.
He's talked about in the past that he knows that in this day and age, that this business model, it's still important, of course, but he talked about that in the interview as well, that the old ways are dying off now. The old ways. And then when he talks about people, that some people in the short term, because he went into detail in the actual full interview, short term, if you're looking short term, exclusives still are important. But he says when we look long term and what the future is going to look like, it gets less and less important. And that's what he's talking about.
And she was actually, he actually mentioned like 20 in the next 20 years.
20 years.
In this interview as well. So
go ahead, man. You expound on your thoughts on this, man.
Yeah, I mean, I've kind of been thinking about how to take exactly a lot of his interview, but because this is first off, people need to realize this is an interview with him, right? Yes. And like not necessarily everything that he says is necessarily going to happen or not happen either, because things change all the time, right? Xbox from 2012 to 2022. Could they have foreseen what is happening today in 10 years? No, they've changed so many different times with their vision and what they're doing over the last decade, right? So 10 years from now, who knows what's going to happen? None of us can actually 100% say. So when we look at what the future holds, the number one thing to look at is technology and where's technology going, right? And that's pushing everything as much forward as Xbox is with its services. And the services are enforced and helped by that technology, right? Without the technology, Xbox can't do everything that they're doing right now, right? It goes hand in hand. That technology wasn't there 10 years ago. It's there today. It's pushing everything forward. And when he's making all these comments, he's talking about the future of gaming, which a lot of people cannot wrap in their heads about the possibility that in 10 years from now, maybe 20 especially, because this is what a lot of the questions regarding, things are going to be different than today. 20 years from now, we were playing on what was 2002, right? We're playing on what, like PlayStation 2?
Dreamcast came out in 99, so
playing Dreamcast, PS2s, that kind of stuff, right? Like to think of all the stuff that these consoles can do today, right? The fact that we're playing
on dial-up back then, man.
Console games on our phones and just TVs without a box and all these different things, like
streaming 1080p games and 60
gigabit
frames.
Internet. Like fiber. Like the cloud wasn't even like really like even a word that had anything to do other than the weather back in 2002. You know what I mean? Like who knows exactly what 20 years from now is going to bring. So but Microsoft and companies like that have more insight than a lot of people do. There's other factors out there, right? So when he's being asked these questions, it's about what does he want to see or what does he think is happening. And like Phil Spencer, I personally don't care about exclusivity, right? But it isn't necessarily evil to bring people into an ecosystem, right? Like, where things are different, though, is in the necessity for a device. And this is where he's getting into this. You don't necessarily have to have this walled garden or this plastic box that is giving the access to the ecosystem. Whereas now, and going into the future, that's going to become more of a reality for all of the devices, right? You're going to have multiple platforms being playable from anywhere in the future. And that's going to be taken down. So when you talk about exclusivity in the future, it's more about ecosystem exclusivity or platform exclusivity, not device exclusivity, like as in the past where you had buy this box because this game is on this box, right? Whereas in the future, you may have like 10 different ecosystems on the same device. Right. And people can play with each other. It depends on which ones you decide to subscribe to. And you have your multi-platform games that will be on multiple ecosystems. And then you'll have your exclusive games, much like they do now, that are going to live within specific ones. And shout out to, I think it was Marlesco brought this up. Think of like Netflix and, all these things now. Like Netflix has Stranger Things. You don't see that anywhere else, right? But you do see other things rotate from service to service to service or around different streaming platforms. And the future of gaming is more regarding that, and it's giving more access to everybody across different ecosystems. And we just lost Pong. Oh no! Hopefully he gets back in here, guys. And maybe the 4-hour mark. Maybe it was like his timer went off. But as far as ecosystems go, I'm telling you guys, it's like a lot of his comments are just relegated on where the technology is going and making it possible for what they want to do. And there's nothing wrong with that. And people, I saw people on Twitter like so scared about losing exclusivity when he started making these comments and like, oh no, exclusivity is going away. We're not going to have exclusive games. There's like random journalists and websites that run with clickbait headlines talking about, oh, exclusivity is over. My Xbox thinks that exclusivity is dead or dying. And it's not really what it's about. It's about the fact that technology is changing the way we view that and the way that people can share experiences across all those different devices. And he's a big proponent of that, pushing that forward. And I personally am too, because if I can play another game with another player that's on another device, it doesn't need to be a PlayStation or an Xbox. They can be playing on their Samsung TV that has a PlayStation app and an Xbox app. I happen to be on the Xbox when he happens to be on the PlayStation. We're playing the same damn game together, right? Like it's just, you don't know exactly how this is going to unfold. And nobody really does. But will games like a Starfield or a Halo or all these other games still have a purpose to be exclusive to draw people into an ecosystem? Yes, because ecosystems need to have a brand identity. 100%. But do I think there may be less of them? When I say less, I mean a less percentage, because guess what? Microsoft's going out there and getting publishers, right? They're going out there and getting Activision Blizzard, right? They're getting other things. Who knows? Maybe Sega. I don't know. But with getting these different publishers and these different devs and all these different things, some of these have a history of being multi-plat and could potentially just stay multi-plat, like Diablo. Could potentially stay multi-plat in the future. We don't know. Maybe we don't know exactly what they have planned for some of the other big time franchises. Because guess what? When you spend $70 billion on a company that's a multi-platform publisher, things kind of tend to change within your ecosystem. So yes, maybe there's less of that, but there's still always going to be core component first party exclusives that are going to draw people in to the ecosystem, not a box. Right? And that's where I see it. I don't know how you see it, Pong, but that's kind of where I'm at on it. And I know you lost your internet, but got back. I was worried you're gonna be gone for good.
So did I, because it wasn't coming back right away. I was like, oh no, okay, we're dead. Shout out to Boogeyman for showing up here. Yeah, Jesus, what a doozy of a day. You're absolutely correct, sir. That's why Mav and I are going over 4 hours tonight. So it has been one heck of a day. Listen, no, Mav, I think a lot, and I've talked about what I think as far as when I look in the crystal ball where Microsoft and Xbox are headed. And I think you're absolutely correct. And again, this is kind of conflating two different questions, because she pushed him, or pressed him, I should say, on the Call of Duty and said, hey, is this thing going to be multi-plat in perpetuity? And he said, Phil was like, I can't even think of what does it forever mean, because I don't know what it's going to look like. What is this industry going to look like 10 years from now? Right. He's like, think about what we saw 10 years ago. It's different now. So exactly to your point, Mav. And again, my feeling is, and this is my feeling, is this comes down to the war between AWS and Azure, and Microsoft sees the future, where we talked about earlier, that eventually when tech catches up and the experience for everybody is as good or as close to hardware as possible, all of these console makers are going to drop hardware instantaneously. They're going to drop it completely, because it's an R&D expense. They make it at a loss for the beginning of a generation, it's a huge negative to these companies to have hardware. So the minute that they can do streaming, and again, people who say, that's too far, we're never going to see that. Again, as Mav just said, look where we were 20 years ago. Look where we are now. We've just got quantum computing coming, which is going to change everything. Okay. So yeah, I can see 10, 15 years from now. I think the next gen after this generation is done, which I think is going to last 8 to 10 years, I think the next gen could potentially be the last gen of hardware. I can see that happening. I think Xbox and Microsoft see that too. And Xbox is preparing for that time frame where everybody becomes a third-party publisher. But where are you going to host your content? That's going to be the question. This streaming thing is not easy, especially at high quality, especially if we're talking 4K 120 at that point or 8K 120 at that point. Where are you going to be streaming that from? Well, Microsoft wants to make sure it's Azure. They want to be the leaders. They want to be the cloud leaders, right? And like Mav said, you're still going to have your ecosystems. You're still going to have your Sony. You're still going to have your PlayStation. You're going to have your Nintendo ecosystem potentially, all that kind of stuff. You're going to have Xbox. You're going to have all that. So you're still going to purchase your stuff, but you're going to access it through one point. And who's going to be in control of that one point? Well, that's where Microsoft wants to be. They want to be the access point where you log in, click in. Guess what? You open up, got all your content in one place. Yeah, it's still Sony. Yeah, it's still Nintendo. Yeah, it's still Xbox. But you just seamlessly select games from wherever you bought them from. And they all are streamed perfectly. I think that's the future. And I think that that's where we're headed.
And you already do that on PC.
Yeah, we already do that on PC. Right, exactly. So I think that's where the war is. And that's what Phil is talking about here, that, yeah, exclusivity right now is still, he said, short term. That's why there's pushback from other people. And obviously he was meaning PlayStation, that pushback is there because it's still short term. Yes, it's still a necessary evil right now to fill. But long term, where they're looking, no, exclusivity isn't going to freaking matter anymore. It's not going to mean anything anymore. So I think you're spot on with that, Mav, and I think that's what Phil was getting at. And like I said, from my point of view, when people say, Xbox can become third-party publisher, everybody's going to be a third-party publisher at some point. That's just the way the industry's headed. Again, there's no doubt about that in my mind.
But guess what? They're still making consoles for a long time, guys. At least for the
Phil
next,
already said they're
next
working
generation.
On the next. Yes.
There's seen that going around. Oh, they're not making consoles anymore. No, he's talking about the future, guys. Talk about the future.
Confirmed they're working on the next one because he knows right now the hardware is necessary. That's for your enthusiasts like us. The hardware is still going to give you the best experience. That's why I said maybe after next gen I can see it happening. But we're still going to get this whole gen, maybe one more gen out of it, maybe 2 more gens out of it, depending on what happens. But I think at some point we all got to prepare for that inevitability that the hardware goes away. So that's where I'm at with it. Again, Phil's words were taken way out of context, used for all sorts of, intellectual dishonesty out here on the internet, as they always are, the gloom and doom, the FUD thrown around, all that nonsense that we always get. But at the end of the day, I thought to me, made it very clear where things were headed and how he felt about it and what was coming. So again, that's just, I don't know how else to say it. It's the future, right? And again, exclusivity doesn't mean as much, like Mav was saying before I got cut out. When you spend $70 billion, the game changes. Your ecosystem changes. You don't look at Call of Duty like, it's ours now. No, but what you do see it is a valuable chess piece in negotiations down the road as you try to crack open other places that are closed off right now. That you do. But otherwise, holding it hostage as an exclusive doesn't make any sense when it's got so many players worldwide on all different places, ecosystems. Doesn't make any sense. In fact, they talked about expanding to Nintendo. So that's what Phil and this and Satya and the whole crew over there are starting to think about. It goes much bigger than that. Where do you want to go next with this interview, Mav? Because he broke down a lot of different things.
The Activision Blizzard stuff's pretty interesting. I think. I mean, that would be worth just a good little discussion on.
Yeah. So she pressed him on Activision Blizzard.
Yeah, I liked it.
Of course. Yeah, I liked it too. Of course, he even had to say at one point, "Hey, look," she asked him directly about Bobby Kotick. Okay, yeah. She asked him if Bobby Kotick's going to be there afterwards or if he's gone. He said, "I can't answer that question. We're in the middle of the deal. I can't talk about that stuff right now." And he expanded a little bit further and said, "Look, we're talking. all that kind of stuff, but he can't talk about specifics as it's an ongoing acquisition. So as of right now, it stands where it stands. I think we all know where it's going, but she also talked to him about the unionization, which is a big part of this, Mav, right? The Activision Blizzard deal, Microsoft, as everybody knows, came out and made a formal statement about the unionization, the unions, and all that kind of stuff, and said, we're not going to stand in the way of unionization. This is huge. People don't realize, again, we're in our own little community here, and we're so focused on games, which is obviously a big part of it. But just from a whole standpoint, the technology world has been highly resistant to unionization. Highly.
Yeah.
This has been a point of consternation for many employees, not just in the gaming industry, but we're talking tech overall. They have been against this for a long time. All the big companies have been. We just saw Amazon go through a big thing, and we'll continue to go through more. We see Activision Blizzard now going through. So for Microsoft to take a stand and say, we are not going to stand in the way of unions, and we pledged. And again, remember that they got the biggest union to write a letter to the DOJ, the FTC, saying we now support this deal because Microsoft has agreed to not stand in the way and to talk, openly with the unions, all that kind of stuff. So that was huge. I got some quotes here from Phil during this interview. Quote unquote, I've never run an organization that has unions in it. But what I can say in working through this is that we recognize the workers' needs to feel safe and be heard and compensated fairly in order to do great work, said Spencer. Continues, we definitely see a need to support the workers in the outcomes that they want to have, end quote. And then this isn't the first time that Microsoft and Spencer has come out in support of unions. He previously stated that unions are a right of the employees and something that can be a part of a relationship between the company and the people who work at the company. He added, we absolutely support employees' rights to organize and form unions. She went on to ask him, Mav, well, does this mean that Microsoft is now okay with unions, right? Because again, it's not just Xbox here. And Phil confirmed. He said, we talked about this. We knew what this statement being out in the public would mean when we said it. So yeah, Microsoft is open to unionization wherever it may happen within the company. Bro, that's huge.
Yeah.
Brother.
He said we knew what we were doing when we made that statement.
Yes.
Right? Like putting it out there, like, and that's big with everything they're trying to do as well. Like he was questioned about, their past with like the monopoly situation in the back in the day, they had to like change their company and split off Windows and all that kind of stuff. It happened I think it was in the 90s or early 2000s. I can't remember exactly when that took place, but they're like, do you think it's fair that Google and Amazon and these other people are getting all this scrutiny and Microsoft isn't? Well, they kind of are right now because they're being questioned heavily on this acquisition is one thing, right? But besides that, he was like, I think they learned their lesson a lot and stuff, so overall, I think that it's big for Xbox to have this whole idea that they're willing to accept these new ways of doing things in order for their bigger vision to take place, right? They have this new culture there that's really taken over. Sometimes it can be a little annoying at times when it's like so forward facing all the time in their marketing and stuff. But for the most part, it's like a terrific vision that people should be able to stand behind, and they've backed that up a lot, except for the one thing we talked about earlier. They backed that up a lot with putting their putting it out there and actually proving what they're saying. You know what I mean? And we've seen it across multiple facets of Microsoft now. You know what I mean? So it's not just within Xbox. So Microsoft's a new company now, and I think they're willing to do this. He must have had a meeting with them, like, hey, I mean, like, look, this is, if we want this deal, like, this is a necessity. And they're like, okay, well, it might open the door for more of this to happen, but we'll have to deal with it. And you think that one of the biggest labor unions in the industry is not looking at that going, okay, well, if they're willing to do that, then maybe like the other people will too. Like, good. And they're, right. Yeah, exactly. And you don't think that's good for like when the government's looking at things and judging these companies and corporations and stuff, that's not a check mark for Microsoft that they're willing to accept unions into their organization, right? So I again, like, an Activision Blizzard thing for me is a slam dunk. It's just like a waiting game now, people posturing and trying to make themselves feel important by, making, well, we're going to take a longer look at this or whatever, all this kind of stuff but at the end of the day, it's going to fly through, and maybe a couple of concessions that they asked just to make themselves feel like they accomplished something, right? And I expect Microsoft will probably, depending on how strict they are, be like, okay on a few of them, and if they may bite back on a couple. But it was interesting that, he has confidence, but his other interesting thing he had said was, he actually welcomes like questioning of he thinks that big transactions like this should be scrutinized. You know what I mean?
Sure.
He's saying all the right things. You know what I mean? They've been saying,
I mean, I'm sure in his heart of heart.
Yeah, he's like, can we just buy it and just get it over with, right? But like, they've been doing all the right things and saying all the right things ever since they announced this. It's been like really impressive to watch, actually, them go through this whole situation. Now, is there a whole business side of this? Like, they want to make a lot of money. You know what I mean? They want to be like, the big daddy, but hosting all the cloud everywhere. And, that this is going to make it a lot easier for them to do that with all this mobile and PC tech that they're going to be getting, and this infrastructure
that was funny too.
and all this stuff. And it's like, yeah, it obviously is. And there's a reason they want to do this deal. So it's not like it's not for a company's profit at the end of the day. But when that company is going out there and turning around and giving back the value to the consumer and not doing stupid things like Sony is right now, currently, like with raising their prices and stuff like this, like, it's easy to root for them. You know what I mean? And Phil's ahead of that right now. And he's kind of like the face of it. And I think he's kind of become the face for like this whole different side of Microsoft now. Right. Which was probably cool with this interview too. He's like this, like, down to earth, normal guy that has ascended to be a CEO in a major tech corporation. Started as an intern in the 80s, right? And he looks like a dude that I'd like just chill with on the couch and play some like Halo with back in the 2000s. Destiny. You know what I mean? Or like, Destiny. And like, it's pretty awesome to see that now. And the interview, every time he does an interview like this, it's like, what's Phil going to say? What's Phil going to say? You know what I mean? And he has some really great insight in this interview. But like, Activision Blizzard thing, the Kodak thing, I really like that she hammered him on that. Although we knew he couldn't really say anything. But it was interesting that his remarks were like, we can't do anything about any of the people that are there until we like own them, or until the acquisition is done, where we have control. And it came across to me as like obviously what they want to do. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But he just can't say anything.
We all know. Yeah, we all know exactly where they're headed with that portion of it. The other funny part, Mav, was when she did talk about the deal, and she asked him what it was going to bring, and he completely avoided the Call of Duty, and instantly went and said, well, look, and again, I'm paraphrasing, but he said, look, we looked at where our position was within the industry, and he started talking about the 2 billion, 3 billion people and where they play at. And he said, we knew that King was the piece that we needed to get into the mobile sector. We don't have a presence there, really. We needed to get that done. So King was the big part of this deal. And then, of course, the PC side of things and Blizzard and what Blizzard's going to bring to the table for our PC. Totally ignored the console, totally ignored Call of Duty, totally ignored Activision altogether. It just said, nope, it's King, and then some of Blizzard, because they're going to bring some PC stuff. To me, I was dying. I was like, okay, yes, we've all talked about it when this first went down, that King was the forgotten piece, and that was huge to their future plans because mobile is so gigantic.
Yeah.
Again, go look at Candy Crush's numbers. Candy Crush makes more money than Call of Duty. That's all I got to say. Candy Crush has been out for 10 years, 8 years, 10 years. It makes more money than Call of Duty still to this day. The ROI on mobile side of things, when you hit it big, is ridiculous. That's what everybody's chasing it. And they're right. Microsoft doesn't have a whole lot of mobile. Now, they acquired some with ZeniMax. But this deal is going to give them King, which is a huge boost to the mobile side. But I thought that was absolutely hilarious too, man, obviously.
Yeah.
You got anything to say on that? You want to add in?
No, I mean, it's just interesting. I mean, immediately, like all the big like corporation like type websites, when the acquisition was announced, it's like Microsoft makes big gamble on mobile. You know what I mean? And it's like, and then all this fanboy the console stuff's like Call of Duty is gonna go exclusive now, and it's like Microsoft has much bigger aspirations than just COD. You know what I mean? It's going to also play a factor with everything that we're talking about for sure, because it is a competitive console space, and sometimes with their big aspirations we lose the fact that they are still really entrenched and into that side of things. And we saw the side of that with their response back to Sony with the regulators, right? And like it's very interesting to see like they're very well still into this like console war game at the end of the day, but there's this underlying huge ship moving the entire organization that's moving to bigger and better things at the end of the day. So that's what also is about.
Yeah, and in general, feelings of the overall acquisition, not much to talk about there. He just said he feels it's going good, but he started laughing. He goes, "I've never done a $70 billion deal before."
Yeah.
So he goes, everything around it, all the talks around it have been positive. That was his exact words. It has been positive. And then like Mav mentioned just a little bit earlier, he said that they've been asking the hard questions. We've been answering them, which is great. The dialogue's been good. Feel good about it, right? So that was his basic overall kind of feeling about the deal itself. Again, nothing but confidence here. There's nothing like, I didn't see anything in his body language or anything that said that he wasn't telling the truth.
He's not like, well, we're screwed. I mean, we tried. We're going to be wasting a few billion on that clause. We got to pay them for nothing. No, like, it's all confidence for sure.
It's all confidence right now. It's just a matter of time, like Mav said, and letting this play out. Mav, let's get into speculation town here a little bit. The opening introduction to this interview.
Oh yeah.
Let's do this, man, because this is fun. This is fun. We don't have to spend too long on it, but it's fun. Maybe a lot of people out here didn't watch the full interview. You guys kind of read through the quotes and stuff. A lot of it was kind of piecemealed out before the full interview.
Yeah.
But if you want to, supposedly Bloomberg hasn't changed it yet. It's been over 24 hours now, folks. So get ready, buckle up. If you haven't watched the full interview, shout out to Kay Asante, who was the first to notice it and posted it on Twitter. I hadn't started watching it yet, but I saw his post, instantly knew what he was going to be talking about. Wouldn't watch it. Was like, what? So they did an intro and they talked about Xbox, right? They do a little short intro before she starts interviewing him and says, Xbox, the home of Halo. And then right after Halo was the home of Sonic. That's right, folks. Bloomberg, in their own intro, said that Xbox is the home of Sonic the Hedgehog. That was not a joke. They had Sonic running across the screen. It was there.
Yeah.
So of course, speculation towns wide open. Does Bloomberg, and remember, our favorite journalist in the whole wide world, Mr. Jason Schreier, does work for Bloomberg. So they do have some knowledge on the gaming industry over there. This is not new to them. They've interviewed Phil before. They've interviewed other people in the game industry. Does Bloomberg have more information, man? Do they know something we don't know? Or was this simply a mistake?
I think my heart's telling me one thing and my mind's telling me another, Pong Soul.
Yes.
My heart's saying there's something to this, man. Bloomberg screwed up and they let it out, right? They accidentally didn't know that they weren't supposed to share this information, right? But then the realist mind part of me says that it's just somebody body that made the video that probably didn't know that Sonic did not
changed it, Babs.
I don't know. That's the only thing that's throwing me off, because it wouldn't have meant anything also if they were just talking about multi-platform games, like the home of great franchises like this and that. But it added when they were and hopefully the future home of Call of Duty, or however they ended it. So if they're adding if they say and the home of Sonic and then hopefully Call of Duty, means they're talking about franchises that they own, right? And so when they were talking about that and they mentioned Sonic, and like I didn't catch it at first. I saw it, I didn't catch it. I wasn't even thinking about it until I pointed it out. I'm like, what? That's a mistake, right? But this goes back to all the speculation we've had numerous times on this channel about the possibility of one day Sega being acquired by Xbox, dating back to the days of Aaron Greenberg posting pictures of hedgehogs and Sega posting pictures of green martinis or whatever the heck it was that they were posting pictures of. And there was all this fuel, and then you have the Sega Microsoft partnership led by Sarah Bond and all these things. It's like, are they getting closer? Are they getting closer? Their relationship's getting pretty strong. You see all these Sega games coming to Game Pass on PC right now as well and stuff like that. Total War franchise coming there. You got games like 2 Point Campus coming day one to Game Pass, the Sega published game. It's like, man, it's like my heart wants to really think this is happening. And you know, I don't know why there hasn't been a retraction. Maybe because technically you can play Sonic on Xbox, so maybe this is not 100% necessary to make a retraction, but it was very interesting that they did that. But how would they necessarily even know? Like, Microsoft wouldn't have went to them and be like, hey, and we got Sonic, guys, you know, because they can't make that public information yet.
They can't because
right.
There's
so
investors involved.
That's where my mind is. That's where my mind is that it's some video editor that just didn't know. You know what I mean? And it was like, brought out franchises they thought were synonymous with Xbox, and Sega was on their mind, and Sonic was on their mind, right? And just made it into the intro, and that's just is what it is, you know. But I honestly, guys, I not to say that there's not a future there or that there's not something that could happen, but like with this specific situation, sorry, you know, it's not there for me. My heart says yes, my mind's telling me no.
To tie it back into the interview too, man, because she did ask him about, you know, expanding further their reach into the world.
Yes.
And Phil did not flinch. He said, yeah, no, we, you know, basically we're heavy in the West, and we want to get in more places. He brought up the new studio kind of startup that they started in Africa to help out African developers, which is going to be an up and coming developer hotspot over the next 5 to 10 years, in my belief, as Africa gets more stable. That's going to be a new spot for talent. But he said, no, we need to get reach into other areas that we don't have, you know, a high level of visibility. Again, I'm paraphrasing, but just we don't have a big footprint in a lot of different areas around the world that we do want to get into. So buckle up. There's, again, acquisition season is not over. Once this deal gets announced, we're going to see some more. And I think that's why I always said, man, I think that the Western stuff, publisher wise, EA's, Ubisoft, nah, they're not going to do that anymore. I think they've got enough in the West that they'll do some smaller studios. Again, we talked about that, IOL, all that kind of stuff. That has kind of been on hold since this Activision Blizzard deal started. But I think that the next move will be a publisher in the East, and Sega would make a lot of sense. That's why it was hilarious. Again, I've been calling. Again, my top, of course, would be Capcom if I had my choice of everything. Second, Bandai Namco, just because of the relationship, because the upswing that Bandai Namco is showing, because it fills a lot of needs. But the obvious partnership is probably the easiest one to happen. If anything over there big like that was going to happen, would be Sega. It would be easy to rebrand them as Xbox East. Sega has so much influence still to this day over there. It would do wonders for their footprint over there and their influence over there, and what that would mean. Getting Atlas, of course, getting all the PC side of things with Total War and Creative Assembly. And then on top of it, owning another mascot in Sonic that is on the upswing. I think it would be awesome. Sega would be, you know, again, my nostalgia, big Sega fan for life. I think it would be crazy good. So, but that was another interesting part of the interview. Mav, what else out of the interview, man?
Oh man, I can't really think of anything else that was major. I mean, there's just a lot of like little conversation about things.
Yeah, there was a lot of little conversation. He did say that he's cautious about the play to earn crypto games.
Yeah, that got twisted. Probably a GameSpot headline today. It was like, Phil Spencer sees opportunities with NFTs and gaming or some shit like that. I'm like, oh my God. Did you all even watch the interview, you freaking morons? Like, or like, it's crazy. The clickbait that's out there right now. And it's interesting to know one of these websites just like took like the whole interview and kind of broke it up into one article. They all took like each individual little segment and made it one big article and made some clickbait headline that's just completely misleading. And guess what? People don't read. Right. So people share this stuff on Twitter and stuff and like just thinking the headline is actually legit. Right. And making stories about this stuff now. So you'll see it on podcasts as topics and stuff like that for sure for the disingenuous and ignorant groups that are out there. But anyway, moving on from that.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Again, just running with it for clickbait. The only other thing she asked him what he saw for the holiday season as far as console production goes. He thinks that they're in a good spot, but he said that he still he thinks that demand will still outpace what they can produce. So still going to be hard to get come holiday season is what he was saying for that as well. I think that pretty much covers the major points. Like I said, they talked about a lot of different, go check out the full interview if you want to get a whole feel for how Phil was. But, you know, she asked him dumb questions too, like what he's currently playing. And he said Cult of the Lamb, you know, all that kind of stuff was also in there. Again, it was a really great interview.
Yeah.
From
it's 24 minutes long.
24 minutes. Yeah. 24 minutes long. But yeah, man. Wow, brother. 4.5 hours. New record. Over 125 people here at one point. Look, we got super chats popping in here. Gamer by choice. Great to see you. $2 super chat. Appreciate you. Sonic is so fast he ran into the intro. That's correct. He ran into Xbox owning him.
Maybe there's something to that game being Game Pass day one. Yeah. And that's something that he was maybe, it was, you know, got Sonic
Frontiers is looking good, by the way. And Minecraft Legends also is looking good.
Yeah, that was surprising.
Yeah, Command and Conquer, when they said that, I was like,
it's like strategy elements. You're going to build bases out of material and then
you can partner up to get co-op and shit,
get your units and stuff. It's interesting.
Yeah.
Lord Roughness also hit us with a $5 super chat earlier. Appreciate you as well, Lord Roughness. He says, I push back a little. I think Phil is hinting at exclusives in the future not being a thing as before. Game Pass value will be the draw into the ecosystem.
Correct. They're not worried about it. They're not worried about holding games like they used to have to. Because again, Game Pass effect is when it's Game Pass, it automatically becomes associated with Xbox, even if it's everywhere else. So it doesn't matter as much as it used to. Master Clowns X3. Master Clown, shout out to you, brother. Member for 13 months. Salute to Pong and Mav. Love the stamina. That's right, brother. Again, we are passionate about this stuff. So again, we knew this was going to be a big day. If you didn't see earlier, if you're jumping in here late, go back and watch the first part of the show. Lots of great conversation. And we had Big Cloud Gaming, the one and only, join us and talk a little bit about the PlayStation price increases from a PlayStation-centric perspective. Obviously, he is a grounded individual, one of the best in the community at that. And he had some really good thoughts about that as well. And then he stuck around and we talked some Gamescom opening night live with him as well before he had to get out of here. So if you missed that part, please go back and check it out. But man, what a great night of conversations, man. Again, crazy, brother. Crazy week. And we still got tomorrow. Who knows what the hell is going to happen tomorrow? We still got Friday, folks, before we hit the weekend. So appreciate all of you, whether you stayed for the whole thing. Man, troopers, nothing but troopers.
Yeah,
love you all, whether you stayed for a part of it, whether you hopped in here for a second, had to go do something. I saw Omi Tony in here. He lost his gas because they cut a gas line across the neighborhood. Hey, listen, however you got here, however you listened to us for however long, we appreciate every single one of you. Thank you, thank you, thank you for powering this show, powering Fun Speculations channel, who has seen amazing growth over the past year and a half, 2 years now. It's been unbelievable. Speaking of the man, hey, Lore Master Jasper jumping in here, for member for 15 months. This is why we don't sleep on Gamescom. Exactly, Jasper. Exactly. It's why we don't sleep on gaming shows in general. You never know what's going to come about. Absolutely, brother. You know, we are in full agreement with you. But listen, Mav, Hell of a week for you. Tons of streaming, tons of content coming out, man. I don't know how you did it this week, but you definitely were there live for a lot of this stuff, along with Jasper, Psychonauts. Man, I wish I could have been there, but what else you got coming up? Xbox Ultimate tomorrow night. What are we doing tomorrow night?
Xbox Ultimate podcast tomorrow night. It'll be an interesting one. We again, everybody, Xbox Ultimate, we tend to go left a little bit. We have a fun. It's a bunch of friends shooting the shit, talking about Xbox and talking about games, and there's going to be some probably interesting conversations tomorrow night for sure. So check that out at 9 p.m. Eastern time. We'll be game streaming again this weekend. You're going to see me on Saturday over at another channel that has not been announced yet as well. So looking forward to doing that. And also got some other stuff coming up for next week. Maybe trying to do more videos, more reaction stuff. I appreciate all the comments too. I got to say this, like, you guys like leave a comment like, hey, I like the overlay you use for this, whatever. It's like, it's awesome stuff. And I've seen a lot of awesome comments the last couple of weeks, especially this past week when we're doing like a lot of our co-streaming and reaction stuff. And it means a lot that you guys actually enjoy what we're trying to put out there. So I 100% appreciate that. And for being at this show for 4.5 damn hours. Holy shit. I appreciate everybody, even if you were only here for 1 minute or 1 second or whatever. I appreciate all the likes, shares, subs, everything to the channel as well. We'll be back on Monday for a Fun Speculation podcast at 10 p.m. Eastern time, where we talk about all consoles. Again, that's going to be even more interesting, I believe. Who knows what might happen even on Monday as well. And then, more videos and streams, guys, coming your way. Probably going to play some Battlefield this weekend in anticipation of season 2 coming up. But also, I really want to get Soul Hackers 2.
Yep, it's launching. I think it's actually live.
So I might be hopping into that some. So we'll see.
Yeah, I gotta see if I can afford it.
What about you, Pong Soul?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. This is an amazing show. Infinite Umbra fell asleep and then woke up and thought he was watching a different episode of ours, man. So shout out to you, dude. Brother. Shout out to everybody again. Thank you all for the kind comments as well. Yeah, this is normal for me because this is what I do every Saturday. But Mav is a trooper and I haven't eaten, so I am actually starving.
Yeah, same here. I got food delivered and it's cold, so I got to heat it up. Yeah.
Yeah, so we knew this could be a longer one, but again, thank you all. Great episode 39 in the books, PM in the PM, big week of gaming news. Again, we're headed into the busy time, so appreciate you all dropping in here with the support and love, all love and respect for each and every single one of you. Listen, you'll see me tomorrow night on Xbox Ultimate, depending on what time I get there, depending on work, but I will be there tomorrow night at some point. Again, I love getting everybody else's perspective. Mab and I get to talk about a lot of stuff here, but I love hearing all the rest of the family's perspective when I get over there on Xbox Ultimate. It's going to be a great, great time. And then, like I said, buckle up. Saturday morning, listen, again, just like this show, don't care how long you're there for, just drop by, say hi to me and Steel. That's right, Steel Rain, brother from another. We will be live Saturday morning, living split screen, 10 a.m. Eastern, 9 o'clock Central Time, 3 p.m. BST time, UK time, whatever you call it. We're gonna have a great show. Steel hasn't been able to talk about this much this week either. I know he streamed with you for a little bit, and he was on Boom Show this week, but we got a lot more to cover. We're gonna have a lot to say. I'm sure we'll probably have some rants in there as well, of course. 3+ hours. Imagine it's going to go 4 unless Steel's got something going on or I wind up having something going on. So be there and tell a friend. I will be putting out a video tomorrow at some point promoting it. If you see it, share it out, please, please, and thank you. Steel and I are on mission 1K. We are a small channel. We can only do one show a week. We don't put out regular content. Maybe someday that changes, but right now we are growing as organically as you possibly can.
Only way to do it the right way.
Yeah, that's right. So please check us out. Otherwise, the Shop Podcast PTK Blam's channel. It's going to be a blast. You know that. 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 o'clock Central Time. PTK, Fuzzy, myself. PTK started a couple new things. Bring your questions or topics. Last half of the show is up to the chat. So bring them on over there if you want us to talk about something. Otherwise, he also has me and Fuzzy each taking a topic and leading the way with it. So it's been really cool over there at the Shop Podcast. Something new, something different. Always the best way to end your Saturday night. So please drop on in there as well. Tuesday Xbox Factor podcast. Not going to make it this week. It's end of the month. It's man, it's hellish right now. Listen, just jump in there though. It's Double Barrel Gaming. It's Mr. Boomstick. You know the drill. All good things green. The best, one of the best in the business at doing it. He's got a full panel each and every week. Be there 12 p.m. Eastern, 11 o'clock Central Time every Tuesday. And then next Thursday, I'm going to have an extra show. Hasn't been announced yet. Next Thursday, it's going to be a day. So I'm going to do double duty.
Nice.
A day. So wait for that announcement. I'll obviously tweet it out and obviously you'll see it. And then obviously next Thursday PM in the PM right back here. Episode number 40 already of me and Mav. Listen, folks, it's the golden age of gaming. Gotta love this, man. This is the time to be alive as a gamer. Play what you love what you play. Stay away from the energy demons. Don't let them steal your hype. Get out there, do something, man. Talk to y'all real soon. Mav, get us out of here.
Have a good one, everybody. Thanks for watching PM to the AM. As you guys in the chat are calling it. Take it easy, guys. Love you. Bye.
Oh, Master Clowns, $5 super chat. Thank you, super sticker. Thank you so much, brother, for that last one. Thank you.
Yeah, appreciate you guys. You mean a lot. Thanks. Bye.